Writing for Success, One Stone Canadian Edition. Writing for Success, One Stone Canadian Edition. Tara Horkoff and an author removed at the request of the original publisher. BC Campus Victoria, BC. Writing for Success, One Stone Canadian Edition by Tara Horkoff and an author removed at the request of the original publisher is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial Share Alike 4 International License, except where otherwise noted. 2015. Tara Horkoff. This book is an adaptation of Writing for Success by an author whose name has been removed at the request of the original publisher, which is under a CC by NCSA 4 license. This adaptation by Tara Horkoff is released under the same CC by NCSA 4 license. The CC license permits you to retain, reuse, copy, redistribute, and revise this book, in whole or in part, for free, providing it is for non-commercial purposes. And adapted and reshared content retains the same license, and the author is attributed as follows. Writing for Success, One Stone Canadian Edition by Tara Horkoff, and an author removed at request of the original publisher, is used under a CC by NCSA 4 license. If you redistribute all or part of this book, it is recommended the following statement be added to the copyright page, so readers can access the original book at no cost. Download for free from the BC Open Textbook Collection. Sample APA-style citation, this textbook can be referenced. In APA Citation Style 7th edition, it would appear as follows. Horkoff T. 2015. Writing for Success, One Stone Canadian Edition. BC Campus, opentextdbc.ca/.writing for success. Cover image attribution. Great Egret, Rutland Water by Airwolf Hound is used under a CC by SA4 license. Ebook ISBN 97081770420-17-9 Print ISBN 970817742-16-2 Visit BC Campus Open Education to learn about open education in British Columbia. This book was produced with Pressbooks, pressbooks.com, and rendered with prints. Contents. Preface 6. Chapter 1. Introduction to Academic Writing 1 Chapter 2. Working with Words. Which word is right? 33 Chapter 3. Putting ideas into your own words in paragraph 62 Chapter 4. What are you writing, to whom, and how? 97 Chapter 5. Putting the pieces together with a thesis statement. 133 Chapter 6. Working toward the end product. Composing a draft. 163 Chapter 7. Sources, choosing the right ones. 186 Chapter 8. Being critical. 208 Chapter 9. Citations and referencing. 223 Chapter 10. Persuasion. 259 Chapter 11. Developing a convincing argument. 270 Chapter 12. Peer review and final revisions. 285. Appendix 320. Preface. Note: this book was updated to include over 150 interactive H5P activities in December 2021. You can find it here, Writing for Success, One Stone Canadian H5P edition. Writing is often a challenge. If you were ever challenged to express yourself via the written word, this book is for you. Writing for Success is a text that provides instruction in steps, builds writing, reading, and critical thinking, and combines comprehensive grammar review with an introduction to paragraph writing and composition. This book addresses each concept with clear, concise, and effective examples that are immediately reinforced with exercises and opportunities to demonstrate learning. Each chapter allows students to demonstrate mastery of the principles of quality writing. With its incremental approach, this book can address a range of writing levels and abilities, helping each student prepare for the next writing or university course. Constant reinforcement is provided through examples and exercises, and the text involves students in the learning process through reading, problem solving, practicing, listening, and experiencing the writing process. Each chapter also has integrated examples that unify the discussion and form a common, easy-to-understand basis for discussion and exploration. This will put students at ease and allow for greater absorption of the material. Tips for effective writing are included in every chapter as well. Thought-provoking scenarios provide challenges and opportunities for collaboration and interaction. These exercises are especially helpful for working with groups of students. Clear exercises teach sentence and paragraph writing skills that lead to common English composition and research essays. Writing for Success provides a range of discussion, examples, and exercises, from writing development to mastery of the academic essay, that serve both student and instructor. Features. Exercises are integrated in each segment. Each concept is immediately reinforced as soon as it is introduced to keep students on track. Exercises are designed to facilitate interaction and collaboration. This allows for peer-to-peer engagement, development of interpersonal skills, and promotion of critical thinking skills. Exercises that involve self-editing and collaborative writing are featured. This feature develops and promotes student interest in the knowledge areas and content. There are clear internal summaries and effective displays of information. This contributes to ease of access to information and increases students' ability to locate desired content. Rule explanations are simplified with clear, relevant, and theme-based examples. This feature provides context that will facilitate learning and increase knowledge retention. 5. Writing for Success 7. There's an obvious structure to the chapter and segment level. This allows for easy adaptation to existing and changing course needs or assessment outcomes. Chapter 1. Introduction to Academic Writing. 1.1. Post-secondary Reading and Writing. Learning Objectives. Understand the expectations for reading and writing assignments in post-secondary, university, college, institute courses. Understand and apply general strategies to complete post-secondary level reading assignments efficiently and effectively. Recognize specific types of writing assignments frequently included in post-secondary courses. Understand and apply general strategies for managing post-secondary level writing assignments. Determine specific reading and writing strategies that work best for you individually. In a post-secondary environment, academic expectations change from what you may have experienced in high school. The quantity of work you are expected to do is increased. When instructors expect you to read pages upon pages or study hours and hours for one particular course, managing your workload can be challenging. This chapter includes strategies for studying efficiently and managing your time. The quality of the work you do also changes. It is not enough to understand course material and summarize it on an exam. You will also be expected to seriously engage with new ideas by reflecting on them, analyzing them, critiquing them, making connections, drawing conclusions, or finding new ways of thinking about a given subject. Educationally, you are moving into deeper waters. A good introductory writing course will help you swim. Table 1.1, High School versus Post-Secondary Assignments, summarizes some of the other major differences between high school and university assignments. Table 1.1, High School versus Post-Secondary Assignments. 1. Writing for Success. 2. High School Post-Secondary. Reading assignments are moderately long. Teachers may set aside some class time for reading and reviewing the material in depth. Some reading assignments may be very long. You will be expected to come to class with a basic understanding of the material. Teachers often provide study guides and other aids to help you prepare for exams. Reviewing for exams is primarily your responsibility. Your grade is determined by your performance on a wide variety of assessments, including minor and major assignments. Not all assessments are writing-based. Your grade may depend on just a few major assessments. Most assessments are writing-based. Writing assignments include personal writing and creative writing in addition to expository writing. Outside of creative writing courses, most writing assignments are expository. The structure and format of writing assignments is generally stable over the high school years. Teachers often go out of their way to identify and try to help students who are performing poorly on exams, missing classes, not turning in assignments, or just struggling with the course. Often teachers will give students many second chances. Depending on the course, You may be asked to master new forms of writing and follow standards within a particular professional field. Although teachers want their students to succeed, they may not always realize when students are struggling. They also expect you to be proactive and take steps to help yourself. Second chances are less common. This chapter covers the types of reading and writing assignments you will encounter as a post-secondary student. You will also learn a variety of strategies for mastering these new challenges and becoming a more confident student and writer. Throughout this chapter, you will follow a first-year student named Crystal after several years of working as a saleswoman in a department store. Crystal has decided to pursue a degree in elementary education and become a teacher. She is continuing to work part-time, and occasionally she finds it challenging to balance the demands of work, school, and caring for her 4-year-old son. As you read about Crystal, think about how you can use her experience to get the most out of your own experience. Setting goals. By planning carefully and following through on her daily and weekly goals, Crystal was able to fulfill one of her goals for the semester. Although her exam scores were not as high as she had hoped, her consistently strong performance on writing assignments tipped her grade from a B+ to an A. She was pleased to have earned a high grade in one of the required courses for her major. She was also glad to have gotten the most out of an introductory course that would help her become an effective teacher. How does Crystal's experience relate to your own post-secondary educational experience? To do well in the post-secondary environment, it is important to stay focused on how your day-to-day actions determine your long-term success. You may not have defined your career goals or chosen a major yet. Even so, you surely have some overarching goals for what you want out of your studies to expand your career options, to increase your earning power, or just to learn something new. In time, you will define your long-term goals more explicitly. Doing solid, steady work day by day and week by week will help you meet those goals. 3. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Discussion 1. With your group, discuss the following issues and questions. Introduce yourself. Who are you? Why are you taking the course? Where are you living now? How do you feel about writing in general? You will not be judged on this. Identify one long-term goal you would like to have achieved by the time you complete your diploma or degree. For instance, you might want a particular job in your field. Identify one semester goal that will help you fulfill the long-term goal you just set. Review Table 1.1, High School versus Post-Secondary Assignments, and answer the following questions. In what ways do you think post-secondary education will be rewarding for you as a learner? What aspects of post-secondary education do you expect to find most challenging? What changes do you think you might have to make in your life to ensure your success in a post-secondary learning environment? Reading strategies. Your post-secondary courses will sharpen both your reading and your writing skills. Most of your writing assignments, from brief response papers to in-depth research projects, will depend on your understanding of course reading assignments or related readings you do on your own. And it is difficult, if not impossible, to write effectively about a text that you have not understood. Even when you do understand the reading, it can be hard to write about it if you do not feel personally engaged with the ideas discussed. This section discusses strategies you can use to get the most out of your reading assignments. These strategies fall into 3 broad categories: planning strategies to help you manage your reading assignments, comprehension strategies to help you understand the material, active reading strategies to take your understanding to a higher and deeper level. Planning your reading. Have you ever stayed up all night cramming just before an exam? Or found yourself skimming a detailed memo from your boss 5 minutes before a crucial meeting? The first step in handling your reading successfully is planning. This involves both managing your time and setting a clear purpose for your reading. Managing your reading time. You will learn more detailed strategies for time management in Section 1.2, Developing Study Skills. But for now, focus on setting aside enough time for reading and breaking your assignments into manageable chunks. For example, if you are assigned a 70-page chapter to read for next week's class, try Writing for Success 4. Not to wait until the night before to get started. Give yourself at least a few days and tackle one section at a time. Your method for breaking up the assignment will depend on the type of reading. If the text is very dense and packed with unfamiliar terms and concepts, you may need to read no more than 5 or 10 pages in one sitting so that you can truly understand and process the information. With more user-friendly texts, you will be able to handle longer sections, 20 to 40 pages for instance. And if you have a highly engaging reading assignment, such as a novel you cannot put down, you may be able to read lengthy passages in one sitting. As the semester progresses, you will develop a better sense of how much time you need to allow for the reading assignments in different subjects. It also makes sense to preview each assignment well in advance to assess its difficulty level and to determine how much reading time to set aside. Tip: instructors at the post-secondary level often set aside reserve readings for a particular course. These consist of articles, book chapters, or other texts that are not part of the primary course textbook. Copies of reserve readings are available through the university library, in print, or more often, online. When you are assigned a reserve reading, download it ahead of time and let your instructor know if you have trouble accessing it. Skim through it to get a rough idea of how much time you will need to read the assignment in full. Setting a purpose. The other key component of planning is setting a purpose. Knowing what you want to get out of a reading assignment helps you determine how to approach it and how much time to spend on it. It also helps you stay focused during those occasional moments when it is late, you are tired, and when relaxing in front of the television sounds far more appealing than curling up with a stack of journal articles. Sometimes your purpose is simple. You might just need to understand the reading material well enough to discuss it intelligently in class the next day. However, your purpose will often go beyond that. For instance, you might also read to compare two texts, to formulate a personal response to a text, or to gather ideas for future research. Here are some questions to ask to help determine your purpose. How did my instructor frame the assignment? Often instructors will tell you what they expect you to get out of the reading. For example, read Chapter 2 and come to class prepared to discuss current theories related to conducting risk assessments. Read these 2 articles and compare Smith's and Jones's perspectives on the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, 1982. Read Chapter 5 and think about how you could apply these guidelines to the first stages of on-site patient assessment. How deeply do I need to understand the reading? If you are majoring in emergency management and you are assigned to read Chapter 1, Introduction to Emergency Management, it is safe to assume the chapter presents fundamental concepts that you will be expected to master. However, for some reading assignments, you may be expected to form a general understanding, but not necessarily master the content. Again, pay attention to how your instructor presents the assignment. How does this assignment relate to other course readings or to concepts discussed in class? Your instructor may make some of these connections explicitly, but if not, try to draw connections on your own. Needless to say, it helps to take detailed notes both when in class and when you read. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. How might I use this text again in the future? If you are assigned to read about a topic that has always interested you, your reading assignment might help you develop ideas for a future research paper. Some reading assignments provide valuable tips or summaries worth bookmarking for future reference. Think about what you can take from the reading that will stay with you. Improving your comprehension. You have blocked out time for your reading assignments and set a purpose for reading. Now comes the challenge, making sure you actually understand all the information you are expected to process. Some of your reading assignments will be fairly straightforward. Others, however, will be longer or more complex, so you will need a plan for how to handle them. For any expository writing, that is, nonfiction, informational writing, your first comprehension goal is to identify the main points and relate any details to those main points. Because post-secondary level texts can be challenging, you will also need to monitor your reading comprehension. That is, you will need to stop periodically and assess how well you understand what you are reading. Finally, you can improve comprehension by taking time to determine which strategies work best for you and putting those strategies into practice. Identifying the main points. In your courses, you will be reading a wide variety of materials, including the following. Textbooks. These usually include summaries, glossaries, comprehension questions, and other study aids, nonfiction trade books, These are less likely to include the study features found in textbooks, popular magazines, newspapers, or web articles. These are usually written for a general audience. Scholarly books and journal articles. These are written for an audience of specialists in a given field. Regardless of what type of expository text you are assigned to read, your primary comprehension goal is to identify the main point, the most important idea that the writer wants to communicate and often states early on. Finding the main point gives you a framework to organize the details presented in the reading and relate the reading to concepts you have learned in class or through other reading assignments. After identifying the main point, you will find the supporting points, details, facts, and explanations that develop and clarify the main point. Some texts make that task relatively easy. Textbooks, for instance, include the aforementioned features, as well as headings and subheadings intended to make it easier for students to identify core concepts. Graphic features such as sidebars, diagrams, and charts help students understand complex information and distinguish between essential and inessential points. When you are assigned to read from a textbook, be sure to use available comprehension aids to help you identify the main points. Trade books and popular articles may not be written specifically for an educational purpose. Nevertheless, they also include features that can help you identify the main ideas. Trade books. Many trade books include an introduction that presents the writer's main ideas and purpose for writing. Reading chapter titles and any subtitles within the chapter will help you get a writing for success. 6. Broad sense of what is covered. It also helps to read the beginning and ending paragraphs of a chapter closely. These paragraphs often sum up the main ideas presented. Popular articles. Reading the headings and introductory paragraphs carefully is crucial. In magazine articles, these features, along with the closing paragraphs, present the main concepts. Hard news articles in newspapers present the gist of the news story in the lead paragraph, while subsequent paragraphs present increasingly general details. At the far end of the reading difficulty scale are scholarly books and journal articles. Because these texts are aimed at a specialized, highly educated audience, the authors presume their readers are already familiar with the topic. The language and writing style is sophisticated and sometimes dense. When you read scholarly books and journal articles, try to apply the same strategies discussed earlier for other types of text. The introduction usually presents the writer's thesis, the idea or hypothesis the writer is trying to prove. Headings and subheadings can help you understand how the writer has organized support for the thesis. Additionally, academic journal articles often include a summary at the beginning, called an abstract, and electronic databases include summaries of articles too. Monitoring your comprehension. Finding the main idea and paying attention to text features as you read helps you figure out what you should know. Just as important, however, is being able to figure out what you do not know and developing a strategy to deal with it. Textbooks often include comprehension questions in the margins or at the end of a section or chapter. As you read, stop occasionally to answer these questions on paper or in your head. Use them to identify sections you may need to reread, read more carefully, or ask your instructor about later. Even when a text does not have built-in comprehension features, you can actively monitor your own comprehension. Try these strategies, adapting them as needed to suit different kinds of texts. Summarize. At the end of each section, pause to summarize the main points in a few sentences. If you have trouble doing so, revisit that section. You will learn more about this in Chapter 3, putting ideas into your own words and paragraphs. Ask and answer questions. When you begin reading a section, try to identify 2 to 3 questions you should be able to answer after you finish it. Write down your questions and use them to test yourself on the reading. If you cannot answer a question, try to determine why. Is the answer buried in that section of reading but just not coming across to you? Or do you expect to find the answer in another part of the reading? Do not read in a vacuum. Look for opportunities to discuss the reading with your classmates. Many instructors set up online discussion forums or blogs specifically for that purpose. Participating in these discussions can help you determine whether your understanding of the main points is the same as your peers. These discussions can also serve as a reality check. If everyone in the class struggled with the reading, it may be exceptionally challenging. If it was easy for everyone but you may need to see your instructor for help. As a working mother, Crystal found that the best time to get her reading done was in the evening, after she had put her 4-year-old to bed. However, she occasionally had trouble concentrating at the end of a long day. She found that by actively working to summarize the reading and asking and answering questions, she focused better and retained more of what she read. She also found that evenings were a good time to check the class discussion forums that a few of her instructors had created. 7. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Self-practice exercise 1.1. Choose any text that you have been assigned to read for one of your courses. In your notes, complete the following tasks. Summarize the main points of the text in 2 to 3 sentences. Write down 2 to 3 questions about the text that you can bring up during class discussion. Tip: students are often reluctant to seek help. They feel like doing so marks them as slow, weak, or demanding. The truth is, every learner occasionally struggles. If you are sincerely trying to keep up with the course reading but feel like you are in over your head, seek help. Speak up in class, schedule a meeting with your instructor, or visit your university learning center for assistance. Deal with the problem as early in the semester as you can. Instructors respect students who are proactive about their own learning. Most instructors will work hard to help students who make the effort to help themselves. Taking it to the next level, active reading. Now that you have acquainted or reacquainted yourself with useful planning and comprehension strategies, your reading assignments may feel more manageable. You know what you need to do to get your reading done, and make sure you grasp the main points. However, the most successful students are not only competent readers, but active, engaged readers. There are 2 common strategies for active reading, implying the 4 reading stages, NSQ3R. Both will help you look at a text in depth and help prepare you for when you have to study to use the information on an exam. You should try them both and decide which works better for you. 4 reading stages. Everyone reads and retains or not information in different ways. However, applying the following 4 stages of reading whenever you pick up material will not only help you understand what you are reading, but will also increase the chances of your actually remembering what you have read. While it may seem that this strategy of 4 reading stages takes a lot of time, it will become more natural for you as you continue applying it. Also, using these 4 stages will actually save you time because you will already have retained a lot, if not all, of the content. So when it is time to study for your exam, you will find that you already know the material. Effective academic reading and study seeks not only to gain an understanding of the facts, opinions, and beliefs presented in a text, but also of the biases, assumptions, and perspectives underlying the writing for success. 8. Discussion. The aim is to analyze, interpret, and evaluate the text, and then to draw logical inferences and conclusions. The 4 reading strategies you will need to sharpen in order to get through your material are survey reading, close reading, inquiry reading, critical reading. These 4 strategies all stress reading as thinking. You will need to read actively to comprehend and remember what you are reading for both your own and your instructor's purposes. In order to do that, you need to think about the relevance of ideas to one another and about their usefulness to you personally, professionally, and academically. Again, this differs from our usual daily reading activities, where interest often determines what we choose to read rather than utility. What happens when we are really not interested in what we are reading or seeing? Our eyes move down the page and our minds are elsewhere. We may read anywhere from 1 paragraph to several pages and suddenly realize we do not have the foggiest idea what we have just read. Clearly focusing our reading purpose on surveying, reading closely, being inquisitive, and reading critically means we are reading for specific results. We read faster, know what we want, and read to get it. Survey reading. Surveying quickly, 2 to 10 minutes if it is a long chapter, allows you to see the overall picture or gist of what the text is sharing with you. Some of the benefits of surveying are listed below. It increases reading rate and attention because you have a roadmap, a mental picture of the beginning, middle, and end of this journey. In helps you create a mental map, allowing you to organize your travel by highlighting key topics and getting impressions of relevance, which in turn helps in the business or remembering. It aids in budgeting study time because you know the length and difficulty of the material. Usually you read study material to find out what is there in order to go back later and learn it. With surveying, you accomplish the same in 1/10 the time. It improves concentration because you know what is ahead and how what you are reading fits into the total picture. Technique for survey reading. For a text or chapter, look at introductions, summaries, chapter headings, bold print, and graphics to piece together the main theme and its development. Practical uses. Magazines, journals, books, chapters, sections of dense material, anything that allows for an overview. 9. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Close reading. Close reading allows you to concentrate and make decisions now about what is relevant and what is not. Its main purpose is to help ensure that you understand what you are reading and to help you store information in a logical and organized way. So when you need to recall the information, it is easier for you to do so. It is a necessary and critical strategy for academic reading for the following reasons. You read as if you were going to be tested on it immediately upon completion. You read to remember at least 75 to 80% of the information. You clearly identify main concepts, key details, and their relationships with one another. Close reading allows you to summarize effectively what you read. Your ability to answer essay questions improves because the concepts are more organized and understood rather than merely memorized. You become more confident because your understanding improves, which in turn increases your enjoyment. Technique for close reading. Survey for overall structure, read, annotating main theme, key points and essential details, summarize the important ideas and their development. Practical uses. Any reading that requires 80% comprehension and retention of main points and supporting detail. Inquiry reading. Inquiry reading tends to be what we do with material we are naturally interested in. We usually do not notice we are doing this because we enjoy learning and thinking about it. Discovery reading is another term that describes this type of reading. Some of its benefits to the study process include increased focus by asking interpretative questions, determining relevance, and searching for your answers. You are involved and less likely to be bored or distracted. Retention. Memory of the material is improved because of increased involvement. Stimulation of creativity. This involvement will raise new questions for you and inspire further research. Matching instructor expectations. Instructors are usually seeking deeper understanding as well as basic memory of concepts. Technique for inquiry reading. Increase the volume and depth in questions while reading informational, interpretative, analytical, synthesizing, and evaluating kinds of questions. Practical uses. Any material that requires both thorough comprehension and needs or inspires examination. Writing for Success 10. Critical reading. Critical reading is necessary in order to determine the salience or key points of the concepts presented, their relevance, and the accuracy of arguments. When you read critically, you become even more deeply involved with the material, which will allow you to make better judgments about what is the more important information. People often read reactively to material, especially debate, controversy, and politics. When readers react, they bring a wealth of personal experience and opinion to the concept to which they are reacting. But critical reading requires thinking, as you would expect, critically about the material. Critical thinking relies on reason, evidence, and open-mindedness and recognizes the biases, assumptions, and motives of both the writer and the reader. Learning to read critically offers these advantages. By substantiating arguments and interpreting, analyzing, and evaluating those supporting the concept moves mere reaction into critical reading and deepens your understanding. By analyzing relationships between the material read and other readings or experience, you can make connections. By making connections, you will increase your concentration and confidence in being able to discuss and evaluate what you read. Technique for critical reading. Understand and analyze the material in terms of writer's purpose and results, relevance to readers, and value to the field at large. Practical uses. Any material that requires evaluation. Your memory of facts and concepts will be enhanced by surveying and close reading. Interpretation, relevance, application, and evaluation of presented facts and concepts require deeper questioning and involvement. Inquiry and critical reading are more applicable at these stages. We will be discussing this in the next section, SQ3R, using the SQ3R strategy. Another strategy you can use to become a more active, engaged reader is SQ3R, which is a step-by-step process to follow before, during, and after reading. You could use SQ3R for a variety of reading purposes, getting main concepts only, in fleshing out key details, in organizing concepts, writing a coherent summary of significant points and their development. This is not a new or unfamiliar process. SQ3R is only a new name. It describes surveying various resources, for example, papers, journals, other relevant sources, for whatever project we are working on. An author removed at the request of the original publisher, generating questions to shape our understanding of the topic, reading the material, marking, reciting, or in some way, logging what is critical to our task, and reviewing on what we have read. You may already use some variation of SQ3R. In essence, the process works like this. Survey the text in advance. Form questions before you start reading. Read the text. Recite and/or record important points during and after reading. Review and reflect on the text after you read. Each of these elements is discussed below. Survey. Before you read, first survey or preview the text. As noted earlier, reading introductory paragraphs and headings can help you begin to figure out the author's main point and identify what important topics will be covered. However, surveying does not stop there. Flip through the text and look for any pictures, charts, or graphs, the table of contents, index, and glossary. Scan the preface and introduction to each chapter, skim a few paragraphs. Preview any bold-faced or italicized vocabulary terms. This will help you form a first impression of the material and determine the appropriateness of the material. The final stage of surveying occurs once you have identified which chapters are relevant. Quickly look at any headings, as well as the introduction and conclusion to the chapter to confirm the relevance of the information. Sometimes this survey step alone may be enough because you may need only a general familiarization with the material. This is also when you will discover whether or not you want to look at the book more deeply. Question. If you keep the question of why you are reading the material in mind, it will help you focus because you will be actively engaged in the information you are consuming. Also, if there are any visual aids, you will want to examine what they are showing as they probably represent important ideas. Next, start brainstorming questions about the text. What do you expect to learn from the reading? You may find that some questions come to mind immediately based on your initial survey or based on previous readings and class discussions. If not, try using headings and subheadings in the text to formulate questions. For instance, if one heading in your textbook is conditional sentence and another is conditional release, you might ask yourself these questions. What are the major differences between these two concepts? Where does each appear in the sentencing process? Although some of your questions may be simple factual questions, try to come up with a few that are more open-ended. Asking in-depth questions will help you stay more engaged as you read. Once you have your questions in mind, you can move to the next step of actively reading to see if you can come up with an answer. Writing for Success 12. Read. The next step is simple. Read. As you read, notice whether your first impressions of the text were correct. Are the author's main points and overall approach about the same as what you predicted? Or does the text contain a few surprises? Also, look for answers to your earlier questions and begin forming new ones. Continue to revise your impressions and questions as you read. Recite. While you're reading, pause occasionally to recite or record important points. It is best to do this at the end of each section or when there is an obvious shift in the writer's train of thought. Put the book aside for a moment and recite aloud the main points of the section or any important answers you found there. You might also record ideas by jotting down a few brief notes in addition to or instead of reciting aloud. Either way, the physical act of articulating information makes you more likely to remember it. After you have finished reading, set the book aside and briefly answer your initial question by making notes or highlighting, underlining. Try to use your own words as much as possible, but if you find an important quote, you can identify it as well. If there are any diagrams, makes notes from memory on what information they are giving. Then look back at the diagrams to make sure you were accurate. Repeat this questioning, reading, and reciting process for the rest of the chapter. As you work your way through, occasionally pause and really think about what you have read. It is easy to work through a section or chapter and realize that you have not actually absorbed any of the material. Review and reflect. Once you have looked at the whole chapter, try to put each section into the context of the bigger picture. Ask yourself if you have really answered each question you set out with, and if you have been accurate in your answers. To make sure that you really remember the information, review your notes again after about 1 week and then again 3 or 4 weeks later. Also, if the textbook includes review questions or your instructor has provided a study guide, use these tools to guide your review. You will want to record information in a more detailed format than you use during reading, such as in an outline or a list. As you review the material, reflect on what you learned. Did anything surprise you, upset you, or make you think? Did you find yourself strongly agreeing or disagreeing with any points in the text? What topics would you like to explore further? Jot down your reflections in your notes. Instructors sometimes require students to write brief response papers or maintain a reading journal. Use these assignments to help you reflect on what you read. Tip: as you go through your future readings, practice this method considering these points. From memory, jot down the key ideas discussed in the section you just read. If you need it, use a separate piece of paper. Look back through the text and check your memory with what you jotted down. How did you do? Choose one section from the chapter and write a summary from memory of what you learned from that section. Now review that section. Identity what corresponds and what you omitted. How are you doing? When you read that section, did you consciously intend to remember it? Although this process may seem time-consuming, you will find that it will actually save time. Because 13. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. You have a question in mind while reading. You have more of a purpose while looking for the important information. The notes you take will also be more organized and concise because you are focused, and this will save you time when it comes to writing essays. Also, since you have reviewed throughout the process, you will not need to spend as much time reviewing for exams because it is already stored in your memory. Self-practice exercise 1.2. Choose another text that you have been assigned to read for a class. Use the SQ3R process to complete the reading. Keep in mind that you may need to spread the reading over more than one session, especially if the text is long. Be sure to complete all the steps involved. Then, reflect on how helpful you found this process. On a scale of 1 to 10, how useful did you find it? How does it compare with other study techniques you have used, using other active reading strategies? The SQ3R process encompasses a number of valuable active reading strategies. Previewing a text, making predictions, asking and answering questions, and summarizing. You can use the following additional strategies to further deepen your understanding of what you read. Connect what you read to what you already know. Look for ways the reading supports, extends, or challenges concepts you have learned elsewhere. Relate the reading to your own life. What statements, people, or situations relate to your personal experiences? Visualize. For both fiction and nonfiction texts, try to picture what is described. Visualizing is especially helpful when you are reading a narrative text, such as a novel or a historical account, or when you read expository text that describes a process, such as how to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR. Pay attention to graphics as well as text. Photographs, diagrams, flowcharts, tables, and other graphics can help make abstract ideas more concrete and understandable. Understand the text in context. Understanding context means thinking about who wrote the text, when and where it was written, the author's purpose for writing it, and what assumptions or agendas influence the author's ideas. For instance, two writers might both address the subject of healthcare reform, but if one article is an opinion piece and one is a news story, the context is different. Plan to talk or write about what you read. Jot down a few questions or comments in your notebook so you can bring them up in class. This also gives you a source of topic ideas for papers and presentations later in the semester. Discuss the reading on a class discussion board or blog about it. As Crystal began her first semester of elementary education courses, she occasionally felt lost in a sea. Writing for Success 14, of new terms and theories about teaching and child development. She found that it helped to relate the reading to her personal observations of her son and other kids she knew. Writing at work. Many courses require students to participate in interactive online components, such as a discussion forum, a page on a social networking site, or a class blog. These tools are a great way to reinforce learning. Do not be afraid to be the student who starts the discussion. Remember that when you interact with other students and teachers online, you need to project a mature professional image. You may be able to use an informal, conversational tone, but complaining about the workload, using off-color language, or flaming other participants is inappropriate. Active reading can benefit you in ways that go beyond just earning good grades. By practicing these strategies, you will find yourself more interested in your courses and better able to relate your academic work to the rest of your life. Being an interested, engaged student also helps you form lasting connections with your instructors and with other students that can be personally and professionally valuable. In short, it helps you get the most out of your education. Common writing assignments. Writing assignments at the post-secondary level serve a different purpose than the typical writing assignments you completed in high school. In high school, teachers generally focus on teaching you to write in a variety of modes and formats, including personal writing, expository writing, research papers, creative writing, and writing short answers and essays for exams. Over time, these assignments help you build a foundation of writing skills. Now, however, your instructors will expect you to already have that foundation. Your composition courses will focus on writing for its own sake, helping you make the transition to higher-level writing assignments. However, in most of your other courses, writing assignments serve a different purpose. In those courses, you may use writing as one tool among many for learning how to think about a particular academic discipline. Additionally, certain assignments teach you how to meet the expectations for professional writing in a given field. Depending on the class, you might be asked to write a lab report, a case study, a literary analysis, a business plan, or an account of a personal interview. You will need to learn and follow the standard conventions for those types of written products. Finally, personal and creative writing assignments are less common at the post-secondary level than in high school. College and university courses emphasize expository writing, writing that explains or informs. Often, expository writing assignments will incorporate outside research too. Some classes will also require persuasive writing assignments in which you state and support your position on an issue. Your instructors will hold you to a higher standard when it comes to supporting your ideas with reasons and evidence. Table 1.2. Common types of writing assignments lists some of the most common types of assignments you will encounter at the post-secondary level. It includes minor, less formal assignments as well as major ones. Which specific assignments you will be given will depend on the courses you take and the learning objectives developed by your instructors. Table 1.2 Common types of writing assignments. 15. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Assignment. Type description example. Personal response paper. Expresses and explains your response to a reading assignment, a provocative quote, or a specific issue. May be very brief, sometimes a page or less, or more in depth. For a labor management course, students watch and write about videos of ineffective management staff interactions. Summary, persuasive, position paper. Restates the main points of a longer passage objectively and in your own words. States and defends your position on an issue, often a controversial issue. For a psychology course, students write a one-page summary of an article about a man suffering from short-term memory loss. For a criminal justice course, students state their positions on capital punishment using research to support their argument. Problem solution paper. Presents a problem, explains its causes, and proposes and explains a solution. For an emergency management course, a student presents a plan for implementing a crisis communication strategy. Critique, literary analysis. States a thesis about a particular literary work and develops the thesis with evidence from the work and, sometimes, from additional sources. For a literature course, a student analyzes a short story by Ian Rankin and how it relates to the field of criminology or compares multiple works by analyzing commonalities and differences. Research literature review sums up available research findings on a particular topic. For a course in criminology, a student reviews the past 20 years of research on whether violence in television and movies is correlated with violent behavior. Case study or case analysis investigates a particular person, group, or event in depth for the purpose of drawing a larger conclusion from the analysis. For a health science course, a student writes a case study demonstrating the successful treatment of a patient experiencing congestive heart failure. Laboratory report presents a laboratory experiment, including the hypothesis, methods of data collection, results, and conclusions. For a psychology course, a group of students presents the results of an experiment in which they explored whether sleep deprivation produced memory deficits in lab rats. Research journal, research paper, records a student's ideas and findings during the course of a long-term research project, presents a thesis and supports it with original research, and or other researchers' findings on the topic can take several different formats depending on the subject area. For a capstone project, a student maintains a journal throughout a semester-long research project within the local fire department. For a criminology course, a student chooses a topic, thesis on de-escalation techniques, and conducts background research on existing evidence, then creates his or her own research tool to measure the effectiveness of such techniques. Writing at work. Part of managing your education is communicating well with others at your institution. For instance, you might need to email your instructor to request an office appointment or explain why you will need to. Writing for success 16. Miss a class. You might need to contact administrators with questions about your tuition or financial aid. Later, you might ask instructors to write recommendations on your behalf. Treat these documents as professional communications. Address the recipient politely. State your question, problem, or request clearly, and use a formal, respectful tone. Doing so helps you make a positive impression and get a quicker response. Key takeaways. Post-secondary level reading and writing assignments differ from high school assignments, not only in quantity, but also in quality. Managing reading assignments successfully requires you to plan and manage your time, set a purpose for reading, practice effective comprehension strategies, and use active reading strategies to deepen your understanding of the text. Post-secondary writing assignments place greater emphasis on learning to think critically about a particular discipline and less emphasis on personal and creative writing. 1.2. Developing study skills. Learning objectives. Use strategies for managing time, effectively understand, and apply strategies for taking notes efficiently. Determine the specific time management, study, and note-taking strategies that work best for you individually. By now, you have a general idea of what to expect from your courses. You have probably received course syllabi, started on your first few assignments, and begun applying the strategies you learned about in Section 1.1 Post-Secondary Reading and Writing. At the beginning of the semester, your workload is relatively light. This is the perfect time to brush up on your study skills and establish good habits. When the demands on your time and energy become more intense, you will have a system in place for handling them. This section covers specific strategies for managing your time effectively. You will also learn about different note-taking systems that you can use to organize and record information efficiently. As you work through this section, remember that every student is different. The strategies presented here are tried and true techniques that work well for many people. However, you may need to adapt them to develop a system that works well for you personally. If your friend swears by her smartphone, but you hate having to carry extra electronic gadgets around, then using a smartphone will not be the best organizational strategy for you. Read with an open mind and consider what techniques have been effective or ineffective for you. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. In the past, which habits from your high school years or your work life could help you succeed now? Which habits might get in your way? What changes might you need to make? Understanding yourself as a learner. To succeed in your post-secondary education or any situation where you must master new concepts and skills, it helps to know what makes you tick. For decades, educational researchers and organizational psychologists have examined how people take in and assimilate new information, how some people learn differently than others, and what conditions make students and workers most productive. Here are just a few questions to think about. What is your learning style? For the purposes of this chapter, learning style refers to the way you prefer to take in new information, by seeing, by listening, or through some other channel. For more information, see the section on learning styles. What times of day are you most productive? If your energy peaks early, you might benefit from blocking out early morning time for studying or writing. If you are a night owl, set aside a few evenings a week for schoolwork. How much clutter can you handle in your workspace? Some people work fine at a messy desk and know exactly where to find what they need in their stack of papers, however. Most people benefit from maintaining a neat, organized space. How well do you juggle potential distractions in your environment? If you can study at home without being tempted to turn on the television, check your email, fix yourself a snack, and so on, you may make home your workspace. However, if you need a less distracting environment to stay focused, you may be able to find one on campus or in your community. Does a little background noise help or hinder your productivity? Some people work better when listening to background music or the low hum of conversation in a coffee shop. Others need total silence. When you work with a partner or group, do you stay on task? A study partner or group can sometimes be invaluable. However, working this way takes extra planning and effort, so be sure to use the time productively. If you find that group study sessions turn into social occasions, you may study better on your own. How do you manage stress? Accept that at certain points in the semester, you will feel stressed out. In your day-to-day routine, make time for activities that help you reduce stress, such as exercising, spending time with friends, or just scheduling downtime to relax. Learning styles. Most people have one channel that works best for them when it comes to taking in new information. Knowing yours can help you develop strategies for studying, time management, and note-taking that work especially well for you. Writing for Success 18th. To begin identifying your learning style, think about how you would go about the process of assembling a piece of furniture. Which of these options sounds most like you? You would carefully look over the diagrams in the assembly manual first, so you could picture each step in the process. You would silently read the directions through, step by step, and then look at the diagrams afterward. You would read the directions, aloud under your breath. Having someone explain the steps to you would also help. You would start putting the pieces together and figure out the process through trial and error, consulting the directions as you worked. Now read the following explanations of each option in the list above. Again, think about whether each description sounds like you. If you chose one, you may be a visual learner. You understand ideas best when they are presented in a visual format, such as a flowchart, a diagram, or text with clear headings and many photos or illustrations. If you chose two, you may be a verbal learner. You understand ideas best through reading and writing about them and taking detailed notes. If you chose three, you may be an auditory learner. You understand ideas best through listening. You learn well from spoken lectures or books on tape. If you chose four, you may be a kinesthetic learner. You learn best through doing and prefer hands-on activities. In long lectures, fidgeting may help you focus. Your learning style does not completely define you as a student. Auditory learners can comprehend a flowchart, and kinesthetic learners can sit still long enough to read a book. However, if you do have one dominant learning style, you can work with it to get the most out of your classes and study time. Table 1.3, Learning Style Strategies, lists some tips for maximizing your learning style. Table 1.3, Learning Style Strategies. 19, an author removed at the request of the original publisher. Learning Style Strategies. Visual. When possible, represent concepts visually, in charts, diagrams, or sketches. Use a visual format for taking notes on reading assignments or lectures. Use different colored highlighters or pens to color code information as you read. Use visual organizers such as maps and flowcharts to help you plan writing assignments. Use colored pens, highlighters, or the review feature of your word processing program to revise and edit writing. Verbal. Use the instructional features in course texts, summaries, chapter review questions, glossaries, and so on to aid your studying. Take notes on your reading assignments. Rewrite or condense reading notes and lecture notes to study. Summarize important ideas in your own words. Use informal writing techniques, such as brainstorming, free writing, blogging, or posting on a class discussion forum to generate ideas for writing assignments. Reread and take notes on your writing to help you revise and edit. Auditory. Ask your instructor's permission to tape record lectures to supplement your notes. Read parts of your textbook or notes aloud when you study. If possible, obtain an audiobook version of important course texts. Make use of supplemental audio materials, such as CDs or DVDs. Talk through your ideas with other students when studying or when preparing for a writing assignment. Read your writing aloud to help you draft, revise, and edit. When you read or study, use techniques that will keep your hands in motion, such as highlighting or taking notes. Use tactile study aids, such as flashcards or study guides you design yourself. Kinesthetic, use self-stick notes to record ideas for writing. These notes can be physically reorganized easily to help you determine how to shape your paper. Use a physical activity, such as running or swimming, to help you break through writing blocks. Take breaks during studying to stand, stretch, or move around. Tip: the material presented here about learning styles is just the tip of the iceberg. There are numerous other variations in how people learn. Some people like to act on information right away, while others reflect on it first. Some people excel at mastering details and understanding concrete, tried and true ideas, while others enjoy exploring abstract theories and innovative, even impractical ideas. For more information about how you learn, visit your school's academic resource center. Time management. In university or college, you have increased freedom to structure your time as you please. With that, Writing for Success 20, freedom comes increased responsibility. High school teachers often take it upon themselves to track down students who miss class or forget assignments. Your instructors now, however, expect you to take full responsibility for managing yourself and getting your work done on time. Getting started, short and long-term planning. At the beginning of the semester, establish a weekly routine for when you will study and write. A general guideline is that for every hour spent in class, you should expect to spend another 2 to 3 hours on reading, writing, and studying for tests. Therefore, if you are taking a biology course that meets 3 times a week for an hour at a time, you can expect to spend 6 to 9 hours per week on it outside of class. You will need to budget time for each class, just like an employer schedules shifts at work, and you must make that study time a priority. That may sound like a lot when taking several classes, but if you plan your time carefully, it is manageable. A typical full-time schedule of 15 credit hours translates into 30 to 45 hours per week spent on schoolwork outside of class. All in all, a full-time student would spend about as much time on school each week as an employee spends on work. Balancing school and a job can be more challenging, but still doable. In addition to setting aside regular work periods, you will need to plan ahead to handle more intense demands, such as studying for exams and writing major papers. At the beginning of the semester, go through your course syllabi and mark all major due dates and exam dates on a calendar. Use a format that you check regularly, such as your smartphone or the calendar feature in your email. In Section 1.3, Becoming a Successful Writer, you will learn strategies for planning major writing assignments so you can complete them on time. Tip: the 2 to 3 hour rule may sound intimidating. However, keep in mind that this is only a rule of thumb. Realistically, some courses will be more challenging than others, and the demands will ebb and flow throughout the semester. You may have trouble-free weeks and stressful weeks. When you schedule your classes, try to balance introductory level classes with more advanced classes so that your workload stays manageable. Crystal knew that to balance a job, classes, and a family, it was crucial for her to get organized. For the month of September, she drew up a week-by-week calendar that listed not only her own class and work schedules, but also the days her son attended preschool and the days her husband had off from work. She and her husband discussed how to share their day-to-day household responsibilities so she would be able to get her schoolwork done. Crystal also made a note to talk to her supervisor at work about reducing her hours during finals week in December. Self-practice exercise 1.3. Now that you have learned some time management basics, it is time to apply those skills. For this exercise, you will develop a weekly schedule and a semester calendar. 21. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Working with your class schedule, map out a week-long schedule of study time. Try to apply the 2 to 3 hour rule. Be sure to include any other non-negotiable responsibilities, such as a job or childcare duties. Use your course syllabi to record exam dates and due dates for major assignments in a calendar, paper, or electronic. Use a star, highlighting, or other special marking to set off any days or weeks that look especially demanding. Staying consistent, time management do's and do nots. Setting up a schedule is easy. Sticking with it, however, may be challenging. A schedule that looked great on paper may prove to be unrealistic. Sometimes, despite students' best intentions, they end up procrastinating or pulling all-nighters to finish a paper or study for an exam. Keep in mind, however, that your weekly schedule and semester calendar are time management tools. Like any tool, their effectiveness depends on the user, you. If you leave a tool sitting in the box unused, for example, you set up your schedule and then forget about it, it will not help you complete the task. And if, for some reason, a particular tool or strategy is not getting the job done, you need to figure out why and maybe try using something else. With that in mind, read the list of time management do's and don'ts. Keep this list handy as a reference you can use throughout the semester to troubleshoot if you feel like your schoolwork is getting off track. Do set aside time to review your schedule and calendar regularly and update or adjust them as needed. Do be realistic when you schedule study time. Do not plan to write your paper on Friday night when everyone else is out socializing. When Friday comes, you might end up abandoning your plans and hanging out with your friends instead. Do be honest with yourself about where your time goes. Do not fritter away your study time on distractions like email and social networking sites. Do accept that occasionally your work may get a little off track. No one is perfect. Do accept that sometimes you may not have time for all the fun things you would like to do. Do recognize times when you feel overextended. Sometimes you may just need to get through an especially demanding week. However, if you feel exhausted and overworked all the time, you may need to scale back on some of your commitments. Do make a plan for handling high-stress periods, such as final exam week. Try to reduce your other commitments during those periods, for instance, by scheduling time off from your job. Build in some time for relaxing activities too. Do not procrastinate on challenging assignments. Instead, break them into smaller, manageable tasks that can be accomplished one at a time. Do not fall into the trap of all or nothing thinking. For example, there is no way I can fit in a 3-hour study session today, so I will just wait until the weekend. Extended periods of free time are hard to come by, so find ways to use small blocks of time productively. For instance, if you have a free half-hour between classes, use it to preview a chapter or brainstorm ideas for an essay. Writing for Success 22. Do not let things slide and then promise yourself, I will do better next week. When next week comes, the accumulated undone tasks will seem even more intimidating, and you will find it harder to get them done. Do not rely on caffeine and sugar to compensate for lack of sleep. These stimulants may temporarily perk you up, but your brain functions best when you are rested. Self-practice exercise 1.4. The key to managing your time effectively is consistency. Completing the following tasks will help you stay on track throughout the semester. Establish regular times to check in with yourself to identify and prioritize tasks and plan how to accomplish them. Many people find it is best to set aside a few minutes for this each day and to take some time to plan at the beginning of each week. For the next 2 weeks, focus on consistently using whatever time management system you have set up. Check in with yourself daily and weekly, stick to your schedule, and take note of anything that interferes. At the end of the 2 weeks, review your schedule and determine whether you need to adjust it. Review the list of do's and don'ts. Identify at least 2 habits from the DOS list that you could use to improve your time management skills. Identify the habit from the don'ts list that you are most likely to slip into as the semester gets busier. What could you do to combat this habit? Writing at work. If you are part of the workforce, you have probably established strategies for accomplishing job-related tasks efficiently. How could you adapt these strategies to help you be a successful student? For instance, you might sync your school and work schedules on an electronic calendar. Instead of checking in with your boss about upcoming work deadlines, establish a buddy system where you check in with a friend about school projects. Give school the same priority you give to work. Note-taking methods. One final valuable tool to have in your arsenal as a student is a good note-taking system. Just the act of converting a spoken lecture to notes helps you organize and retain information. And of course, good notes also help you review important concepts later. Although taking good notes is an essential study skill, many students have never received guidance on note-taking. Marking, note-making, or note-taking is a matter of personal preference in terms of style. The most important thing is to do something. Again, we stress that reading is like a dialogue with an author. The author wrote this material. Pretend you are actually talking to the author. Do not let an idea pass without noting it. Do not let an ambiguity go by without questioning it. 23. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Do not let a term slip away if context does not help you understand it. Look it up. Engage and you will both understand and remember. Tip: put small checks in pencil where you would normally underline. When you finish a section, look back and see what you really need to mark. If you check over 50% of the page, you probably are marking to go back and learn later versus thinking about what is really important to learn now. Use consistent symbols to visually help you identify what is happening on the page. Uncircle central themes, or write at the beginning of the section if it is not directly stated. Bracket main points, underline keywords or phrases for significant details. Put numbers 1, 2, 3 for items listed. Put square brackets or highlights for key terms when the definition follows. Use stars, question marks, or diagrams in the margins to show relevance. Use keyword outlines in the margins for highlighting. Write quotes, questions in the margin that test your memory of what is written right there. And use blank spaces indicating the number of ideas to be remembered, forcing you to test yourself versus just rereading. The following sections discuss different strategies you can use to take notes efficiently. No matter which system you choose, keep these general note-taking guidelines in mind. General note-taking guidelines. Before class, quickly review your notes from the previous class and the assigned reading. Fixing key terms and concepts in your mind will help you stay focused and pick out the important points during the lecture. Come prepared with paper, pens, highlighters, textbooks, and any important handouts. Come to class with a positive attitude and a readiness to learn. During class, make a point of concentrating. Ask questions if you need to. Be an active participant. During class, capture important ideas as concisely as you can. Use words or phrases instead of full sentences and abbreviate when possible. Visually organize your notes into main topics, subtopics, and supporting points, and show the relationships between ideas. Leave space if necessary so you can add more details under important topics or subtopics. Record the following ideas that the instructor repeats frequently or points out as key ideas. Ideas the instructor lists on a whiteboard or transparency, details, facts, explanations, and lists that develop main points. Review your notes regularly throughout the semester, not just before exams. Writing for Success 24. Organizing ideas in your notes. A good note-taking system needs to help you differentiate among major points, related subtopics, and supporting details. It visually represents the connections between ideas. Finally, to be effective, your note-taking system must allow you to record and organize information fairly quickly. Although some students like to create detailed, formal outlines or concept maps when they read, these may not be good strategies for class notes because spoken lectures may not allow time to create them. Instead, focus on recording content simply and quickly to create organized, legible notes. Try one of the following techniques. Modified outline format. A modified outline format uses indented spacing to show the hierarchy of ideas without including Roman numerals, lettering, and so forth. Just use a dash or bullet to signify each new point unless your instructor specifically presents a numbered list of items. The first example shows Crystal's notes from a developmental psychology class about an important theorist in this field. Notice how the line for the main topic is all the way to the left. Subtopics are indented, and supporting details are indented one level further. Crystal also used abbreviations for terms like development and example, image, mind mapping, clustering. If you are a visual learner, you may prefer to use a more graphic format for notes, such as a mind map. The next example shows how Crystal's lecture notes could be set up differently. Although the format is different, the content and organization are the same. 25. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Charting. If the content of a lecture falls into a predictable, well-organized pattern, you might choose to use a chart or table to record your notes. This system works best when you already know, either before class or at the beginning of class, which categories you should include. The next figure shows how this system might be used. Writing for Success 26. The Cornell note-taking system. In addition to the general techniques already described, you might find it useful to practice a specific strategy known as the Cornell note-taking system. This popular format makes it easy not only to organize information clearly, but also to note key terms and summarize content. To use the Cornell system, begin by setting up the page with these components: the course name and lecture date at the top of the page, a narrow column about 2 inches at the left side of the page, a wide column about 5 to 6 inches on the right side of the page, a space of a few lines marked off at the bottom of the page. During the lecture, you record notes in the wide column. You can do so using the traditional modified outline format or a more visual format if you prefer. Then, as soon as possible after the lecture, review your notes and identify key terms. Jot these down in the narrow left-hand column. You can use this column as a study aid by covering the notes on the right-hand side, reviewing the key terms, and trying to recall as much as you can about them so that you can mentally restate the main points of the lecture. Uncover the notes on the right to check your understanding. Finally, use the space at the bottom of the page to summarize each page of notes in a few sentences. The next figure shows what Crystal's notes would look like using the Cornell system. 27. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Writing at work. Often, at school or in the workplace, a speaker will provide you with pre-generated notes summarizing electronic presentation slides. You may be tempted not to take notes at all because much of the content is already summarized for you. However, it is a good idea to jot down at least a few notes. Doing so keeps you focused during the presentation, allows you to record details you might otherwise forget, and gives you the opportunity to jot down questions or reflections to personalize the content. Self-practice exercise 1.5. Over the next few weeks, establish a note-taking system that works for you. If you are not already doing so, try using one of the aforementioned techniques. Remember that the Cornell system can be combined with other note-taking formats. It can take some trial and error to find a note-taking system that works for you. If you find that you are struggling to keep up with lectures, consider whether you need to switch to a different format or be more careful about distinguishing key concepts from unimportant details. Writing for Success 28. If you find that you are having trouble taking notes effectively, set up an appointment with your school's academic resource center. Key takeaways. Understanding your individual learning style and preferences can help you identify the study and time management strategies that will work best for you. To manage your time effectively, it is important to look both at the short-term daily and weekly schedules and the long-term major semester deadlines. To manage your time effectively, be consistent about maintaining your schedule. If your schedule is not working for you, make adjustments. 1.3. Becoming a successful writer. Learning objectives. Identify strategies for successful writing, demonstrate comprehensive writing skills, identify writing strategies for use in future classes. In the preceding sections, you learned what you can expect from your courses and identified strategies you can use to manage your work and to succeed. This section covers more about how to handle the demands placed on you as a writer at the post-secondary world. The general techniques you will learn will help ensure your success on any writing task, whether you complete an exam in an hour or an in-depth research project over several weeks. Putting it all together, strategies for success. Writing well is difficult. Even people who write for a living sometimes struggle to get their thoughts on the page. Even people who generally enjoy writing have days when they would rather be doing anything else. For people who do not like writing or do not think of themselves as good writers, writing assignments can be stressful or even intimidating. And of course, you cannot get through post-secondary courses without having to write, sometimes a lot, and often at a higher level than you are used to. No magic formula will make writing quick and easy. However, you can use strategies and resources to manage writing assignments more easily. This section presents a broad overview of these strategies and resources. The remaining chapters of this book provide more detailed, comprehensive instruction to help you succeed at a variety of assignments. 29. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Using the writing process. To complete a writing project successfully, good writers use some variation of the following process. The writing process. Pre-writing. The writer generates ideas to write about and begins developing these ideas, outlining a structure of ideas. The writer determines the overall organizational structure of the writing and creates an outline to organize ideas. Usually this step involves some additional fleshing out of the ideas generated in the first step. Writing a rough draft. The writer uses the work completed in pre-writing to develop a first draft. The draft covers the ideas the writer brainstormed and follows the organizational plan that was laid out in the first step. Revising. The writer revisits the draft to review and, if necessary, reshape its content. This stage involves moderate and sometimes major changes, adding or deleting a paragraph, phrasing the main point differently, expanding on an important idea, reorganizing content, and so forth. Editing. The writer reviews the draft to make additional changes. Editing involves making changes to improve style and adherence to standard writing conventions. For instance, replacing a vague word with a more precise one, or fixing errors in grammar and spelling. Once the stage is complete, the work is a finished piece and ready to share with others. Chances are you have already used this process as a writer. You may also have used it for other types of creative projects, such as developing a sketch into a finished painting or composing a song. The steps listed above apply broadly to any project that involves creative thinking. You come up with ideas often vague at first. You work to give them some structure. You make a first attempt. You figure out what needs improving, and then you refine it until you are satisfied. Most people have used this creative process in one way or another, but many people have misconceptions about how to use it to write. Here are a few of the most common misconceptions students have about the writing process. I do not have to waste time on pre-writing if I understand the assignment. Even if the task is straightforward and you feel ready to start writing, take some time to develop ideas before you plunge into your draft. Free writing. Writing about the topic without stopping for a set period of time is one pre-writing technique you might try in that situation. It is important to complete a formal, numbered outline for every writing assignment. For some assignments, such as lengthy research papers, proceeding without a formal outline can be very difficult. However, for other assignments, a structured set of notes or a detailed graphic organizer may suffice. The important thing is to have a solid plan for organizing ideas and details. My draft will be better if I write it when I am feeling inspired. By all means, take advantage of those moments of inspiration. However, understand that sometimes you will have to write when you are not in the mood. Sit down and start your draft even if you do not feel like it. If necessary, force yourself to write for just 1 hour. By the end of the hour, you may be far more engaged and motivated to continue. If not, at least you will have accomplished part of the task. My instructor will tell me everything I need to revise if your instructor chooses to review drafts. The feedback can help you improve. However, it is still your job, not your instructor's, to transform the draft to a final, polished piece. That task will be much easier if you give your best effort to the draft before submitting it. During revision, do not just go through and implement your instructor's corrections. Take time to determine what you can change to make the work the best it can be. Writing for Success 30. I am a good writer, so I do not need to revise or edit. Even talented writers still need to revise and edit their work. At the very least, doing so will help you catch an embarrassing typo or two. Revising and editing are the steps that make good writers into great writers. Tip: the writing process also applies to timed writing tasks, such as essay exams. Before you begin writing, read the question thoroughly and think about the main points to include in your response. Use scrap paper to sketch out a very brief outline. Keep an eye on the clock as you write your response so you will have time to review it and make any needed changes before turning in your exam. Managing your time. In Section 1.2, Developing Study Skills, you learn general time management skills. By combining those skills with what you have learned about the writing process, you can make any writing assignment easier to manage. When your instructor gives you a writing assignment, write the due date on your calendar. Then work backward from the due date to set aside blocks of time when you will work on the assignment. Always plan at least 2 sessions of writing time per assignment so that you are not trying to move from step 1 to step 5 in one evening. Trying to work that fast is stressful and it does not yield great results. You will plan better, think better, and write better if you space out the steps. Ideally, you should set aside at least 3 separate blocks of time to work on a writing assignment. 1 for pre-writing and outlining, 1 for drafting, and 1 for revising and editing. Sometimes those steps may be compressed into just a few days. If you have a couple of weeks to work on a paper, space out the 5 steps over multiple sessions. Long-term projects, such as research papers, require more time for each step. Tip: in certain situations, you may not be able to allow time between the different steps of the writing process. For instance, you may be asked to write in class or complete a brief response paper overnight. If the time available is very limited, apply a modified version of the writing process, as you would do for an essay exam. It is still important to give the assignment thought and effort. However, these types of assignments are less formal, and instructors may not expect them to be as polished as formal papers. When in doubt, ask the instructor about expectations, resources that will be available during the writing exam, and if he or she has any tips to prepare you to effectively demonstrate your writing skills. Each Monday in Crystal's Foundations of Education class, the instructor distributed copies of a current news article on education and assigned students to write a 1.5 to 2-page response that was due the following Monday. Together, these weekly assignments counted for 20% of the course grade. Although each response took just a few hours to complete, Crystal found that she learned more from the reading and got better grades on her writing if she spread the work out in the following way. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Self-practice exercise 1.6. In this exercise, make connections between short and long-term goals. Review the long and short-term goals you set for yourself for the discussion at the beginning of the module. Brainstorm a list of stepping stones that will help you meet that goal, such as doing well on my midterm and final exams, or talking to Professor Gibson about doing an internship. Write down everything you can think of that would help you meet that semester goal. Identify one action from step 3 that you can do today. Then do it, using available resources. One reason students sometimes find post-secondary courses overwhelming is that they do not know about or are reluctant to use the resources available to them. There is help available. Your student fees help pay for resources that can help in many ways, such as a health center or tutoring service. If you need help, consider asking for help from any of the following: your instructor. If you are making an honest effort but still struggling with a particular course, set a time to meet with your instructor and discuss what you can do to improve. He or she may be able to shed light on a confusing concept or give you strategies to catch up. Your academic counselor. Many institutions assign students an academic counselor who can help you choose courses and ensure that you fulfill degree and major requirements. The Academic Resource Center. These centers offer a variety of services, which may range from general coaching and study skills to tutoring for specific courses. Find out what is offered at your school and use the services that you need. The Writing Center. These centers employ tutors to help you manage your writing assignments. They will not write or edit your paper for you, but they can help you through the stages of the writing process. In some schools, the Writing Center is part of the Academic Resource Center. The Career Resource Center. Visit the Career Resource Center for guidance in choosing a career path, developing a resume, and finding and applying for jobs. Counseling services. Many schools offer psychological counseling for free or for a low fee. Use these services if you need help coping with a difficult personal situation or managing depression, anxiety, or other problems. Students sometimes neglect to use available resources due to limited time, unwillingness to admit there is a problem, or embarrassment about needing to ask for help. Unfortunately, ignoring a problem, Writing for Success 32, usually makes it harder to cope with later on. Waiting until the end of the semester may also mean fewer resources are available since many other students are also seeking last-minute help. Self-practice exercise 1.7. Identify at least one resource you think could be helpful to you and that you would like to investigate further. Schedule a time to visit this resource within the next week or two so you can use it throughout the semester. Summary. You now have a solid foundation of skills and strategies you can use to succeed in university or college. The remainder of this book will provide you with guidance on specific aspects of writing, ranging from grammar and style conventions to how to write a research paper. For any writing assignment, use these strategies. Plan ahead. Divide the work into smaller, manageable tasks and set aside time to accomplish each task in turn. Make sure you understand the assignment requirements. If necessary, clarify the requirements with your instructor. Think carefully about the purpose of the writing, the intended audience, the topics you will need to address, and any specific requirements of the writing form. Complete each step of the writing process. With practice, using this process will come automatically to you. Use the resources available to you. Remember that most schools have specific services to help students with their writing. Key takeaways. Following the steps of the writing process helps students complete any writing assignment more successfully. To manage writing assignments, it is best to work backward from the due date, allotting appropriate time to complete each step of the writing process. Setting concrete long and short-term goals helps students stay focused and motivated. A variety of resources are available to help students with writing and with other aspects of post-secondary life. Chapter 2. Working with words. Which word is right? 2.1 Commonly confused words. Learning objectives. Identify commonly confused words. Use strategies to avoid commonly confused words. Just as a mason uses bricks to build sturdy homes, writers use words to build successful documents. Consider the construction of a building. Builders need to use tough, reliable materials to build a solid and structurally sound skyscraper. From the foundation to the roof and every floor in between, every part is necessary. Writers need to use strong, meaningful words from the first sentence to the last, and in every sentence in between. You already know many words that you use every day as part of your writing and speaking vocabulary. You probably also know that certain words fit better in certain situations. Letters, emails, and even quickly jotted grocery lists require the proper selection of vocabulary. Imagine you are writing a grocery list to purchase the ingredients for a recipe but accidentally write down cilantro when the recipe calls for parsley. Even though cilantro and parsley look remarkably alike, each produces a very different effect in food. This seemingly small error could radically alter the flavor of your dish. Having a solid everyday vocabulary will help you while writing, but learning new words and avoiding common word errors will make a real impression on your readers. Experienced writers know that deliberate, careful word selection and usage can lead to more polished, more meaningful work. This chapter covers word choice and vocabulary building strategies that will improve your writing. Commonly confused words. Some words in English cause trouble for speakers and writers because they share a similar pronunciation, meaning, or spelling with another word. These words are called commonly confused words. For example, read aloud the following sentences containing the commonly confused words new and new. I liked her new sweater. I knew she would wear that sweater today. These words may sound alike when spoken, but they carry entirely different usages and meanings. New is an adjective that describes the sweater, Anew is the past tense of the verb to know. To read more about adjectives, verbs, and other parts of speech, see section 3.1, sentence writing. 33. Writing for success. 34. Recognizing commonly confused words. New and new are just two of the words that can be confusing because of their similarities. Familiarize yourself with the following list of commonly confused words. Recognizing these words in your own writing and in other pieces of writing can help you choose the correct word to avoid confusing the reader and ultimately being incorrect in your writing. Commonly confused words. An article. Used before a word that begins with a consonant. A key, a mouse, a screen. An article used before a word that begins with a vowel. An airplane, an ocean, an igloo. And conjunction. Connects two or more words together. Peanut butter and jelly, pen and pencil, jump and shout. Accept verb. Means to take or agree to something offered. They accepted our proposal for the conference. Accept conjunction. Means only or but. We could fly there except the tickets cost too much. Affect verb. Means to create a change. Hurricane winds affect the amount of rainfall. Affect noun. Means an outcome or result. The heavy rains will have an effect on the crop growth. Are verb. A conjugated form of the verb to be. My cousins are all tall and blonde. Our pronoun indicates possession, usually follows the pronoun we. We will bring our cameras to take pictures. By preposition means next to. My glasses are by the bed. By verb means to purchase. I will buy new glasses after the doctor's appointment. It's pronoun, a form of it that shows possession. The butterfly flapped its wings. Its contraction joins the words it and is. It's the most beautiful butterfly I have ever seen. No verb means to understand or possess knowledge. I know the male peacock sports the brilliant feathers. No, used to make a negative. I have no time to visit the zoo this weekend. 35. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Loose, adjective. Describes something that is not tight or is detached. Without a belt, her pants are loose on her waist. Lose verb. Means to forget, to give up, or to fail to earn something. She will lose even more weight after finishing the marathon training. Have of preposition. Means from or about. I studied maps of the city to know where to rent a new apartment. Have verb. Means to possess something. I have many friends to help me move. Have linking verb. Used to connect verbs. I should have helped her with that heavy box. Quite, quiet, quick, quite adverb. Means really or truly. My work will require quite a lot of concentration. Quiet adjective. Means not loud. I need a quiet room to complete the assignments. Quit verb. Means to stop or to end. I will quit when I am hungry for dinner. Right adjective. Means proper or correct. When bowling, she practices the right form. Right adjective. Also means the opposite of left. The ball curved to the right and hit the last pin. Right verb. Means to communicate on paper. After the team members bowl, I will write down their scores. Set verb. Means to put an item down. She set the mug on the saucer. Set noun. Means a group of similar objects. All the mugs and saucers belonged in a set. Sit verb. Means to lower oneself down on a chair or another place. I'll sit on the sofa while she brews the tea. Suppose verb. Means to think or to consider. I suppose I will bake the bread because no one else has the recipe. Suppose verb. Means to suggest. Suppose we all split the cost of the dinner. Supposed verb. The past tense form of the verb suppose, meaning required or allowed. She was supposed to create the menu. Then conjunction. Used to connect two or more items when comparing. Registered nurses require less schooling than doctors. Writing for success. 36. Then adverb. Means next or at a specific time. Doctors first complete medical school and then obtain a residency. Their pronoun. A form of they that shows possession. The dog walker feeds their dogs every day at 2:00. Their contraction joins the words they and are. They're the sweetest dogs in the neighborhood. Their pronoun indicates the presence of something. There are more treats if the dogs behave. To preposition indicates movement. Let's go to the circus. To. A word that completes an infinitive verb. To play, to ride, to watch. To. The number after one, it describes how many. 2 clowns squirted the elephants with water. To adverb means also or very. The tents were too loud and we left. Use, used, use verb means to apply for some purpose. We use a weed whacker to trim the hedges. Used, the past tense form of the verb to use. He used the lawnmower last night before it rained. Used to indicates something done in the past but not in the present. He used to hire a team to landscape, but now he landscapes alone. Whose contraction joins the words who and either is or has. Who's the new student? Who's met him? Whose pronoun, a form of who that shows possession. Whose schedule allows them to take the new student on a campus tour. Your pronoun, a form of you that shows possession. Your book bag is unzipped. Your contraction joins the words you and are. You're the girl with the unzipped book bag. The English language contains so many words, no one can say for certain how many words exist. In fact, many words in English are borrowed from other languages. Many words have multiple meanings and forms, further expanding the immeasurable number of English words. Although the list of commonly confused words serves as a helpful guide, even these words may have more meanings than shown here. When in doubt, consult an expert, the dictionary. 37. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Self-practice exercise 2.1. Complete the following sentences by selecting the correct word. My little cousin turns into 2 years old tomorrow. The next-door neighbor's dog is quite quit loud. He barks constantly throughout the night. And your mother called this morning to talk about the party. I would rather eat a slice of chocolate cake than eat a chocolate muffin. Before the meeting, he drank a cup of coffee and then brushed his teeth. Do you have any loose change to pay the parking meter? Father must have left his briefcase at the office. Before playing ice hockey, I was supposed to read the contract, but I only skimmed it and signed my name quickly, which may affect my understanding of the rules. Tonight, she will sit down and write a cover letter to accompany her resume and job application. It must be fall, because the leaves in are changing, and it's getting darker earlier. Strategies to avoid commonly confused words. When writing, you need to choose the correct word according to its spelling and meaning in the context. Not only does selecting the correct word improve your vocabulary in your writing, but it also makes a good impression on your readers. It also helps reduce confusion and improve clarity. The following strategies can help you avoid misusing confusing words. Use a dictionary. Keep a dictionary at your desk while you write. Look up words when you are uncertain of their meanings or spellings. Many dictionaries are also available online, and the internet's easy access will not slow you down. Check out your cell phone or smartphone to see if a dictionary app is available. Keep a list of words you commonly confuse. Be aware of the words that often confuse you. When you notice a pattern of confusing words, keep a list nearby and consult the list as you write. Check the list again before you submit an assignment to your instructor. Study the list of commonly confused words. You may not yet know which words confuse you, but before you sit down to write, study the words on the list. Prepare your mind for working with words by reviewing the commonly confused words identified in this chapter. Writing for Success 38. Tip: commonly confused words appear in many locations, not just at work or at school. Be on the lookout for misused words wherever you find yourself throughout the day. Make a mental note of the error and remember its correction for your own pieces of writing. Writing at work. All employers value effective communication. From an application to an interview to the first month on the job, employers pay attention to your vocabulary. You do not need a large vocabulary to succeed, but you do need to be able to express yourself clearly and avoid commonly misused words. When giving an important presentation on the effect of inflation on profit margins, you must know the difference between effect and affect and choose the correct word. When writing an email to confirm deliveries, you must know if the shipment will arrive in today's 2 days or 2 days. Confusion may arise if you choose the wrong word. Consistently using the proper words will improve your communication and make a positive impression on your boss and colleagues. Self-practice exercise 2.2. The following paragraph contains 11 errors. Find each misused word and correct it by adding the proper word. The original United States Declaration of Independence sets in a case at the Rotunda for the Charters of 39. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Freedom as part of the National Archives in Washington, D.C. Since 1952, over 1 million visitors each year have passed through the Rotunda to snap a photograph to capture their experience. Although signs state no flash photography, forgetful tourists leave the flash on, and a bright light flickers for just a millisecond. This millisecond of light may not seem like enough to affect the precious document, but suppose how much light could be generated when all those milliseconds are added up. According to the National Archives administrators, it's enough to significantly damage the historic document. So, now, the signs display quite a different message: no photography. Visitors continue to travel to see the declaration that began our country, but no longer can personal pictures serve as mementos. The administrators' compromise, they say, is a visit to the gift shop for a pre-printed photograph. Collaboration. Please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Key takeaways. In order to write accurately, it is important for writers to be aware of commonly confused words. Although commonly confused words may look alike or sound alike, their meanings are very different. Consulting the dictionary is one way to make sure you are using the correct word in your writing. You may also keep a list of commonly confused words nearby when you write, or study the chart in this section. Choosing the proper words leaves a positive impression on your readers. Writing application. Review the latest assignment you completed for school or for work. Does it contain any commonly confused words? Circle each example and use the circled words to begin your own checklist of commonly confused words. Continue to add to your checklist each time you complete an assignment and find a misused word. 2.2 Spelling. Learning objectives. Identify common spelling rules, identify commonly misused homonyms, identify commonly misspelled words. One essential aspect of good writing is accurate spelling. With computer spell checkers at your disposal, spelling may seem simple, but these programs fail to catch every error. Spell checkers identify. Writing for Success 40. Some errors, but writers still have to consider the flagged words and suggested replacements. Writers are still responsible for the errors that remain. For example, if the spell checker highlights a word that is misspelled and gives you a list of alternative words, you may choose a word that you never intended, even though it is spelled correctly. This can change the meaning of your sentence. It can also confuse readers, making them lose interest. Computer spell checkers are useful editing tools, but they can never replace human knowledge of spelling rules, homonyms, and commonly misspelled words, common spelling rules. The best way to master new words is to understand the key spelling rules. Keep in mind, however, that some spelling rules carry exceptions. A spell checker may catch these exceptions, but knowing them yourself will prepare you to spell accurately on the first try. You may want to try memorizing each rule and its exception, like you would memorize a rhyme or lyrics to a song. Achieve, niece, alien, receive, deceive. When words end in a consonant plus E, drop the Y and add an I before adding another ending. Happy plus ER equal to happy or cry plus ED equal to cried. When words end in a vowel plus E, keep the Y and add the ending. Delay plus ED equal to delayed. Memorize the following exceptions to this rule. Day, lay, say. Pay equal to daily. Laid, said, paid. When adding an ending that begins with a vowel such as able, ends, ing, or iddy, drop the last E in a word. Write plus ing equal to writing. Pure plus iddy equal to purity. When adding an ending that begins with a consonant such as less, meant, or lie, keep the last E in a word. Hope plus less equal to hopeless. Advertise plus meant equal to advertisement for. Many words ending in a consonant and ano, add s when using the plural form. Photo plus s equal to photo. Soprano plus s equal to sopranos. Add esta words that end ins, shent, x. Church plus es equal to churches. Fax plus es equal to faxes. Self-practice exercise 2.3. Identify and correct the 9 misspelled words in the following paragraph. Sherman J. Alexie Jr. was born in October 1966. He is a Spokane Coeur d'Alene Indian and an American writer-poet and filmmaker. Alexei was born with hydrocephalus, or water on the brain. This condition led doctors to predict that he would likely suffer long-term brain damage and possibly mental retardation. Although Alexei survived with no mental disabilities, he did suffer other serious side effects from his condition that plagued him throughout his childhood. Amazingly, Alexei learned to read by the age of 3. 41, an author removed at the request of the original publisher, and by age 5 he had read novels such as John Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath. Raised on an Indian reservation, Alexei often felt alienated from his peers due to his avid love for reading and also from the long-term effects of his illness, which often kept him from socializing with his peers on the reservation. The reading skills he displayed at such a young age foreshadowed what he would later become. Today, Alexei is a prolific and successful writer with several story anthologies to his credit, notably The Lone Ranger and Tonto Fistfight in Heaven and The Toughest Indian in the World. Most of his fiction is about contemporary Native Americans who are influenced by pop culture and powwows and everything in between. His work is sometimes funny but always thoughtful and full of richness and depth. Alexei also writes poetry, novels, and screenplays. His latest collection of stories is called War Dances, which came out in 2009. Collaboration: please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Tip: use these 8 tips to improve your spelling skills. Read the words in your assignment carefully and avoid skimming over the page. Focusing on your written assignment word by word will help you pay close attention to each word's spelling. Skimming quickly, you may overlook misspelled words. Use mnemonic devices to remember the correct spelling of words. Mnemonic devices, or memory techniques and learning aids, include inventive sayings or practices that help you remember. For example, the saying "it is important to be a beautiful person inside and out" may help you remember that beautiful begins with the practice of pronouncing the word Wednesday. Wednesday may help you remember how to spell the word correctly. Use a dictionary. Many professional writers rely on the dictionary, either in print or online. If you find it difficult to use a regular dictionary, ask your instructor to help you find a poor speller's dictionary. Use your computer's spell checker. The spell checker will not solve all your spelling problems, but it is a useful tool. See the introduction to this section for cautions about spell checkers. Keep a list of frequently misspelled words. You will often misspell the same words again and again, but do not let this discourage you. All writers struggle with the spellings of certain words. They become aware of their spelling weaknesses and work to improve. Be aware of which words you commonly misspell, and you can add them to a list to learn to spell them correctly. Look over corrected papers for misspelled words. Add these words to your list and practice writing each word 4 to 5 times. Writing teachers will especially notice which words you frequently misspell, and it will help you excel in your classes if they see your spelling improve. Test yourself with flashcards. Sometimes the old-fashioned methods are best, and for spelling, this tried-and-true technique has worked for many students. You can work with a peer or alone. Review the common spelling rules explained in this chapter. Take the necessary time to master the material. You may return to the rules in this chapter again and again, as needed. Tip: remember to focus on spelling during the editing and revising step of the writing process. Start with the Writing for Success 42. Big ideas such as organizing your piece of writing and developing effective paragraphs, and then work your way down toward the smaller, but equally important, details like spelling and punctuation. Homonyms. Homonyms are words that sound like one another but have different meanings. Commonly misused homonyms. Lead, noun, a type of metal used in pipes and batteries. The lead pipes in my homes are old and need to be replaced. Lead, verb, the past tense of the verb lead. After the garden, she led the patrons through the museum. Lesson, verb, to reduce in number, size, or degree. My dentist gave me medicine to lessen the pain of my aching tooth. Lesson, noun, a reading or exercise to be studied by a student. Today's lesson was about mortgage interest rates. Past verb, to go away or move. He passed the slower cars on the road using the left lane. Past noun, having existed or taken place in a period before the present. The argument happened in the past, so there is no use in dwelling on it. Patience, 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 noun. The capacity of being patient, waiting for a period of time or enduring pains and trials calmly. The novice teacher's patience with the unruly class was astounding. Patients, plural, noun. Individuals under medical care. The patients were tired of eating the hospital food, and they could not wait for a home-cooked meal. Peace, 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 noun. A state of tranquility or quiet. For once there was peace between the argumentative brothers. Peace, noun. A part of a whole. I would like a large piece of cake, thank you. Principle, 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 noun. A fundamental concept that is accepted as true. The principle of human equality is an important foundation for all nations. Principal, noun. The original amount of debt on which interest is calculated. The payment plan allows me to pay back only the principal amount, not any compounded interest. Principal, noun. A person who is the main authority of a school. The principal held a conference for both parents and teachers. Sees, verb. To perceive with the eye. He sees a whale through his binoculars. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Seas, plural, noun. The plural of sea, a great body of salt water. The tidal fluctuation of the oceans and seas are influenced by the moon. Seize, verb. To possess or take by force. The king plans to seize all the peasants' land. Through, verb. The past tense of throw. She threw the football with perfect form, through preposition. A word that indicates movement. She walked through the door and out of his life. Where, adverb. The place in which something happens. Where is the restaurant? Where, verb. To carry or have on the body. I will wear my hiking shoes when go on a climb tomorrow morning. Wear, noun. Articles of merchandise or manufacture, usually wares. When I return from shopping, I will show you my wares. Which pronoun. Replaces one out of a group. Which apartment is yours? Which, noun. A person who practices sorcery or who has supernatural powers. She thinks she is a witch, but she does not seem to have any powers. Self-practice exercise 2.4. Complete the following sentences by selecting the correct homonym. Do you agree with the underlying principle that ensures copyrights are protected in the digital age? I like to wear unique clothing from thrift stores that do not have company logos on them. Marjorie felt like she was being led on a wild goose chase, and she did not like it one bit. Serena described Ian which house was hers, but now that I am here, they all look the same. Seeing his friend without a lunch, Miguel gave her a piece of his apple. Do you think that it is healthy for mother to talk about the past all the time? Eating healthier foods will lessen the risk of heart disease. Daniela sees possibilities in the bleakest situations, and that it is why she is successful. Everyone goes through hardships in life regardless of who they are. Collaboration. Please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Commonly misspelled words. Table 2.1, Commonly Misspelled Words, provides a list of commonly misspelled words. You probably use these words every day in either speaking or writing. Each word has a segment in bold type that indicates the problem area of the word that is often spelled incorrectly. Refer to this list as needed before, during, and after you write. Writing for Success 44. Tip. Use these two techniques to help you master these troublesome words. Copy each word a few times and underline the problem area. Copy the words onto flashcards and have a friend test you. Table 2.1, Commonly Misspelled Words. Across career. Address. Conscience crowded. Answer argument definite. Athlete. Describe. Beginning desperate. Behavior calendar. Different disappoint. Disapprove, eighth embarrass, environment, exaggerate, familiar, finally, government grammar, interfere, nervous, possible. Height, jewelry, occasion, prefer. Illegal, judgment, opinion. Prejudice, immediate knowledge, optimist. Privilege, important, maintain, particular, probably. Integration, mathematics, meant, perform. Psychology, pursue, reference. Intelligent, interest. Necessary, personnel, possess. Rhythm, ridiculous, separate, speech, similar, since, strength, success, surprised, hot, temperature, thorough, thought, tired, until, wait, written, writing. Self-practice exercise 2.5. Identify and correct the 10 commonly misspelled words in the following passage. Brooklyn is one of the 5 boroughs that make up New York City. It is located on the eastern shore of Long Island, directly across the East River from the island of Manhattan. Its beginnings stretch back to the 16th century when it was founded by the Dutch, who originally called it Breukelen. Immediately after the Dutch settled Brooklyn, it came under British rule. However, neither the Dutch nor the British were Brooklyn's first inhabitants. When European settlers first arrived, Brooklyn was largely inhabited by the Lenape, a collective name for several organized bands of Native American people who settled a large area of land that extended from upstate New York through the entire state of New Jersey. They are sometimes referred to as the Delaware Indians. Over time, the Lenape succumbed to European diseases or conflicts between European settlers or other Native American enemies. Finally, they were pushed out of Brooklyn completely by the British. In 1776, Brooklyn was the site of the first important battle of the American Revolution, known as the Battle of Brooklyn. The colonists lost this battle, which was led by George Washington, but over the next 2 years, they would win the war, kicking the British out of the colonies once and for all. By the end of the 19th century, Brooklyn grew to be a city in its own right. The completion of the Brooklyn Bridge was an occasion for celebration, transportation, and commerce between Brooklyn and Manhattan now became much easier. Eventually, in 1898, Brooklyn lost its separate identity as an independent city, and, 45, an author removed at the request of the original publisher, became one of 5 boroughs of New York City. However, in some people's opinion, the integration into New York City should have never happened. Though Brooklyn should have remained an independent city. Collaboration, please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Writing at work. In today's job market, writing emails has become a means by which many people find employment. Emails to prospective employers require thoughtful word choice, accurate spelling, and perfect punctuation. Employers' inboxes are inundated with countless emails daily. If even the subject line of an email contains a spelling error, it will likely be overlooked and someone else's email will take priority. The best thing to do after you proofread an email to an employer and run the spell checker is to have an additional set of eyes go over it with you. One of your teachers may be able to read the email and give you suggestions for improvement. Most colleges and universities have writing centers, which may also be able to assist you. Key takeaways. Accurate, error-free spelling enhances your credibility with the reader. Mastering the rules of spelling may help you become a better speller. Knowing the commonly misused homonyms may prevent spelling errors. Studying the list of commonly misspelled words in this chapter, or studying a list of your own, is one way to improve your spelling skills. Writing application. What is your definition of a successful person? Is it based on a person's profession or character? Perhaps success means a combination of both. In one paragraph, describe in detail what you think makes a person successful. When you are finished, proofread your work for spelling errors. Exchange papers with a partner and read each other's work. See if you catch any spelling errors that your partner missed. 2.3 Word choice. Learning objectives. Identify the reasons why using a dictionary and thesaurus is important. When writing, identify how to use proper connotations. Identify how to avoid using slang, cliches, and overly general words in your writing. Writing for success. 46. Effective writing involves making conscious word choices. When you prepare to sit down to write your first draft, you likely have already completed some free writing exercises, chosen your topic, developed your thesis statement, written an outline, and even selected your sources. When it is time to write your first draft, start to consider which words to use to best convey your ideas to the reader. Some writers are picky about word choice as they start drafting. They may practice some specific strategies, such as using a dictionary and thesaurus, using words and phrases with proper connotations, and avoiding slang, cliches, and overly general words. Once you understand these tricks of the trade, you can move ahead confidently in writing your assignment. Remember, the skill and accuracy of your word choice is a major factor in developing your writing style. Precise selection of your words will help you be more clearly understood. In both writing and speaking, Using a dictionary and thesaurus. Even professional writers need help with the meanings, spellings, pronunciations, and uses of particular words. In fact, they rely on dictionaries to help them write better. No one knows every word in the English language, and there are multiple uses and meanings, so all writers, from novices to professionals, can benefit from the use of dictionaries. Most dictionaries provide the following information: spelling, how the word and its different forms are spelled; pronunciation, how to say the word; part of speech, the function of the word; definition, the meaning of the word; synonyms, words that have similar meanings; etymology, the history of the word. Look at the following sample dictionary entry and see which of the preceding information you can identify. Myth, mythos. A word, a fable, a legend. A fable or legend embodying the convictions of a people as to their gods or other divine beings, their own beginnings and early history and the heroes connected with it. Or the origin of the world, any invented story, something or someone having no existence in fact. Myth, myth cal. Like a dictionary, a thesaurus is another indispensable writing tool. A thesaurus gives you a list of synonyms, words that have the same or close to the same meaning as another word. It also lists antonyms, words with the opposite meaning of the word. A thesaurus will help you when you are looking for the perfect word with just the right meaning to convey your ideas. It will also help you learn more words and use the ones you already know more correctly. Look at the following thesaurus entry. Precocious age, she's such a precocious little girl. Uncommonly smart, mature, advanced, smart, bright, brilliant, gifted, quick, clever, apt. Ant, slow, backward, stupid. 47, an author removed at the request of the original publisher. Using proper connotations. A denotation is the dictionary definition of a word. A connotation, on the other hand, is the emotional or cultural meaning attached to a word. The connotation of a word can be positive, negative, or neutral. Keep in mind the connotative meaning when choosing a word. Look at the examples below. Scrawny denotation, exceptionally thin and slight, or meager in body or size. Word used in a sentence: although he was a premature baby and a scrawny child, Martin has developed into a strong man. Connotation, negative. In this sentence, the word scrawny may have a negative connotation in the reader's minds. They might find it to mean a weakness or a personal flaw. However, the word fits into the sentence appropriately. Skinny denotation, lacking sufficient flesh, very thin. Word used in a sentence: skinny jeans have become very fashionable in the past couple of years. Connotation, positive, based on cultural and personal impressions of what it means to be skinny. The reader may have positive connotations of the word skinny. Lean denotation, lacking or deficient in flesh, containing little or no fat. Word used in a sentence: my brother has a lean figure, whereas I have a more muscular build. Connotation, neutral in this sentence. Lean has a neutral connotation. It does not call to mind an overly skinny person like the word scrawny, nor does imply the positive cultural impressions of the word skinny. It is merely a neutral descriptive word. Notice that all the words have a very similar denotation. However, the connotations of each word differ. Self-practice exercise 2.6. In each of the following list items, you will find words with similar denotations. Identify the word's connotations as positive, negative, or neutral by writing the word in the appropriate box. Use the table below. Curious, nosy, interested, lazy, relaxed, slow, courageous, foolhardy, assured, new, newfangled, modern mansion, shack, resident spinster, unmarried woman, career woman, giggle, laugh, cackle, boring, routine, prosaic, noted, notorious, famous, assertive, confident, pushy, writing for success 48, positive, negative, neutral, avoiding slang. Slang describes informal words that are considered non-standard English. Slang often changes with passing fads and may be used by or familiar to only a specific group of people. Most people use slang when they speak and in personal correspondence, such as emails, text messages, and instant messages. Slang is appropriate between friends in an informal context, but should be avoided in formal academic writing. Writing at work. Frequent exposure to media and popular culture has desensitized many of us to slang. In certain situations, using slang at work may not be problematic, but keep in mind that words can have a powerful effect. Slang in professional emails or during meetings may convey the wrong message or even mistakenly offend someone. Self-practice exercise 2.7. Edit the following paragraph by replacing the slang words and phrases with more formal language. Rewrite the paragraph on your own sheet of paper. I felt like such an airhead when I got up to give my speech. As I walked toward the podium, I banged my knee on a chair. Man, I felt like such a klutz. On top of that, I kept saying and I could not stop fidgeting. I was so stressed out about being up there. I feel like I've been practicing this speech 247 and I still bombed. It was 10 minutes of me going off about how we sometimes have to do things we don't enjoy doing. Wow, did I ever prove my point? My speech was so bad I'm surprised that people didn't boo. My teacher said not to sweat it though. Everyone gets nervous his or her first time speaking in public, and she said with time I would become a whiz at this speech-giving stuff. I wonder if I have the guts to do it again. Collaboration, please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Avoiding cliches. Cliches are descriptive expressions that have lost their effectiveness because they are overused. Writing that uses cliches often suffers from a lack of originality and insight. Avoiding cliches in formal writing will help you write in original and fresh ways. Cliched, whenever my brother and I get into an argument, he always says something that makes my blood boil. Plain, whenever my brother and I get into an argument, he always says something that makes me really angry. Original, whenever my brother and I get into an argument, he always says something that makes me want to go to the gym and punch the bag for a few hours. 49, an author removed at the request of the original publisher. Tip, think about all the cliche phrases that you hear in popular music or in everyday conversation. What would happen if these cliches were transformed into something unique? Self-practice exercise 2.8. On your own sheet of paper, revise the following sentences by replacing the cliches with fresh, original descriptions. She is writing a memoir in which she will air her family's dirty laundry. Fran had an axe to grind with Benny, and she planned to confront him that night at the party. Mr. Muller was at his wit's end with the rowdy class of 7th graders. The bottom line is that Greg was fired because he missed too many days of work. Sometimes it is hard to make ends meet with just one paycheck. My brain is fried from pulling an all-nighter. Maria left the dishes in the sink all week to give Jeff a taste of his own medicine. While they were at the carnival, Janice exclaimed, "Time sure does fly when you are having fun." Jeremy became tongue-tied after the interviewer asked him where he saw himself in 5 years. Avoiding overly general words. Specific words and images make your writing more interesting to read. Whenever possible, avoid overly general words in your writing. Instead, try to replace general language with particular nouns, verbs, and modifiers that convey details and that bring your words to life. Add words that provide color, texture, sound, and even smell to your writing. General, my new puppy is cute. General, my teacher told us that plagiarism is bad. Specific, my teacher, Mema Satwater, created a presentation detailing exactly how plagiarism is illegal and unethical. Self-practice exercise 2.9. Revise the following sentences by replacing the overly general words with more precise and attractive language. Write the new sentences on your own sheet of paper. Riley got into her car and drove off. I would like to travel to outer space because it would be amazing. Jane came home after a bad day at the office. I thought Milo's essay was fascinating. The dog walked up the street. The coal miners were tired after a long day. The tropical fish are pretty. I sweat a lot after running. Writing for Success 50. The goalie blocked the shot. I enjoyed my Mexican meal. Key takeaways. Using a dictionary and thesaurus as you write will improve your writing by improving your word choice. Connotations of words may be positive, neutral, or negative. Slang, cliches, and overly general words should be avoided in academic writing. Writing application. Review a piece of writing that you have completed for school. Circle any sentences with slang, cliches, or overly general words and rewrite them using stronger language. 2.4 Angle of vision. Learning objectives. Identify how different wording can change angles of vision and impact on readers. Apply techniques to demonstrate different angles of vision and create objective writing. On occasion, you will be asked to write an emotionally expressive or sensory piece, something like your journal entries. However, during your academic studies, your instructors will ask you to write essays that are fact-based and academic in tone. This means you will only be able to show your opinions by the choice of ideas you discuss and how you present your evidence. Your instructors will expect you to compose emotion-free papers, which means you have to choose your words carefully. When you write pieces full of emotion without facts, the reader is less likely to trust your argument. Imagine that you feel very strongly on an issue but do not use facts to support your argument. What if the reader disagrees with you? Since you have not provided factual supporting evidence, the reader will not be convinced of your point of view. In this section, we will explore the impact of emotional writing and the impact on the reader. We will also explore word choices and their possible connotations. To begin, look at the two passages in Self-Practice Exercise 2.10 showing different angles of vision or points of view. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Self-Practice Exercise 2.10. This exercise will show you how simple changes in word choice and a writer using a lot of personal opinion will impact the reader. Look at the two passages below, then answer the questions. Passage 1. What a glorious day. The beautiful sun is shining down on those basking, hoping to absorb its wonderful rays. The surf is playfully nudging the young children who are frolicking in the waves. A group of smiling young people laugh joyously as they plan an exciting game of volleyball. As I watch their rousing game, I enjoy the feel of the warm sand playing between my toes. I love summer at the beach. Passage 2. It is way too hot. The sun is beating down on all those foolish enough to think it is healthy to get a suntan. They will be sorry when they burn. I keep seeing unsupervised children getting knocked down by the strong waves, and their negligent parents are nowhere to be seen. Nearby, some rowdy teenagers keep laughing obnoxiously every time one in their group misses the volleyball. They are really terrible volleyball players. I would like to move from where I'm sitting, but the sand is scorching hot and will burn my feet. I wish I had stayed home. Questions. What are the differences in the physical setting that these passages are describing? Are they in different locations or happening at different times of day? Are there different people involved? What evidence beyond sensory perceptions and personal opinion do the writers provide? Which one are you more likely to agree with? Why? Is this because it matches your personal opinion of the beach or because it is combined with supporting facts? It is clear that the two authors like or appreciate conditions and experiences differently. In passage 1, the writer likes warm weather and does not mind noise. But in passage 2, the writer would probably prefer to be at home in air conditioning. Ultimately, the passage that you connect with more is probably based on how you personally feel about going to the beach. Because the passages are based solely on opinion, there is nothing in them to convince the reader that other perspectives or angles of vision are valid. This is why you need to use facts to back up your ideas when writing, and of course include citations, which are discussed in Chapter 9, Citations and Referencing. However, before we look at objective, fact-based writing, your first assignment will give you an opportunity to practice choosing your words to show differing perspectives. It will also help you to see how changing words can completely change the effect of the writing. Assignment 1. Angles of Vision 2. 5%. Choose a place where you can sit and observe for 15 to -20 minutes. Then write a focused description of the scene that will enable the reader to see what you see. You will actually have to write 2 descriptions of the same scene. One will be of the scene from a positive or favorable perspective. The other needs to convey a negative or unfavorable impression. Both descriptions must contain only factual details and must describe exactly the same scene from the same location at the same time. This means that you cannot just change the facts like making the weather. Writing for Success 52. Cloudy instead of sunny, your descriptive words need to do the work for you. Length, combined total of 300 to 400 words. You can start with either the positive or negative paragraph, but remember, you do not want to just substitute antonyms or opposite words when writing from the opposite angle. You want to step back from the scene, so to speak, and visualize how aspects of what you are experiencing or witnessing would appear to someone who did not feel the same way you do. You need to submit this assignment to your instructor for marking. 2.5%. Assignment 1 shows you that changing your wording even slightly can completely change the impact or effect. This exercise also showed you an example of subjective writing, something that is writer-centered, often based on the writer's sensory perceptions or emotions. We have also talked about how the reader's angle of vision may differ from the writer's. And since there are no facts to give the reader a solid and believable perspective, the reader could be unconvinced. Now, we will look at an objective or quantifiable, factual, scientific example of the same type of passage. Self-practice exercise 2.11. This exercise will show you how simple changes in word choice and a writer using a lot of personal opinion will impact the reader. Look at the two passages below, then answer the questions. Objective passage. On the morning of Saturday, June 10th, I decided to visit the beach. The sky was clear with no clouds visible in the sky. I arrived at the beach at about 12:30 and it was already quite warm. I had to drive with the windows open and it read 25°C on the car's temperature display. Just before getting out of the car, I remembered to grab my 30 SPF sunscreen because I got burned so badly last year and I do not want to experience that blistering again this year. In front of me, there were 5 children who were about 6 years old playing in the foot-high waves. It looked like their parents were sitting, watching them carefully from about 4 meters away, probably just in case the waves got too high and they needed to dash to their children quickly. I chose a spot 10 meters to the right away from a group of young people, maybe 16 years old, playing volleyball, close enough to watch them having fun, but far away enough to not get hit by any stray balls. These teenagers must have been playing just for fun because it seemed like someone missed every second ball and the entire group started laughing when they did. Thankfully, I wore my sandals so I could feel the warmth of the sand between my toes but protect my feet in case the sand got too hot. Questions. How is this passage different from the subjective examples in self-practice exercise 2.10? What evidence beyond sensory perceptions and personal opinion does the writer provide? Is the passage more positive or negative? Does it discuss both good and bad things? What is different about how the different perspectives are presented? In the passage above, the writer has presented both positive and negative situations, but the language she used is neutral and without judgment. The writer has linked bad past experiences and put a positive spin on them, or was able to see possible negatives, but also present solutions. She also provided enough detail, measurements, temperatures, distances, etc., to present a more complete description so the reader could visualize where everyone was situated in the scene, how hot it was, how high the waves were. 53. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Essentially, the writer presented a complete, unemotional, and objective perspective that is supported by quantifiable evidence. 2.5. Reading comprehension techniques. Learning objectives. Recognize patterns and identify keywords to differentiate between main and supporting ideas. Apply pattern identification words to reinforce understanding of main ideas. Make inferences from implied information. In the last chapter, we looked at ways to approach reading to help you understand, process, analyze, synthesize, and ultimately remember information better. In this chapter, we will take this a step further by developing your skills in how to understand the material you read by helping you to distinguish the main ideas in a passage from the more specific supporting details. One way to do this is to recognize patterns, which will help you organize your thinking in systematic ways that parallel the presentation in the source. Key terms for such patterns are main controlling ideas located in topic sentences, key details located within paragraphs. Patterns form the structure of the paragraph or section. Inferences are not usually written and must be concluded by the reader. Many people read to remember everything and do not distinguish between key concepts, key supporting details, positions relative to these concepts, and inferences that can be drawn. Creating a roadmap with these highlights helps you both to understand and to remember what you read. This section includes a few exercises to practice identifying the main and supporting ideas in passages representing the different patterns. Reading for main ideas and details. Creating or identifying main ideas is like creating a skeleton that holds all the rest of the information together, creating a body. Key facts are like muscles. The point of view and its implications are like the blood that gives life to the body. Some main ideas are directly stated, others are implied, and you must infer a statement yourself. When you read, you can identify the main idea of a paragraph, section, chapter, or book by asking yourself the following questions. What is the topic or subject matter? Who is this about? What am I supposed to understand about this? This is the idea about the topic. Are there any sentences that help clarify what I am supposed to understand about the topic? Often, the first or last sentence will state the main idea. Writing for Success 54. How do I know for sure? All the important information in the paragraph is covered by the main idea sentence. Does it help me to understand what is being said about the topic? Self-practice exercise 212. Read the 3 passages below and identify the main idea in each. With the first 2 examples, the controlling idea is directly stated. Identify the main idea in both expressed in the topic sentence. In the third passage, the main idea in the third passage is implied. Choose the statement from the list given that best represents the entire paragraph, and then explain why the other 3 statements do not work. Passage 1. Identify the main idea in this paragraph. When we think about it, is there really something that we can call the public? The population of communities is really made up of a set of publics. The needs and interests of a population are uniform on only the broadest matters, such as health and the security of the person and his or her property. Beyond those very broad areas of policy, needs and interests differ, sometimes very markedly, and sometimes in ways that cause conflict between competing interests. It is highly unlikely that diverse needs or interests of all groups or individuals can all be satisfied at the same time. Thus, industrial firms that produce hazardous wastes may need sites to dispose of such undesirable byproducts. Such firms can be thought of as one public, and it is apparent that their need will conflict with the interests of another public, the people who live near the proposed disposal site. Main idea. Passage 2. Identify the main idea in this paragraph. Marketing research is a major component or subsystem within a marketing information system. It is used in a very wide variety of marketing situations. Typically, in a marketing research study, the problem to be solved is first identified. Then a researcher decides whether to use secondary or primary sources of information. To gather primary data, the researcher may use the survey, observation, or experimental method. Normally, primary data are gathered by sampling. Then the data are analyzed and a written report is prepared. Main idea, passage 3, identify the implied main point in this paragraph. According to psychiatrist Richard Muscati, the ability to work well is one key to a balanced life. He feels both underworking and overworking are to be avoided. A second key is the ability to love, which requires a certain amount of openness. The ability to be loved is the third key to a balanced life. This is difficult for those who feel unworthy of love. The last key is the ability to play, which involves knowing how to relax. Main idea. The first key to a balanced life, according to Muscati, is the ability to work well. According to Muscati, some people having trouble receiving love. The final key to a balanced life, according to Muscati, is the ability to play. According to Muscati, there are 4 keys to a balanced life. 55, an author removed at the request of the original publisher. State why the other 3 answers are not the unstated main idea. Reasons. Here are the answers. Passage 1, main idea. The population of communities is really made up of a set of publics. Passage 2, main idea. Marketing research is a major component or subsystem within a marketing information system. Passage 3, main idea implied. According to psychiatrist Richard Muscati, the ability to work well is one key to a balanced life. Main element psychiatrist RM. 4 keys, balanced life. D is the answer. The unstated main idea is that, according to Muscati, there are 4 keys to a balanced life. A, too detailed to be the main idea. It expresses just one key. B, a detail of the third key. C, too detailed to be the main idea. It is only one of 4 keys. Examples taken from Langan J. and KG 1989, 10 Steps to Building College Reading Skills. Marlton N.J., Townsend Press. How did you do? Were you able to identify which were the more general statements from the supporting details? Most of the time, the topic sentence equal to the controlling main idea is at or near the beginning of the paragraph. but sometimes it is not. Always remember that when identifying the topic sentence, all of the other ideas in that paragraph need to be an example or detail relating to that main point. If one of the ideas does not fit, either you have chosen a statement or idea that is too specific, or the writer did not create a strong topic sentence in the paragraph. When we look at creating paragraphs and topic sentences in the next chapter, you will learn what creates a strong topic sentence, and this will help you with identifying them in the future. Reading for patterns. Depending on the writer's purpose and the information being shared, there are 4 general groupings by which information is organized: definitions, details, and illustrations, time sequences, process descriptions, experiment instructions, and simple listing, comparison and contrast, cause and effect. Writing for Success 56. Reading for key details. Some details are more important than others in explaining, supporting, or developing the main idea. Others are further illustrations of details. Table 2.2. Keywords for identifying idea patterns shows keywords you can use to help you identify patterns with ideas in relation to the 4 groupings listed above. Whichever words from whichever group are used, they will help the reader follow the logical organization of the material. 57. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Purpose keywords, definitions, details, and illustrations. Usually when you see these, a definition or concept preceded it. For instance, as an illustration, to illustrate, such as to be specific. Specifically, including 1, time sequence, process description, experiment, instructions, simple listing. Some of these can be used to both show sequence in time and ideas. Time order. First, second, third, etc. Then, since, next, before, after, as soon as, now, until, later, while, during, when, finally. Additive listing. Also, another, and, in addition. Moreover, next, first of all, first, second, furthermore, last of all, finally. Compare, contrast, compare and contrast. Similarly, similar to, just as with, in comparison, likewise, like, liken, both, compared to, in the same way, in a similar fashion, on the other hand, conversely, rather, on the contrary, but, however, alternatively, differ, instead of, in contrast to, despite, nevertheless, cause and effect, thus, because of, causes, as a result, results in, result, affects, therefore, since, leads to, brings about, consequently. Writing for Success 58. Table 2.2. Keywords for identifying idea patterns categorizes keywords that can help you identify main and supporting ideas when you are reading. You will also need to apply these throughout the rest of the chapters when developing sentences, paragraphs, and essays. In Chapter 12, Final Revisions and Peer Review, we will look at the punctuation that you need to use with these words. The next exercises will give you opportunities to practice identifying the main and key ideas in paragraphs. Self-practice exercise 2.13. Survey, read, and identify the main points and key details in this paragraph. Eidetic imagery is the technical term for what most people know as photographic memory. People with eidetic imagery can recall every detail of a memory as clearly as if they were looking at a photograph. People often wish they had this ability, but it can lead to trouble. For example, a law student with eidetic imagery was accused of cheating on an examination because his test paper contained exactly the words in his textbook. To prove his innocence, he studied an unfamiliar passage for 5 minutes, and then wrote down more than 400 words from it without making a mistake. Here are the answers. Main term, eidetic imagery definition, photographic memory details, can recall every detail of a memory as clearly as if they were looking at a paragraph example. A law student with eidetic imagery was accused of cheating on an examination because his test paper contained exactly the words in his textbook. Example taken from Langan J. and KG, 1989. 10 Steps to Building College Reading Skills. Marlton N.J. Townsend Press. Self-practice exercise 2.14. Highlight the several effects caused by the condition described. Suffering from debilitating guilt causes many self-defeating behaviors in adulthood. We see adults submitting to the outrageous demands of partners or employers. We see individuals who appeared to be constantly angry and then almost immediately guilty. We see adults who have felt lifelong depression, the rage felt when shamed in childhood, and when suffering from debilitating shame in adulthood is turned against the self because of the dependency on the other for survival. When we are rejected in adulthood by a mate or lover, the feelings we experience are anger at being rejected. Furthermore, if we suffer from debilitating shame, we have not been able to gain autonomy. We continue to feel dependent upon attachment figures. It is from them, from their feelings, attitudes, and opinions of us, that we feel worthwhile. To be angry at someone depended upon for survival causes us enormous guilt. Anger is redirected on the vulnerable self. We become trapped in a circular bind of shame, anger, anxiety, guilt, and depression. Here are the answers. Childhood shame. 59, an author removed at the request of the original publisher. Rage, anger turned against self out of guilt, dependence on others, opinions of us for worth, rejection, or outrageous demands from partners or employers. Anger, guilt. Anger turned against self, resulting in depression. Example taken from Middleton Moss J. 1990. Shame and guilt. Masters of Disguise. Deerfield Beach, FL, Health Communications, Inc., P62. Reading for implications, inferences, tracing a theme to its conclusion. The methods of recognizing patterns discussed above are concrete and easy to identify. Inferences, on the other hand, are more subtle. When a writer implies something, he or she is giving hints but does not state the point directly. Think about a time, for example, when you had people visiting you at home, it was late, and you wanted them to leave. Did you ask them directly, "Hey, can you leave now?" Probably not, but you may have hinted that you had to wake up early in the morning, or you may have subtly yawned. Hopefully, those people picked up on your cues and inferred it was time to leave, meaning they put the pieces together to arrive at the conclusion you wanted them to leave, yet you did not say it directly. When a writer does this, the reader may not actually pick up on the hints or maybe even interpret them differently. Sometimes readers make inferences that are based more on their own preferences and experience than on the information provided. This also means that two readers may interpret the same information differently because of differing individual experiences that led them to arrive at their conclusions. For you as a writer, you need to remember that it is your responsibility to give the readers everything they needed in order for them to arrive at the conclusions you want them to make. If you are not direct, readers may be left confused or not catch your point. There are also times that you as a reader will need to read passages requiring you to make inferences. The next exercises will help you to practice reading for inference. Remember, if your answers are different than the ones given, it means you interpreted the information differently and may have missed the author's point. In these passages, you can also use a process of elimination and ask yourself statement best completes the passage. Self-practice exercise 2.15. Read each passage and choose the answer that best completes the thought of the passage. Think about why the other answers would not be a correct conclusion to the passage. Check your answers against the key at the bottom of the exercise. If you missed an answer, look back and try to figure out why. What clues did you focus on? What did you miss? Writing for Success 60. To a manufacturer, the wages paid to employees are a large portion of production expenses. The fact that wages also determine the buying power of the consumer is sometimes overlooked. In times of overproduction, the manufacturer tries to lower operating costs by decreasing the number of employees. This reduces expenditures of money and wages, but it also maintains the status quo, increases population, raises costs, reduces consumption. Totally new cities that will be built in the future may be better planned than the large cities that already exist. Old cities were not properly planned for the great growth in population and industry that they have had, and many are in the process of tearing down and rebuilding large sections. This process is helping to improve some old cities, both large and small ones, but it does not give them the choice of complete city designing that will be available too. richer cities, larger cities, foreign cities, new cities. The director of this company believes that there is a growing awareness by management that business corporations are, and should be, guided by policies that are designed to satisfy human needs as well as material needs, and that there is nothing inconsistent between this and the making of educational opportunities for workers' good and satisfying profits, political enemies in some quarters, better opportunities for workers, knowledge and pleasure are inextricably interlocked. It is impossible for us to learn what we do not enjoy, and we cannot enjoy that which does not impart a lesson, a novelty. A practical use strong emotion oratory is to be best estimated on different principles from those that are applied to other productions. Truth is the object of philosophy and history. The merit of poetry is in its truth, even though the truth is understood only through the imagination, which is aroused by poetry. The object of oratory is not truth, but persuasion. A speaker who exhausts the whole philosophy of a question, who displays every grace of style, yet produces no effect on an audience, may be a great essayist, a great politician, a great master of composition, but essentially a persuader, not a poet. 61. An author removed at the request of the original publisher, essentially an orator, not an orator. Here are the answers. 1. D2, D3, B4, a 5. D. Exercises taken from Science Research Associates. 1978, Reading for Comprehension Exercises, SRA Achievement Series, Chicago Science Research Associates. Check back if you missed any of the answers in this self-exercise. In which instances did you read into the passages your ideas when selecting an answer versus what is stated in the passage? In the next chapter, we will practice taking these main ideas and supporting ideas and put them into our own words, or paraphrase, to compose summaries, which are very useful not only for remembering and studying information before tests, but also for looking at sources and incorporating the information in them into your essays, essentially, providing backing evidence to make your arguments more convincing. Journal entry 2nd. Write a paragraph or two responding to the following. What did you notice about your writing style? Do you write more subjectively or objectively? Did you find that you struggled with one perspective or angle of vision over the other? What do you think you need to work on in regards to this? Which, if any, of the spelling and word choice issues do you think you will have to focus on throughout the semester and in your writing in general? Reflect on the goals you set in Chapter 1. Is there anything you would like to add or already feel more confident with doing? Remember, as mentioned in the assessment descriptions in your syllabus, you will be expected to respond to the questions by reflecting on and discussing your experiences with the week's material. When writing your journals, you should focus on free writing, writing without overly considering formal writing structures, but you want to remember that it will be read by the instructor, who needs to be able to understand your ideas. Your instructor will be able to see if you have completed this entry by the end of the week, but will not read all of the journals until week 6. Chapter 3, Putting Ideas into Your Own Words and Paragraphs. 3.1 Sentence Writing. Learning Objectives. Identify the components of a basic sentence. Identify the 4 most serious writing errors. Before we work more on piecing ideas together to form summaries and paragraphs, we need to look at fundamental sentence construction. Imagine you are reading a book for school. You need to find important details that you can use for an assignment. However, when you begin to read, you notice that the book has very little punctuation. The sentences fail to form complete paragraphs and instead form one block of text without clear organization. Most likely, this book would frustrate and confuse you. Without clear and concise sentences, it is difficult to find the information you need. For both students and professionals, clear communication is important. Whether you are typing an email or writing a report or essay, it is your responsibility as the writer to present your thoughts and ideas clearly and precisely. Writing in complete sentences is one way to ensure that you communicate well. This section covers how to recognize and write basic sentence structures and how to avoid some common writing errors. Components of a sentence. Clearly written, complete sentences require key information, a subject, a verb, and a complete idea. A sentence needs to make sense on its own. Sometimes, complete sentences are also called independent clauses. A clause is a group of words that may make up a sentence. An independent clause is a group of words that may stand alone as a complete, grammatically correct thought. The following sentences show independent clauses. All complete sentences have at least one independent clause. You can identify an independent clause by reading it on its own and looking for the subject and the verb. 62. 63. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Subjects. When you read a sentence, you may first look for the subject, or what the sentence is about. The subject usually appears at the beginning of a sentence as a noun or a pronoun. A noun is a word that identifies a person, place, thing, or idea. A pronoun is a word that replaces a noun. Common pronouns are I, he, she, it, you, they, and we. In the following sentences, the subject is underlined once. Malik underlined is the project manager for this project. He underlined will give us our assignments. In these sentences, the subject is a person, Malik. The pronoun he replaces and refers back to Malik. In the first sentence, the subject is a place, computer lab. In the second sentence, the pronoun it substitutes for computer lab as the subject. In the first sentence, the subject is a thing, project. In the second sentence, the pronoun it stands in for the project. Tip. In this chapter, please refer to the following grammar key. Compound subjects. A sentence may have more than one person, place, or thing as the subject. These subjects are called compound subjects. Compound subjects are useful when you want to discuss several subjects at once. Writing for Success 64. Prepositional phrases. You will often read a sentence that has more than one noun or pronoun in it. You may encounter a group of words that includes a preposition with a noun or a pronoun. Prepositions connect a noun, pronoun, or verb to another word that describes or modifies that noun, pronoun, or verb. Common prepositions include in, on, under, near, by, with, and about. A group of words that begin with a preposition is called a prepositional phrase. A prepositional phrase begins with a preposition and modifies or describes a word. It cannot act as the subject of a sentence. The following circled phrases are examples of prepositional phrases. Self-practice exercise 3.1. Read the following sentences. Underline the subjects and circle the prepositional phrases. The gym is open until 9 o'clock tonight. The student with the most extra credit will win a homework pass. Maya and Tia found an abandoned cat by the side of the road. The driver of that pickup truck skidded on the ice. Anita won the race with time to spare. The people who work for that company were surprised about the merger. Working in haste means that you are more likely to make mistakes. The soundtrack has over 60 songs in languages from around the world. His latest invention does not work, but it has inspired the rest of us. Verbs. Once you locate the subject of a sentence, you can move on to the next part of a complete sentence, the verb. A verb is often an action word that shows what the subject is doing. A verb can also link the subject to a describing word. There are 3 types of verbs that you can use in a sentence: action verbs, linking verbs, or helping verbs. Action verbs. A verb that connects the subject to an action is called an action verb. An action verb answers the question, what is the subject doing? In the following sentences, the words underlined twice are action verbs. 65. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Linking verbs. A verb can often connect the subject of the sentence to a describing word. This type of verb is called a linking verb because it links the subject to a describing word. In the following sentences, the words underlined twice are linking verbs. If you have trouble telling the difference between action verbs and linking verbs, remember, an action verb shows that the subject is doing something. A linking verb simply connects the subject to another word that describes or modifies the subject. A few verbs can be used as either action verbs or linking verbs. Although both sentences use the same verb, the 2 sentences have completely different meanings. In the first sentence, the verb describes the boy's action. In the second sentence, the verb describes the boy's appearance. Helping verbs. A third type of verb you may use as you write is a helping verb. Helping verbs are verbs that are used with the main verb to describe a mood or tense. Helping verbs are usually a form of be, do, or have. The word can is also used as a helping verb. Writing for Success 66. Tip: whenever you write or edit sentences, keep the subject and verb in mind. As you write, ask yourself these questions to keep yourself on track. Subject: who or what is the sentence about? Verb: which word shows an action or links the subject to a description? Self-practice exercise 3.2. Underline the verbs in each of the sentences below twice. Name the type of verbs used in the sentence in the space provided, LV, HV, or V. The cat sounds ready to come back inside. We have not eaten dinner yet. It took 4 people to move the broken down car. The book was filled with notes from class. And we walked from room to room inspecting for damages. Harold was expecting a package in the mail. The clothes still felt damp even though they had been through the dryer twice. The teacher who runs the studio is often praised for his restoration work on old masterpieces. Sentence structure including fragments. Now that you know what makes a complete sentence, a subject and a verb, you can use other parts of speech to build on this basic structure. Good writers use a variety of sentence structures to make their work more interesting. This section covers different sentence structures that you can use to make longer, more complex sentences. Sentence patterns. 6 basic subject-verb patterns can enhance your writing. A sample sentence is provided for each pattern. 67. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. As you read each sentence, take note of where each part of the sentence falls. Notice that some sentence patterns use action verbs and others use linking verbs. Subject, verb. Subject, linking verb, noun. Subject, linking verb, adjective. Subject, verb, adverb. Subject, verb, direct object. When you write a sentence with a direct object do, make sure that the do receives the action of the verb. Subject, verb, indirect object, direct object. S510 do. My coworker gave me the reports. Writing for Success 68. In this sentence structure, an indirect object explains to whom or to what the action is being done. The indirect object is a noun or pronoun, and it comes before the direct object in a sentence. Self-practice exercise 3.3. Use what you have learned so far to bring variety in your writing. Use the following lines or your own sheet of paper to write 6 sentences that practice each basic sentence pattern. When you have finished, label each part of the sentence S, 5, LV, N, ADJ, ADV, do, IO. Collaboration, find an article in a newspaper, a magazine, or online that interests you. Then, identify one example of each part of a sentence. S5, LV, N, ADV, do, IO. Fragments. The sentences you have encountered so far have been independent clauses. As you look more closely at your past writing assignments, you may notice that some of your sentences are not complete. A sentence that is missing a subject or a verb is called a fragment. A fragment may include a description or may express part of an idea, but it does not express a complete thought. Fragment, children helping in the kitchen. Complete sentence, children helping in the kitchen often make a mess. You can easily fix a fragment by adding the missing subject or verb. In the example, the sentence was missing a verb. Adding often make a mess creates an SVN sentence structure. Figure 3.1 illustrates how you can edit a fragment to become a complete sentence. Figure 3.1. Editing fragments that are missing a subject or a verb. 69. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. See whether you can identify what is missing in the following fragments. Fragment, told her about the broken vase. Complete sentence, I told her about the broken vase. Complete sentence. The store down on Main Street sells music. Writing for Success 70th. Common sentence errors. Fragments often occur because of some common errors, such as starting a sentence with a preposition, a dependent word, an infinitive, or a gerund. If you use the 6 basic sentence patterns when you write, you should be able to avoid these errors and thus avoid writing fragments. When you see a preposition, check to see that it is part of a sentence containing a subject and a verb. If it is not connected to a complete sentence, it is a fragment, and you will need to fix this type of fragment by combining it with another sentence. You can add the prepositional phrase to the end of the sentence. If you add it to the beginning of the other sentence, insert a comma after the prepositional phrase. Look at the examples. Figure 3.2 illustrates how you can edit a fragment that begins with a preposition. Example A. Example B. Figure 3.2 editing fragments that begin with a preposition. 71. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Clauses that start with a dependent word, such as since, because, without, or unless, are similar to prepositional phrases. Like prepositional phrases, these clauses can be fragments if they are not connected to an independent clause containing a subject and a verb. To fix the problem, you can add. Writing for Success 72. Such a fragment to the beginning or end of a sentence. If the fragment is added at the beginning of a sentence, add a comma after it before the independent clause. When you encounter a word ending in ing in a sentence, identify whether it is being used as a verb in the sentence. You may also look for a helping verb. If the word is not used as a verb, or if no helping verb is used with the ing verb form, the verb is being used as a noun. An ing verb form used as a noun is called a gerund. Once you know whether the ing word is acting as a noun or a verb, look at the rest of the sentence. Does the entire sentence make sense on its own? If not, what you are looking at is a fragment. You will need to either add the parts of speech that are missing or combine the fragment with a nearby sentence. Figure 3.3 illustrates how to edit fragments that begin with a gerund. Figure 3.3 editing fragments that begin with gerunds. 73. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Incorrect. Taking deep breaths. Saul prepared for his presentation. Writing for Success 74. Correct. Taking deep breaths. Saul prepared for his presentation. Correct. Saul prepared for his presentation. He was taking deep breaths. Incorrect. Congratulating the entire team. Sarah raised her glass to toast their success. Correct. She was congratulating the entire team. Sarah raised her glass to toast their success. Correct. Congratulating the entire team. Sarah raised her glass to toast their success. Another error in sentence construction is a fragment that begins with an infinitive. An infinitive is a verb paired with the word to, for example, to run, to write, or to reach. Although infinitives are verbs, they can be used as nouns, adjectives, or adverbs. You can correct a fragment that begins with an infinitive by either combining it with another sentence or adding the parts of speech that are missing. Incorrect, we needed to make 300 more paper cranes. To reach the 1,000 mark. Correct, we needed to make 300 more paper cranes to reach the 1,000 mark. Correct, we needed to make 300 more paper cranes. We wanted to reach the 1,000 mark. Self-practice exercise 3.4. Copy the following sentences onto your own sheet of paper and circle the fragments. Then combine the fragment with the independent clause to create a complete sentence. Working without taking a break. We try to get as much work done as we can in an hour. I needed to bring work home in order to meet the deadline, unless the ground thaws before spring break. We won't be planting any tulips this year. You'll find what you need if you look. On the shelf next to the potted plant, to find the perfect apartment. Deidre scoured the classifieds each day. 3.2 Summarizing. Learning objectives. Explain and apply the criteria for making a summary. Identify and avoid the challenges of creating summaries. In Chapter 2, Working with Words, you practiced identifying main and supporting ideas, which is necessary for your understanding and for creating a summary of the information you have read. Once you have identified what you think the important ideas are, you can transfer that information into a new paragraph, putting the original source's ideas into your own words, or what is called paraphrasing. In this section and in other places throughout this book, you will meet Jorge, who has been assigned a paper on low-carbohydrate papers. You will follow Jorge on the steps to creating his paper, starting with his summary. What is a summary? When you summarize, you are filtering and condensing the most necessary points from a source, like a book, article, or website. When summarizing material from a source, you zero in on the main points and restate them concisely. 75. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. In your own words, this technique is appropriate when only the major ideas are relevant to your paper, or when you need to simplify complex information into a few key points for your readers. To create a summary, consider the following points. Review the source material as you summarize it. Identify the main idea and restate it as concisely as you can, preferably in one sentence. Depending on your purpose, you may also add another sentence or two condensing any important details or examples. Check your summary to make sure it is accurate and complete. Make a careful record of where you found the information because you will need to include the reference and citation if you choose to use the information in an essay. It is much easier to do this when you are creating the summary and taking notes than having to go back and hunt for the information later. Guessing where you think you got it from is not good enough. Summaries and abstracts. When you read many journal articles, you will notice there is an abstract before the article starts. This is a summary of the article's contents. Be careful when you are summarizing an article to not depend too much on the abstract as it is already a condensed version of the content. The author of the abstract identified the main points from his or her perception. These may not match your own purpose or your own idea of what is important. What may also happen if you try to summarize the abstract is you will probably end up replacing some words with synonyms and not changing the overall ideas into your own words, because the ideas are already summarized, and it is difficult to make them more generalized. We will discuss this more in section 3.3, paraphrasing. You have to read the entire source or section of the source and determine for yourself what the key and supporting ideas are. Tip: a summary or abstract of a reading passage is 1/10 to 1/4 the length of the original passage, written in your own words. The criteria for a summary are that it includes only the main points and key details, is valuable because it is the surest way to measure your understanding, helps you remember because you must attend carefully to what you read, organize your thoughts, and write them out to make it meaningful to you. This is absolutely necessary when you cannot mark a book because it belongs to someone else. Challenges you to be concise in your writing while providing balanced coverage of the main points. Challenges you to paraphrase or use your own words and avoid using too many quotations. Is important to remain objective because you are giving the author's views, not your own. In his draft, Jorge summarized research materials that presented scientists' findings about low-carbohydrate diets. Read the following passage from a Trade magazine article and Jorge's summary of the article. Article assessing the efficacy of low-carbohydrate diets. Adrian Howell, PhD, 2010. Over the past few years, a number of clinical studies have explored whether high-protein, low-carbohydrate diets are more effective for weight loss than other frequently recommended diet plans, such as diets that drastically curtail fat intake, Pritikin, or that emphasize consuming lean meats, grains, vegetables, and a moderate amount of unsaturated fats, the Mediterranean diet. A 2009 study found that obese teenagers who followed a low-carbohydrate diet lost an average of 15.6 kilograms over a 6-month period, whereas teenagers following a low-fat diet or Mediterranean diet lost an average of 11.1 kilograms and 9.3 kilograms respectively. Two 2010 studies that measured weight loss for obese, Writing for Success 76. Adults following these same 3 diet plans found similar results. Over 3 months, subjects on the low-carbohydrate diet plan lost anywhere from 4 to 6 kilograms more than subjects who followed other diet plans. Summary: in 3 recent studies, researchers compared outcomes for obese subjects who followed either a low-carbohydrate diet, a low-fat diet, or a Mediterranean diet and found that subjects following a low-carbohydrate diet lost more weight in the same time. Howell, 2010. Tip: a summary restates ideas in your own words, but for specialized or clinical terms, you may need to use terms that appear in the original source. For instance, Jorge used the term obese in his summary because related words such as heavy or overweight have a different clinical meaning. Summary paragraphs: a summary shrinks a large amount of information into only the essentials. You probably summarize events, books, and movies daily. Think about the last movie you saw or the last novel you read. Chances are, at some point in a casual conversation with a friend, co-worker, or classmate, you compressed all the action of a 2-hour film or a 200-page book into a brief description of the major plot movements. You probably describe the main points in just a few sentences, using your own vocabulary and manner of speaking. Similarly, a summary paragraph condenses a long piece of writing into a smaller paragraph by extracting only the vital information. A summary uses only the writer's own words. Like the summary's purpose in daily conversation, the purpose of an academic summary paragraph is to maintain all the essential information from a longer document. Although shorter than the original piece of writing, a summary should still communicate all the key points and key support. In other words, summary paragraphs should be succinct and to the point. The following is another example of a report on the use of alcohol by adolescents with an example of a student summary of that information. 77. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. A summary of the report should present all the main points and supporting details in brief. Read the following summary of the report written by a student. Writing for Success, 78. Notice how the summary retains the key points made by the writers of the original report, but omits most of the statistical data. Summaries do not need to contain all the specific facts and figures in the original document. They provide only an overview of the essential information. Tip to write a summary. Survey the passage, anticipating main points and checking them. Read carefully, locating all controlling ideas, identifying key details, and deciding which are necessary to remember and which are not. Write a paragraph in whole sentences that relate, explain only the controlling ideas and supporting details. Be economical and use no more words than necessary. Differentiate between your ideas and the original authors by using phrases such as according to Marshall 2014 or Marshall 2014. Argues that. Self-practice exercise 3.5. Read the following passage and use a note-taking method to identify the main points. Compose a sentence summarizing the paragraph's main points. Several factors about the environment influence our behavior. First, temperature can influence us greatly. We seem to feel best when the temperature is in the high teens to low 20 seconds. If it is too hot or cold, we have trouble concentrating. Lighting also influences how we function. A dark lecture hall may interfere with the lecture, or a bright nightclub might spoil romantic conversation. Finally, our behavior is affected by color. Some colors make us feel peaceful while others are exciting. If you wanted a quiet room in which to study, for example, you would not paint it bright orange or red. Collaboration, please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Here are possible answers. Key points. 79. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Environmental factors influence behavior. Temperature, extremes make focus difficult. Lighting. Inappropriate lighting is disorientating. Color. Color affects relaxation. Summary sentence. 3. Environmental influences that impact human behavior include temperature, as extreme fluctuations make it difficult to focus. Lighting, which can affect our ability to engage with different environments. And color, which affects our mood. Passage taken from Uland, B. 2006. Becoming a Master Student. Boston, Ma. Houghton Mifflin College Div. P. 121. Self-practice exercise 3.6. Read the passage. Highlight or underline necessary information. Hint, there are 5 important ideas. Write your summary. Most people drink orange juice and eat oranges because they are said to be rich in vitamin C. There are also other foods that are rich in vitamin C. It is found in citrus fruits and vegetables such as broccoli, spinach, cabbage, cauliflower, and carrots. Vitamin C is important to our health. Do you really know how essential this nutrient is to our health and well-being? Our body needs to heal itself. Vitamin C can repair and prevent damage to the cells in our body and heal wounds. It also keeps our teeth and gums healthy. That is not all. It protects our body from infections such as colds and flu, and also helps us to get better faster when we have these infections. That is why a lot of people drink orange juice and take vitamin C tablets every day. This wonderful vitamin is also good for our heart. It protects the linings of the arteries, which are the blood vessels that carry oxygenated blood. In other words, it offers protection against heart disease. If we do not get enough vitamin C, which means we are not eating enough food that contains this vitamin, it can lead to serious diseases. Lack of vitamin C can lead to scurvy, which causes swollen gums, cheeks, fingers, hands, toes, and feet. In serious conditions, it can lead to bleeding from wounds, loss of teeth, and opening up of wounds. Therefore, make sure you have enough vitamin C in your diet. Collaboration, please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Exercise taken from www.scribd.com/doc/982-38709/form-3-summary-writing for success 80. 3.3 Paraphrasing. Learning objectives. Identify how summarizing and paraphrasing work together. Apply paraphrasing techniques of changing words and sentence structures. When you quote a source, you are taking the words directly from the passage. These are the original author's words. Quotes can be useful. See Chapter 9, Citations and Referencing. But in order to show you understand what you have read, you should paraphrase. Paraphrasing is putting information into your words. It is an important skill to develop because when you do it, you are not only showing you understand what you have read, but you are also processing and adapting that information to your writing purpose. When you paraphrase, you are using the technique of putting a condensed version of someone else's ideas, summary, into your own words. It is very important to remember when you are paraphrasing is you still need to include citations because although the words are yours, the ideas belong to the original authors and you must give that person credit for the ideas. Again, we will look at this more in Chapter 9, Citations and Referencing. Tip: if you prefer rewriting, try not to copy but use your own paraphrasing of the material. If a concept is difficult, put it in your own terms with a concrete example so you understand it. Try to put it in the vocabulary of the course. Paraphrasing sources. When you paraphrase material from a source, restate the information from an entire sentence or passage in your own words, using your own original sentence structure. A paraphrased source differs from a summarized source in that you focus on restating the ideas, not condensing them. Again, it is important to check your paraphrase against the source material to make sure it is both accurate and original. Inexperienced writers sometimes use the thesaurus method of paraphrasing. That is, they simply rewrite the source material, replacing most of the words with synonyms. This constitutes a misuse of sources. A true paraphrase restates ideas using the writer's your own language and style. In his draft, Jorge frequently paraphrased details from sources. At times, he needed to rewrite a sentence more than once to ensure he was paraphrasing ideas correctly. Below is a passage with examples of how he paraphrased and adapted the information to create his own paragraph. Read the passage from a website. Then read Jorge's initial attempt at paraphrasing it, followed by the final version of his paraphrase. Source. According to Hines 2009, dieters nearly always get great results soon after they begin following a low 81 an author removed at the request of the original publisher carbohydrate diet, but these results tend to taper off after the first few months, particularly because many dieters find it difficult to follow a low carbohydrate diet plan consistently. Jorge's original summary. People usually see encouraging outcomes shortly after they go on a low carbohydrate diet, but their progress slows down after a short while, especially because most discover that it is a challenge to adhere to the diet strictly. Hines 2009. After reviewing the paraphrased sentence, Jorge realized he was following the original source too closely. He did not want to quote the full passage verbatim, so he again attempted to restate the idea in his own style. Jorge's revised summary. Because it is hard for dieters to stick to a low-carbohydrate eating plan, the initial success of these diets is short-lived. Hines, 2009. Self-practice exercise 3.7. On a sheet of paper, paraphrase each of the following passages. The 20s were the years when drinking was against the law, and the law was a bad joke because everyone knew of a local bar where liquor could be had. They were the years when organized crime ruled the cities, and the police seemed powerless to do anything against it. Classical music was forgotten while jazz spread throughout the land, and men like Bix Beiderbecke, Louis Armstrong, and Count Basie became the heroes of the young. The flapper was born in the 20s, and with her bobbed hair and short skirts, she symbolized, perhaps more than anyone or anything else, America's break with the past. From Kathleen Yancey, English 102 Supplemental Guide, 1989-25. While the Sears Tower is arguably the greatest achievement in skyscraper engineering so far, it's unlikely that architects and engineers have abandoned the quest for the world's tallest building. The question is, just how high can a building go? Structural engineer William Le has designed a skyscraper nearly 1/2 mile high, twice as tall as the Sears Tower. And architect Robert Sobel claims that existing technology could produce a 500-story building. From Ron Bachman, Reaching for the Sky, dial May 1990-15. Collaboration, please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Here are possible answers. During the 20s, lawlessness and social nonconformity prevailed. In cities, organized crime flourished without police interference. And in spite of nationwide prohibition of liquor sales, anyone who wished to buy a drink knew where to get one. Musicians like Louis Armstrong become favorites, particularly among young people, as many turned away from highly respectable classical music to jazz. One of the best examples of the anti-traditional trend was the proliferation of young flappers, women who rebelled against custom by cutting off their hair and shortening their skirts. Yancey, 1989 p25. The Sears Tower is a world marvel, and it is unknown how much higher skyscrapers of the future will rise. However, the design of one twice as tall as the Sears Tower is already on the boards, and an architect, Robert Sobel, thinks we currently have sufficient know-how to build a skyscraper with over 500 stories. Bachman, 1990 p15. Writing for Success 82. Exercise taken from owl.english.purdue.edu/exercises/2, 8/12/3, 3/self-practice exercise 3.8. On a sheet of paper, follow these steps to practice paraphrasing. Choose an important idea or detail from your notes. Without looking at the original source, restate the idea in your own words. Check your paraphrase against the original text in the source. Make sure both your language and your sentence structure are original. Revise your paraphrase if necessary. Assignment 2. Summary practice. 5% read the following article and compose a summary of 100 to 150 words. Determine what the key points are and paraphrase accordingly. Make sure all the points you choose are important to the understanding and overall meaning of the essay. Remember, you want to use objective language that accurately represents the original author's angle of vision. Do not provide analysis or discussion. You should not simply substitute words. You should change up the sentence structure. The end result needs to capture all the main points, but also be in your own words. You need to submit this assignment to your instructor for marking. 5%. Article, Assignment 2, heroin as one of the most lethal drugs among prohibited narcotic substances. Heroin has been classified as one of the most addictive and detrimental. In a recent research study run by the Institute of Narcotic Examination in Rolesk, Nevada, heroin ranked 2.89 out of 3 on a dependence rating scale, Perez 2012. This result was also confirmed by scores of research held in London by the Academy of Pharmaceutical Studies, Perez 2012. An opiate processed from morphine, heroin is delineated as a lethal drug. The common form of heroin sold in streets looks like a white or brown gummy substance with a high consistency of tar. Heroin is injected into the human body through a hypothermic needle directly in a muscle or a particular blood vein. It can also be smoked like cigarettes. There is the possibility of it being successfully mixed with drugs or snorted as cocaine. Street heroin is often mixed with other substances like sugar, starch, quinine, poisons, or even powder milk to dilute the effect. Short and long-term effects of heroin use have different levels of withdrawal, reinforcements, tolerance, dependency, and intoxication. Heroin reduces pain and mimics the traits of endorphins, which causes the human brain to experience pleasure. Hollow, 2011. The central neural system becomes supersaturated with endorphin. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. like substances, and when the effect of heroin ends, individuals begin to feel the need for a new injection to prolong pleasure. Hollow, 2011. The degree of heroin addictiveness can be measured by the severe withdrawal symptoms which it induces in individuals. Among the most common symptoms, one can enlist the following: a warm flush feeling in the skin, an ill mood and depression, vomiting, itching, nausea, and heavy pain in joints. The cardiac functions and the neural system functions slow down, though it often depends on the individual's genetic type, amount of the drug taken, and the purity of the substance. Hollow, 2011. Heroin addiction causes numerous side effects to the physical body. Blood vein structure collapses, and a risk of receiving a heart infection, liver disease, or abscesses dramatically increases. Long-term addiction to the drug takes the form of a chronic relapsing disease. Long-term use of heroin prompts users to gradually increase doses. Once a user is in the chronic stage, this implies such symptoms as restlessness, bone and muscle pain, insomnia, and intense withdrawal stages lasting for 24 to 48 hours after heroin has been taken. Lichter, 2012. The treatment of heroin addiction includes a thorough detoxification program, which helps to minimize the severity of withdrawal symptoms. The use of medications for treatment along with therapy helps individuals cope. Methadone programs, buprenorphine, together with behavioral therapies, aid to recover from addiction. Perez, 2012. These aspects are important, as both behavioral and pharmacological interventions can effectively normalize addiction levels, brain functions, and social behavior. These methods are used in a varied combination to cure the withdrawal, tolerance, dependence, and intoxication elements to minimize the addictive qualities of heroin. References: Hollow M, 2011. Heroin, the Ultimate Drug, Chicago, Running Hill Books. Lichter M, 2012. The Dark Hole of Heroin. Boston, Sidetrack Books. Perez G, 2012. Studies of Heroin. New York, Goldbeard Press. Essay taken and adapted from academic-help.net/samples/essays/expository/heroin-lethal-drug.html.3.4 Effective. Means for writing a paragraph. Learning objectives. Identify characteristics of a good topic sentence. Identify the 3 parts of a developed paragraph. Apply knowledge of topic sentences and parts of a developed paragraph in an assignment. This section addresses paragraph composition. In the next chapter, we will look at identifying common assignment purposes and how to select appropriate content for a particular audience. But here we will look at what actually makes up a paragraph. Composing an effective paragraph requires a method similar to building a house. You may have the finest content or materials, but if you do not arrange them in the correct order, then the final product will not hold together very well. Imagine reading one long block of text, with each idea blurring into the next. Even if you are reading a thrilling novel or an interesting news article, you will likely very quickly lose interest in what the Writing for Success, 84. Author. During the writing process, it is helpful to position yourself as a reader. Ask yourself whether you can focus easily on each point you make. One technique that effective writers use is to begin a fresh paragraph for each new idea they introduce. Paragraphs separate ideas into logical, manageable chunks. One paragraph focuses on only one main idea and presents coherent sentences to support that one point. Because all the sentences in one paragraph support the same point, a paragraph may stand on its own. To create longer assignments and to discuss more than one point, writers group together paragraphs. A strong paragraph contains 3 distinct components. Topic sentence. The topic sentence is the main idea of the paragraph. Body. The body is composed of the supporting sentences that develop the main point. Conclusion. The conclusion is the final sentence that summarizes the main point. The foundation of a good paragraph is the topic sentence, which expresses the main idea of the paragraph. The topic sentence relates to the thesis or main point of the essay and guides the reader by signposting what the paragraph is about. All the sentences in the rest of the paragraph should relate to the topic sentence. This section covers the major components of a paragraph and examines how to develop an effective topic sentence. Paragraph length. How long should a paragraph be? One answer to this important question may be long enough. Long enough for you to address your points and explain your main idea. To grab attention or to present succinct supporting ideas, a paragraph can be fairly short and consist of 2 to 3 sentences. A paragraph in a complex essay about some abstract point in philosophy or archaeology can be 2/3 of a page or more in length. As long as the writer maintains close focus on the topic and does not ramble, a long paragraph is acceptable. In general, try to keep the paragraphs longer than one sentence but shorter than 2/3 of a page of double-spaced text, or roughly 75 to 200 words in length. Tip: journalistic style often calls for brief 2 or 3 sentence paragraphs because of how people read the news, both online and in print. Blogs and other online information sources often adopt this paragraphing style too. Readers often skim the first paragraphs of a great many articles before settling on the handful of stories they want to read in detail. You may find that a particular paragraph you write may be longer than one that will hold your audience's interest. In such cases, you should divide the paragraph into 2 or more shorter paragraphs, adding a topic statement or some kind of transitional word or phrase at the start of the new paragraph. Transition words or phrases show the connection between the two ideas. In all cases, however, be guided by what your instructor wants and expects to find in your draft. Many instructors will expect you to develop a mature style as you progress through the semester's assignments. Developing a topic sentence. Pick up any newspaper or magazine and read the first sentence of an article. Are you fairly confident that you know what the rest of the article is about? If so, you have likely read the topic sentence. An effective topic sentence combines a main idea with the writer's personal attitude or opinion. It serves to 85. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Orient the reader and provides an indication of what will follow in the rest of the paragraph. Read the following example. Creating a national set of standards for math and English education will improve student learning in many provinces. This topic sentence declares a favorable position for standardizing math and English education. After reading this sentence, a reader might reasonably expect the writer to provide supporting details and facts as to why standardizing math and English education might improve student learning in many provinces. If the purpose of the essay is actually to evaluate education in only one particular province, or to discuss math or English education specifically, then the topic sentence is misleading. Tip: when writing a draft of an essay, allow a friend or colleague to read the opening line of your first paragraph. Ask your reader to predict what your paper will be about. If he or she is unable to guess your topic accurately, you should consider revising your topic sentence so that it clearly defines your purpose in writing. Main idea versus controlling idea. Topic sentences contain both a main idea, the subject or topic that the writer is discussing, and a controlling idea, the writer's specific stance on that subject. Just as a thesis statement includes an idea that controls a document's focus, a topic sentence must also contain a controlling idea to direct the paragraph. Different writers may use the same main idea but can steer their paragraph in a number of different directions, according to their stance on the subject. Read the following examples. Marijuana is a destructive influence on teens and causes long-term brain damage. The anti-nausea properties in marijuana are a lifeline for many cancer patients. Legalizing marijuana would create a higher demand for Class A and Class B drugs. Although the main idea, marijuana, is the same in all 3 topic sentences, the controlling idea differs depending on the writer's viewpoint. Self-practice, exercise 3.9. Circle the main idea and underline the controlling idea in each of the following topic sentences. Exercising 3 times a week is the only way to maintain good physical health. Sexism and racism are still rampant in today's workplace. Raising the legal driving age to 21 would decrease road traffic accidents. Owning a business is the only way to achieve financial success. Dog owners should be prohibited from taking their pets on public beaches. Characteristics of a good topic sentence. 5 characteristics define a good topic sentence. Writing for success. 86. A good topic sentence provides an accurate indication of what will follow in the rest of the paragraph. Weak example. People rarely give firefighters the credit they deserve for such a physically and emotionally demanding job. The paragraph is about a specific incident that involved firefighters. Therefore, this topic sentence is too general. Stronger example. During the October riots, Unit 3 Billions went beyond the call of duty. This topic sentence is more specific and indicates that the paragraph will contain information about a particular incident involving Unit 3 Billions. A good topic sentence contains both a topic and a controlling idea or opinion. Weak example. In this paper, I'm going to discuss the rising suicide rate among young professionals. This topic sentence provides a main idea, but it does not present a controlling idea or thesis. Stronger example. The rising suicide rate among young professionals is a cause for immediate concern. This topic sentence presents the writer's opinion on the subject of rising suicide rates among young professionals. A good topic sentence is clear and easy to follow. Weak example. In general, writing an essay, thesis, or other academic or non-academic document is considerably easier and of much higher quality if you first construct an outline, of which there are many different types. This topic sentence includes a main idea and a controlling thesis, but both are buried beneath the confusing sentence structure and unnecessary vocabulary. These obstacles make it difficult for the reader to follow. Stronger example. Most forms of writing can be improved by first creating an outline. This topic sentence cuts out unnecessary verbiage and simplifies the previous statement, making it easier for the reader to follow. A good topic sentence does not include supporting details. Weak example. Salaries should be capped in baseball for many reasons, most importantly so we don't allow the same team to win year after year. This topic sentence includes a supporting detail that should be included later in the paragraph to back up the main point. Stronger example. Introducing a salary cap would improve the game of baseball for many reasons. This topic sentence omits the additional supporting detail so that it can be expanded upon later in the paragraph. A good topic sentence engages the reader by using interesting vocabulary. Weak example. The military deserves better equipment. This topic sentence includes a main idea and a controlling thesis, but the language is bland and unexciting. Stronger example. The appalling lack of resources provided to the military is outrageous and requires our immediate attention. This topic sentence reiterates the same idea and controlling thesis, but adjectives such as appalling and immediate better engage the reader. These words also indicate the writer's tone. Self-practice exercise 3.10. Choose the most effective topic sentence from the following sentence pairs. A. This paper will discuss the likelihood of the Liberals winning the next election. B. To boost their chances of winning the next election, the Liberals need to listen to public opinion. A. The unrealistic demands of union workers are crippling the economy for three main reasons. 87. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. B. Union workers are crippling the economy because companies are unable to remain competitive as a result of added financial pressure. A. Authors are losing money as a result of technological advances. B. The introduction of new technology will devastate the literary world. A. Rap music is produced by untalented individuals with oversized egos. B. This essay will consider whether talent is required in the rap music industry. Self-practice exercise 3.11. Using the tips on developing effective topic sentences in this section, create a topic sentence on each of the following subjects. Remember to include a controlling idea as well as a main idea. An endangered species. On the cost of fuel. On at the legal drinking age. In a controversial film or novel. Collaboration. Please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Writing at work. When creating a workplace document, use the top-down approach. Keep the topic sentence at the beginning of each paragraph so that readers immediately understand the gist of the message. This method saves busy colleagues precious time and effort trying to figure out the main points and relevant details. Headings are another helpful tool. In a text-heavy document, break up each paragraph with individual headings. These serve as useful navigation aids, enabling colleagues to skim through the document and locate paragraphs that are relevant to them, developing paragraphs that use topic sentences, supporting ideas, and transitions effectively. Learning how to develop a good topic sentence is the first step toward writing a solid paragraph. Once you have composed your topic sentence, you have a guideline for the rest of the paragraph. To complete the paragraph, a writer must support the topic sentence with additional information and summarize the main point with a concluding sentence. This section identifies the three major structural parts of a paragraph and covers how to develop a paragraph using transitional words and phrases. Writing for Success 88. Identifying parts of a paragraph. An effective paragraph contains three main parts: a topic sentence, the body, and the concluding sentence. A topic sentence is often the first sentence of a paragraph. The body of the paragraph usually follows, containing supporting details. Supporting sentences help explain, prove, or enhance the topic sentence. The concluding sentence is the last sentence in the paragraph. It reminds the reader of the main point by restating it in different words. Figure 3.4 provides a template you can use for organizing your paragraphs. Figure 3.4 Paragraph Structure Graphic Organizer. Read the following paragraph. The topic sentence is underlined for you. After reading the new TV guide this week, I had just one thought. Why are we still being bombarded with reality shows? This season, the plague of reality television continues to darken our airwaves. Along with the return of viewer favorites, we are to be cursed with yet another mindless creation. Prisoner follows the daily lives of 8 suburban housewives who have chosen to be put in jail for the purposes. 89. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Of this fake psychological experiment. A preview for the first episode shows the usual tears and tantrums associated with reality television. I dread to think what producers will come up with next season, but if any of them are reading this blog, stop it. We've had enough reality television to last us a lifetime. The first sentence of this paragraph is the topic sentence. It tells the reader that the paragraph will be about reality television shows, and it expresses the writer's distaste for these shows through the use of the word bombarded. Each of the following sentences in the paragraph supports the topic sentence by providing further information about a specific reality television show. The final sentence is the concluding sentence. It reiterates the main point that viewers are bored with reality television shows by using different words from the topic sentence. Paragraphs that begin with the topic sentence move from the general to the specific. They open with the general statement about a subject, reality shows, and then discuss specific examples, the reality show Prisoner. Most academic essays contain the topic sentence at the beginning of the first paragraph. Now take a look at another paragraph. The topic sentence is underlined for you. Last year, a cat traveled 200 kilometers to reach its family, who had moved to another city and had left their pet behind. Even though the cat had never been to the new home, a cat was able to track down its former owners. A dog in my neighborhood can predict when its master is about to have a seizure. It makes sure that he does not hurt himself during an epileptic fit. Compared to many animals, our own senses are almost dull. The last sentence of this paragraph is the topic sentence. It draws on specific examples, a cat that tracked down its owners and a dog that can predict seizures, and then makes a general statement that draws a conclusion from these examples. Animal senses are better than humans in this case. The supporting sentences are placed before the topic sentence, and the concluding sentence is the same as the topic sentence. This technique is frequently used in persuasive writing. The writer produces detailed examples as evidence to back up his or her point, preparing the reader to accept the concluding topic sentence as the truth. Sometimes, the topic sentence appears in the middle of a paragraph. Read the following example. The topic sentence is underlined for you. For many years, I suffered from severe anxiety every time I took an exam. Hours before the exam, my heart would begin pounding, my legs would shake, and sometimes I would become physically unable to move. Last year, I was referred to a specialist and finally found a way to control my anxiety: breathing exercises. It seems so simple, but by doing just a few breathing exercises a couple of hours before an exam, I gradually got my anxiety under control. The exercises help slow my heart rate and make me feel less anxious. Better yet, they require no pills, no equipment, and very little time. It is amazing how just breathing correctly has helped me learn to manage my anxiety symptoms. In this paragraph, the underlined sentence is the topic sentence. It expresses the main idea that breathing exercises can help control anxiety. The preceding sentences enable the writer to build up to his main point. Breathing exercises can help control anxiety by using a personal anecdote, how the writer used to suffer from anxiety. The supporting sentences then expand on how breathing exercises help the writer by providing additional information. The last sentence is the concluding sentence and restates how breathing can help manage anxiety. Placing a topic sentence in the middle of a paragraph is often used in creative writing. If you notice that you have used a topic sentence in the middle of a paragraph in an academic essay, read through the paragraph carefully to make sure that it contains only one major topic. Writing for Success 90. Implied topic sentences. Some well-organized paragraphs do not contain a topic sentence at all. Instead of being directly stated, the main idea is implied in the content of the paragraph. Read the following example. Heaving herself up the stairs, Luella had to pause for breath several times. She let out a wheeze as she sat down heavily in the wooden rocking chair. Tao approached her cautiously, as if she might crumble at the slightest touch. He studied her face like parchment, stretched across the bones so finely he could almost see right through the skin to the decaying muscle underneath. Luella smiled a toothless grin. Although no single sentence in this paragraph states the main idea, the entire paragraph focuses on one concept, that Luella is extremely old. The topic sentence is thus implied rather than stated. This technique is often used in descriptive or narrative writing. Implied topic sentences work well if the writer has a firm idea of what he or she intends to say in the paragraph and sticks to it. However, a paragraph loses its effectiveness if an implied topic sentence is too subtle or the writer loses focus. Tip: avoid using implied topic sentences in an informational document. Readers often lose patience if they are unable to quickly grasp what the writer is trying to say. The clearest and most efficient way to communicate in an informational document is to position the topic sentence at the beginning of the paragraph. Self-practice exercise 3.12. Identify the topic sentence, supporting sentences, and concluding sentence in the following paragraph. The desert provides a harsh environment in which few mammals are able to adapt. Of these hardy creatures, the kangaroo rat is possibly the most fascinating. Able to live in some of the most arid parts of the Southwest, the kangaroo rat neither sweats nor pants to keep cool. Its specialized kidneys enable it to survive on a minuscule amount of water. Unlike other desert creatures, the kangaroo rat does not store water in its body, but instead is able to convert the dry seeds it eats into moisture. Its ability to adapt to such a hostile environment makes the kangaroo rat a truly amazing creature. Collaboration, please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Supporting sentences. If you think of a paragraph as a hamburger, the supporting sentences are the meat inside the bun. They make up the body of the paragraph by explaining, proving, or enhancing the controlling idea in the topic sentence. Most paragraphs contain 3 to 6 supporting sentences, depending on the audience and purpose for writing. A supporting sentence usually offers one of the following. Reason sentence. The refusal of the baby boom generation to retire is contributing to the current lack of available jobs. Fact. 91 an author removed at the request of the original publisher. Sentence. Many families now rely on older relatives to support them financially. Statistic sentence. Nearly 10% of adults are currently unemployed in the United States. Quotation sentence. We will not allow this situation to continue, stated Senator Johns. Example sentence. Last year, Bill was asked to retire at the age of 55. The type of supporting sentence you choose will depend on what you are writing and why you are writing. For example, if you are attempting to persuade your audience to take a particular position, you should rely on facts, statistics, and concrete examples rather than personal opinions. Read the following example. There are numerous advantages to owning a hybrid car. Topic sentence. First, they get 20% to 35% more kilometers to the liter than a fuel-efficient gas-powered vehicle. Supporting sentence 1 statistic. Second, they produce very few emissions during low-speed city driving. Supporting sentence 2, fact. Because they do not require as much gas, hybrid cars reduce dependency on fossil fuels, which helps lower prices at the pump. Supporting sentence 3, reason. Alex bought a hybrid car 2 years ago and has been extremely impressed with its performance. Supporting sentence 4, example. It's the cheapest car I've ever had, she said. The running costs are far lower than previous gas-powered vehicles I've owned. Supporting sentence 5, quotation. Given the low running costs and environmental benefits of owning a hybrid car, it is likely that many more people will follow Alex's example in the near future. Concluding sentence. To find information for your supporting sentences, you might consider using one of the following sources: reference book, academic journal, article, newspaper, magazine, textbook, encyclopedia, biography, autobiography, dictionary, interview, map, website, previous experience, personal research. Tip: when searching for information on the internet, remember that some websites are more reliable than others. Websites ending in .gov or .edu are generally more reliable than websites ending in .com or .org. Wikis and blogs are not reliable sources of information because they are subject to inaccuracies and are usually very subjective and biased. Writing for Success 92. Concluding sentences. An effective concluding sentence draws together all the ideas you have raised in your paragraph. It reminds readers of the main point, the topic sentence, without restating it in exactly the same words. Using the hamburger example, the top bun, the topic sentence, and the bottom bun, the concluding sentence, are very similar. They frame the meat or body of the paragraph. Compare the topic sentence and concluding sentence from the previous example. Topic sentence: there are numerous advantages to owning a hybrid car. Concluding sentence: given the low running costs and environmental benefits of owning a hybrid car, it is likely that many more people will follow Alex's example in the near future. Notice the use of the synonyms advantages and benefits. The concluding sentence reiterates the idea that owning a hybrid is advantageous without using the exact same words. It also summarizes 2 examples of the advantages covered in the supporting sentences: low running costs and environmental benefits. You should avoid introducing any new ideas into your concluding sentence. A conclusion is intended to provide the reader with a sense of completion. Introducing a subject that is not covered in the paragraph will confuse the reader and weaken your writing. A concluding sentence may do any of the following. Restate the main idea. Example: childhood obesity is a growing problem in North America. Summarize the key points in the paragraph. Example: a lack of healthy choices, poor parenting, and an addiction to video games are among the many factors contributing to childhood obesity. Draw a conclusion based on the information in the paragraph. Example: these statistics indicate that unless we take action, childhood obesity rates will continue to rise. Make a prediction, suggestion, or recommendation about the information in the paragraph. Example: based on this research, more than 60% of children in North America will be morbidly obese by the year 2030 unless we take evasive action. Offer an additional observation about the controlling idea. Example: childhood obesity is an entirely preventable tragedy. Self-practice exercise 3.13. On your own paper, write one example of each type of concluding sentence based on a topic of your choice. Transitions. A strong paragraph moves seamlessly from the topic sentence into the supporting sentences and on to the concluding sentence. To help organize the paragraph and ensure that ideas logically connect to one another, writers use transitional words and phrases. A transition is a connecting word that describes a relationship between ideas. Take another look at the earlier example. There are numerous advantages to owning a hybrid car. First, they get 20% to 35%. 93, an author removed at the request of the original publisher. More kilometers to the liter than a fuel-efficient gas-powered vehicle. Second, they produce very few emissions during low-speed city driving. Because they require less gas, hybrid cars reduce dependency on fossil fuels, which helps lower prices at the pump. Alex bought a hybrid car 2 years ago and has been extremely impressed with its performance. It's the cheapest car I've ever had, she said. The running costs are far lower than previous gas-powered vehicles I've owned. given the low running costs and environmental benefits of owning a hybrid car, it is likely that many more people will follow Alex's example in the near future. Each of the underlined words is a transition word. Words such as first and second are transition words that show sequence or clarify order. They help organize the writer's ideas by showing that he or she has another point to make in support of the topic sentence. Other transition words that show order include third, also, and furthermore. The transition word because is a transition word of consequence that continues a line of thought. It indicates that the writer will provide an explanation of a result. In this sentence, the writer explains why hybrid cars will reduce dependency on fossil fuels because they require less gas. Other transition words of consequence include as a result, so that since or for this reason. To include a summarizing transition in her concluding sentence, the writer could rewrite the final sentence as follows. In conclusion, given the low running costs and environmental benefits of owning a hybrid car, it is likely that many more people will follow Alex's example in the near future. Table 3.1. Transitional words and phrases to connect sentences provide some useful transition words to connect supporting sentences and concluding sentences. In other chapters of this book, you will be exposed to more transitional words and phrases for other purposes. Table 3.1. Transitional words and phrases to connect sentences. For supporting sentences. Above all, also, aside from, but, conversely, correspondingly. For instance, furthermore, however, in particular, moreover, later on, nevertheless. Likewise, on one hand, subsequently, therefore, to begin with. At the same time, for example, in addition, meanwhile, on the contrary, for concluding sentences. After all things considered, in brief, in summary, on the whole, to sum up. All in all, finally, in conclusion, on balance, thus. Self-practice exercise 3.14. On a sheet of paper, write a paragraph on a topic of your choice. Be sure to include a topic sentence, supporting sentences, and a concluding sentence, and to use transitional words and phrases to link your ideas together. Collaboration, please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Writing for success. 94. Writing at work. Transitional words and phrases are useful tools to incorporate into workplace documents. They guide the reader through the document, clarifying relationships between sentences and paragraphs so that the reader understands why they have been written in that particular order. For example, when writing an instructional memo, it may be helpful to consider the following transitional words and phrases. Before you begin, first, next, then, finally, after you have completed. Using these transitions as a template to write your memo will provide readers with clear, logical instructions about a particular process and the order in which steps are supposed to be completed. Key takeaways. A good paragraph contains 3 distinct components: a topic sentence, body, and concluding sentence. The topic sentence expresses the main idea of the paragraph, combined with the writer's attitude or opinion about the topic. Good topic sentences contain both a main idea and a controlling idea, are clear and easy to follow, use engaging vocabulary, and provide an accurate indication of what will follow in the rest of the paragraph. Topic sentences may be placed at the beginning, middle, or end of a paragraph. In most academic essays, the topic sentence is placed at the beginning of a paragraph. Supporting sentences help explain, prove, or enhance the topic sentence by offering facts, reasons, statistics, quotations, or examples. Concluding sentences summarize the key points in a paragraph and reiterate the main idea without repeating it word for word. Transitional words and phrases help organize ideas in a paragraph and show how these ideas relate to one another. Supplemental exercises. Select one of the following topics or choose a topic of your choice. Drilling for oil in Alberta healthcare reform, introducing a 4-day work week, bringing pets to work. Create a topic sentence based on the topic you chose, remembering to include both a main idea and a controlling idea. Next, write an alternative topic sentence using the same main idea but a different controlling idea. Collaboration, please share with a classmate and compare your answers. 95. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Group activity. Working in a group of 4 or 5. Assign each group member the task of collecting one document each. These documents might include magazine or newspaper articles, workplace documents, academic essays, chapters from a reference book, film or book reviews, or any other type of writing. As a group, read through each document and discuss the author's purpose for writing. Use the information you have learned in this chapter to decide whether the main purpose is to summarize, analyze, synthesize, or evaluate. Write a brief report on the purpose of each document using supporting evidence from the text. Group activity. Working in a small group, select a workplace document or academic essay that has a clear thesis. Examine each paragraph and identify the topic sentence, supporting sentences, and concluding sentence. Then, choose one particular paragraph and discuss the following questions. Is the topic sentence clearly identifiable or is it implied? Do all the supporting sentences relate to the topic sentence? Does the writer use effective transitions to link his or her ideas? Does the concluding sentence accurately summarize the main point of the paragraph? As a group, identify the weakest areas of the paragraph and rewrite them. Focus on the relationship between the topic sentence, supporting sentences, and concluding sentence. Use transitions to illustrate the connection between each sentence in the paragraph. Peer activity. Using the information you have learned in this chapter, write a paragraph about a current event. Underline the topic sentence in your paragraph. Now, rewrite the paragraph, placing the topic sentence in a different part of the paragraph. Read the two paragraphs aloud to a peer and have him or her identify the topic sentence. Discuss which paragraph is more effective and why. Collaboration. Please share with a classmate, compare your answers, and discuss the contrasting results. Journal entry 3rd. Write a paragraph or two responding to the following, reflecting on what you read about sentence structure in this chapter. Think about your writing tendencies. Which of the common sentences, errors apply to your writing? How do you plan to address these? What challenges did you face when summarizing and paraphrasing? What will you try to focus on doing or not doing in the future when writing summaries? Reflect on the goals you set previously. Is there anything you would like to add or already feel more confident with doing? Remember, as mentioned in the assessment descriptions in your syllabus, you will be expected to respond to the questions by reflecting on and discussing your experiences with the week's material. When writing your journals, you should focus on free writing without overly considering formal writing structures, but you want to remember that it will be read by the instructor, who needs to be able to understand your ideas. Writing for success, 96. Your instructor will be able to see if you have completed this entry by the end of the week, but will not read all of the journals until week 6. Chapter 4. What are you writing, to whom, and how? 4.1 Expository Essays. Learning objectives. Understand the function and use of expository essays. Identify 8 types of expository essays. Apply expository essay structure. What is an expository essay? An essay that explains a writer's ideas by defining, explaining, informing, or elaborating on points to allow the reader to clearly understand the concept. Many of your future academic workplace writing assignments will be expository, explaining your ideas or the significance of a concept or action. An expository essay allows the writer the opportunity to explain his or her ideas about a topic and to provide clarity for the reader by using facts, explanations, details, definitions. It may also include the writer outlining steps of a procedure in a way that is straightforward for the reader to follow. It is purely informative and often contains elements of summary. Imagine you need to verbally explain a concept to your classmates, maybe a behavioral theory. What are the key elements on which you would focus? How would you organize the information? You could explain who came up with the theory, the specific area of study to which it is related, its purpose, and the significant details to explain the theory. Telling these 4 elements to your classmates would give them a complete yet summarized picture of the theory so they could apply the theory in future discussions. Although you did this verbally, you are still fulfilling the elements of an expository essay by providing definition, details, explanations, and maybe even facts if you have a really good memory. This is the same process that you would use when you write an expository essay. You may actually be doing this all the time, for example, when you are giving someone directions to a place or explaining how to cook something. In the following sections of the chapter, you will practice doing this more in different expository written forms, the structure of an expository essay, sections versus paragraphs. Before looking at the general structure of an expository essay, you first need to know that in your 97. Writing for Success, 98. Post-secondary education, you should not consider your essay as writing being constructed with 5 paragraphs, as you might have been used to in high school. You should instead think of your essay in terms of sections. There may be 5, and each section may have multiple paragraphs. To understand further why you need to think beyond the 5-paragraph essay, imagine you have been asked to submit a 6-page paper, approximately 1,500 words. You already know that each paragraph should be roughly 75 to 200 words long. If you divide the required word count by 5 paragraphs, 1,500 by 5, you end with 300 words per paragraph, way above the number you should have in a paragraph. If your paragraphs are too long, they likely have too many ideas and your reader may become confused. Your paragraphs should be 2/3 of a page at most, and never longer than a page. Instead, if you think of your essays being divided into sections with possibly more than 1 paragraph per section, your writing will likely be more organized and allow your reader to follow your presentation of ideas without creating too much distance between your paragraph supporting points and its topic sentence. As you will see in section 4.5, classification, some essay forms may require even more than 5 paragraphs or sections because of how many points are necessary to address. For the rest of this chapter, the term paragraph will also imply section. Sections of an expository essay. An expository essay, regardless of its purpose, should have at least 5 sections, which are introduction first body section, paragraph second body section, paragraph third body section, paragraph conclusion. The introduction should state the topic of your paper, your thesis statement, as well as brief signposts of what information the rest of the paper will include. That is, you only want to mention the content of the body paragraphs. You do not want to go into a lot of detail and repeat what will be in the rest of the essay. The first body section or paragraph should focus on one of your main points and provide evidence to support that point. There should be 2 to 3 supporting points, reasons, facts, statistics, quotations, examples, or a mix of these. Both the second and third body sections should follow the same pattern. Providing 3 body sections with 1 point each that supports the thesis should provide the reader with enough detail to be convinced of your argument or fully understand the concept you are explaining. However, remember that some sections will require more explanation, and you may need to separate this information into multiple paragraphs. You can order your sections in the most logical way to explain your ideas. For example, if you are describing a process, you may use chronological order to show the definite time order in which the steps need to happen. You will learn about the different ways to organize your body paragraphs in the next chapter. The concluding paragraph or conclusion can be a little tricky to compose because you need to make sure you give a concise summary of the body paragraphs, but you must be careful not to simply repeat what you have already written. Look back at the main idea of each section paragraph and try to summarize the point using words different from those you have already used. Do not include any new points in your concluding paragraph. 99. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Consider your audience. How much do they know? Later in this chapter, you will work on determining and adapting to your audience when writing. But with an expository essay, since you are defining or informing your audience on a certain topic, you need to evaluate how much your audience knows about that topic aside from having general common knowledge. You want to make sure you are giving thorough, comprehensive, and clear explanations on the topic. Never assume the reader knows everything about your topic, even if it is covered in the reader's field of study. For example, even though some of your instructors may teach criminology, they may have specialized in different areas from the one about which you are writing. They most likely have a strong understanding of the concepts but may not recall all the small details on the topic. If your instructor specialized in crime mapping and data analysis, for example, he or she may not have a strong recollection of specific criminological theories related to other areas of study. Providing enough background information without being too detailed is a fine balance, but you always want to ensure you have no gaps in the information, so your reader will not have to guess your intention. Again, we will practice this more in section 4.9, Purpose, Audience, Tone, and Content. What comes next? In the next 8 sections, 4.2 through 4.9, we will look at different expository modes, or rhetorical modes, you will often be assigned. These are narratives, illustration, description, classification, process, analysis, definition, compare and contrast, cause and effect. Rhetorical modes refers simply to the ways to communicate effectively through language. As you read about these modes, keep in mind that the rhetorical mode a writer chooses depends on his or her purpose for writing. Sometimes writers incorporate a variety of modes in any one essay. In this chapter, we also emphasize the rhetorical modes as a set of tools that will allow you greater flexibility and effectiveness in communicating with your audience and expressing your ideas. In a few weeks, you will need to submit your first essay and expository sample, and you will be given the choice of topic, one from each of the modes. Think about which types of expository essays are easier and which are more challenging for you. As mentioned, as you progress through your studies, you will be exposed to each of these types. You may want to explore a mode you find more challenging than the others in order to ensure you have a full grasp on developing each type. However, it is up to you. As you work through the sections, think about possible topics you may like to cover in your expository essay and start brainstorming as you work through the self-practice exercises. After we explore each of the individual modes in the 8 sections that follow, we will look at outlining and drafting. It is at this point you will want to fine-tune and narrow the topic you will write about, so you can focus on that when doing the exercises. Writing for Success 100. 4.2 Narration. Learning objectives. Determine the purpose and structure of narrative writing. Understand how to write a narrative essay. The purpose of narrative writing. Narration means the art of storytelling, and the purpose of narrative writing is to tell stories. Anytime you tell a story to a friend or family member about an event or incident in your day, you engage in a form of narration. A narrative can be factual or fictional. A factual story is one that is based on, and tries to be faithful to, actual events as they unfolded. A fictional story is made up or imagined. The writer of a fictional story can create characters and events as he or she sees fit. Biographies and memoirs are examples of factual stories. Novels and short stories are examples of fictional stories. Tip: because the line between fact and fiction can often blur, it is helpful to understand what your purpose is from the beginning. Is it important that you recount history, either your own or someone else's? Or does your interest lie in reshaping the world in your own image, either how you would like to see it or how you imagine it could be? Your answers will go a long way in shaping the stories you tell. Ultimately, whether the story is fact or fiction, narrative writing tries to relay a series of events in an emotionally engaging way. You want your audience to be moved by your story, which could mean through humor, sympathy, fear, anger, and so on. The more clearly you tell your story, the more emotionally engaged your audience is likely to be. Self-practice exercise 4.1. On a sheet of paper, start brainstorming ideas for writing a narrative. First, decide whether you want to write a factual or fictional story. Then, free write for 5 minutes. Be sure to use all 5 minutes and keep writing the entire time. Do not stop and think about what to write. The following are some topics to consider to help you get going. Childhood School Adventure Work Love. 101. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Family Friends Vacation Nature Space. Take your free writing and start crafting it chronologically into a rough plot summary. Be sure to use the time transition words and phrases listed in Table 4.1. Transition words and phrases for expressing time to sequence the events. Collaboration? Please share with a classmate and compare your rough plot summaries. What feedback or other ideas can you suggest to your partner? The structure of a narrative essay. Major narrative events are most often conveyed in chronological order, the order in which events unfold from first to last. Stories typically have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and these events are typically organized by time. Using transitional words and phrases help to keep the reader oriented in the sequencing of a story. Some of these phrases are listed in Table 4.1, Transition Words and Phrases for Expressing Time. Table 4.1, Transitional Words and Phrases for Expressing Time. After, afterward, as soon as, at last, before. Currently, during, eventually, meanwhile. Next, finally. Until, now, later. When, whenever, while. Since, still. Soon. Then. First, second, third. The following are the basic components of a narrative. Plot, the events as they unfold in sequence. Character, the people who inhabit the story and move it forward. Typically, there are minor characters and main characters. The minor characters generally play supporting roles to the main character, or the protagonist. Conflict, the primary problem or obstacle that unfolds in the plot that the protagonist must solve or overcome by the end of the narrative. The way in which the protagonist resolves the conflict of the plot results in the theme of the narrative. Theme, the ultimate message the narrative is trying to express. It can be either explicit or implicit. Writing at work. When interviewing candidates for jobs, employers often ask about conflicts or problems a potential employee has had to overcome. They are asking for a compelling personal narrative to prepare for. Writing for Success 102. This question in a job interview. Write out a scenario using the narrative mode. This will allow you to troubleshoot rough spots as well as better understand your own personal history. It will make both your story, your presentation of it better. Writing a narrative essay. When writing a narrative essay, start by asking yourself if you want to write a factual or fictional story. Then free write about topics that are of general interest to you. You will learn more about free writing in Chapter 5, putting the pieces together with a thesis. Once you have a general idea of what you will be writing about, sketch out the major events of the story that will compose your plot. Typically, these events will be revealed chronologically in climax at a central conflict that must be resolved by the end of the story. The use of strong details is crucial as you describe the events and characters in your narrative. You want the reader to emotionally engage with the world that you create in writing. Tip: to create strong details, keep the human senses in mind. You want your reader to be immersed in the world that you create, so focus on details related to sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch as you describe people, places, and events in your narrative. As always, it is important to start with a strong introduction to hook your reader into wanting to read more. Try opening the essay with an interesting event that helps to get the story going. Finally, your conclusion should help resolve the central conflict of the story and impress upon your reader the ultimate theme of the piece. See Appendix, Readings, Examples of Essays to read a sample narrative essay. Key takeaways. Narration is the art of storytelling. Narratives can be either factual or fictional. In either case, narratives should emotionally engage the reader. Most narratives are composed of major events sequenced in chronological order. Time transitional words and phrases are used to orient the reader in the sequence of a narrative. The four basic components to all narratives are plot, character, conflict, and theme. The use of sensory details is crucial to emotionally engaging the reader. A strong introduction is important to hook the reader. A strong conclusion should add resolution to the conflict and evoke the narrative's theme. 103. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. 4.3 Illustration. Learning objectives. Determine the purpose and structure of the illustration essay. Understand how to write an illustration essay. The purpose of illustration in writing. To illustrate means to show or demonstrate something clearly. An effective illustration essay clearly demonstrates and supports a point through the use of evidence. As you learned in Chapter 3, putting ideas into your own words and paragraphs. The controlling idea of an essay is called a thesis. A writer can use different types of evidence to support his or her thesis, using scientific studies, experts in a particular field, statistics, historical events, current events, analogies, and personal anecdotes are all ways in which a writer can illustrate a thesis. Ultimately, You want the evidence to help the reader see your point, as one would see a good illustration in a magazine or on a website. The stronger your evidence is, the more clearly the reader will consider your point. Using evidence effectively can be challenging, though. The evidence you choose will usually depend on your subject and who your reader is, your audience. When writing an illustration essay, keep in mind the following. Use evidence that is appropriate to your topic as well as to your audience. Assess how much evidence you need to adequately explain your point depending on the complexity of the subject and the knowledge your audience has of the subject. For example, if you were writing about a new kind of communication software and your audience was a group of English major undergrads, you might want to use an analogy or a personal story to illustrate how the software worked. You might also choose to add a few more pieces of evidence to make sure the audience understands your point. However, if you were writing about the same subject and your audience was information technology IT specialists, you would likely use more technical evidence because they would be familiar with the subject. Keeping in mind your subject in relation to your audience will increase your chances of effectively illustrating your point. Tip: you never want to insult your reader's intelligence by over-explaining concepts they may already be familiar with, but it may be necessary to clearly articulate your point. When in doubt, add an extra example to illustrate your idea. The structure of an illustration essay. The controlling idea or thesis belongs at the beginning of the essay. Evidence is then presented in the essay's body sections, paragraphs to support the thesis. You can start supporting your main point with your strongest evidence first, or you can start with evidence of lesser importance. And writing for success 104. Have the essay build to increasingly stronger evidence. You will learn about this type of organization, order of importance, in Chapter 5, putting the pieces together with the thesis. The time transition words listed in Table 4.1. Transition words and phrases for expressing time are also helpful in ordering the presentation of evidence. Words like first, second, third, currently, next, and finally all help orient the reader and sequence evidence clearly. Because an illustration essay uses so many examples, it is also helpful to have a list of words and phrases to present each piece of evidence. See Table 4.2, Phrases of Illustration. Table 4.2, Phrases of Illustration. Case in point, for example. For instance, in particular. In this case, one example. Another example. Specifically to illustrate. Tip: vary the phrases of illustration you use. Do not rely on just one. Variety in choice of words and phrasing is critical when trying to keep readers engaged in your writing and your ideas. Writing at work. In the workplace, it is often helpful to keep the phrases of illustration in mind and incorporate them whenever you can. Whether you are writing directives that colleagues will have to follow or requesting a new product or service from another company, making a conscious effort to incorporate a phrase of illustration will force you to provide examples of what you mean. Writing an illustration essay. First, choose a topic you are interested in. Then create an interesting introduction to engage the reader. The main point, or thesis, should be stated at the end of the introduction. Gather evidence that is appropriate to both your subject and your audience. You can order the evidence in terms of importance, either from least important to most important, or from most important to least important. Be sure to fully explain all your examples using strong, clear supporting details. See Appendix, Readings. Examples of essays to read a sample illustration essay. Self-practice exercise 4.2. On a sheet of paper, form a rough thesis based on one of the following topics. Then support that thesis with 3 pieces of evidence. Make sure to use a different phrase of illustration to introduce each piece of evidence you choose. Cooking. 105. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Baseball work hours exercise traffic collaboration. Please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Discuss which topic you like the best or would like to learn more about. Indicate which thesis statement you perceive as the most effective. Key takeaways. An illustration essay clearly explains a main point using evidence. When choosing evidence, always gauge whether the evidence is appropriate for the subject as well as the audience. Organize the evidence in terms of importance, either from least important to most important, or from most important to least important. Use time transitions to order evidence. Use phrases of illustration to call out examples. 4.4 Description. Learning objectives. Determine the purpose and structure of the description essay. Understand how to write a description essay. The purpose of description in writing. Writers use description in writing to make sure that their audience is fully immersed in the words on the page. This requires a concerted effort by the writer to describe his or her world through sensory details. As mentioned earlier in this chapter, sensory details are descriptions that appeal to our sense of sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. Your descriptions should try to focus on the 5 senses, because everyone relies on these senses to experience the world. The use of sensory details, then, provides you the greatest. Writing for Success 106. Possibility of relating to your audience and thus engaging them in your writing. Making descriptive writing important not only during your education, but also during everyday situations. Tip: avoid empty descriptors if possible. Empty descriptors are adjectives that can mean different things to different people. Good, beautiful, terrific, and nice are examples. The use of such words in descriptions can lead to misreads and confusion. A good day, for instance, can mean many different things depending on the reader's age, personality, or tastes. Writing at work. Whether you are presenting a new product or service to a client, training new employees, or brainstorming ideas with colleagues, the use of clear, evocative detail is crucial. Make an effort to use details that express your thoughts in a way that will register with others. Sharp, concise details are always impressive. The structure of a description essay. Description essays typically describe a person, a place, or an object using sensory details. The structure of a descriptive essay is more flexible than some of the other rhetorical modes. The introduction of a description essay should set up the tone and point of the essay. The thesis should convey the writer's overall impression of the person, place, or object described in the body sections or paragraphs. The organization of the essay may best follow spatial order, an arrangement of ideas according to physical characteristics or appearance. Depending on what the writer describes, the organization could move from top to bottom, left to right, near to far, warm to cold, frightening to inviting, and so on. For example, if the subject is a client's kitchen in the midst of renovation, you might start at one side of the room and move slowly across to the other end, describing appliances, cabinetry, and so on. Or you might choose to start with older remnants of the kitchen and progress to the new installations. Maybe start with the floor and move up toward the ceiling. Writing a description essay. Choosing a subject is the first step in writing a description essay. Once you have chosen the person, place, or object you want to describe, your challenge is to write an effective thesis statement to guide your essay. The remainder of your essay describes your subject in a way that best expresses your thesis. Remember, you should have a strong sense of how you will organize your essay. Choose a strategy and stick to it. Every part of your essay should use vivid sensory details. The more you can appeal to your reader's senses, the more they will be engaged in your essay. See Appendix, Readings, Examples of Essays to read a sample description essay. 107 An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Self-practice exercise 4.3. On a sheet of paper, choose an item below, then decide on an organizing strategy, for example, spatially, based on sensory perceptions. Create a rough outline of possible supporting points. Train station your office. Your car a coffee shop lobby of a movie theater mystery option. Choose an object to describe, but do not explicitly tell what it is. Describe it, but preserve the mystery. Key takeaways. Description essays should describe something vividly to the reader using strong sensory details. Sensory details appeal to the 5 human senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. A description essay should start with the writer's main impression of a person, a place, or an object. Use spatial order to organize your descriptive writing. 4.5 Classification. Learning objectives. Determine the purpose and structure of the classification essay. Understand how to write a classification essay. The purpose of classification in writing. The purpose of classification is to break down broad subjects into smaller, more manageable, more specific parts. We classify things in our daily lives all the time. often without thinking about it. Cell phones, for example, have now become part of a broad category. They can be classified as feature phones, media phones, and smartphones. Smaller categories, and the way in which these categories, Writing for Success, 108, are created help us make sense of the world. Keep both of these elements in mind when writing a classification essay. Tip: choose topics that you know well when writing classification essays. The more you know about a topic, the more you can break it into smaller, more interesting parts. Adding interest and insight will enhance your classification essays. The structure of a classification essay. The classification essay opens with an introductory paragraph that introduces the broader topic. The thesis should then explain how that topic is divided into subgroups and why. Take the following introductory paragraph, for example. When people think of British Columbia, they often think of only Vancouver. However, British Columbia is actually a diverse province with a full range of activities to do, sights to see, and cultures to explore. In order to better understand the diversity of the province of British Columbia, it is helpful to break it into 7 separate regions: the Lower Mainland, Vancouver Island, the North and Central Coast, Northern British Columbia, Canyons and the Cariboo, the Thompson Okanagan, and the Kootenays. The underlying thesis in this example explains not only the category and subcategories, but also the rationale for breaking it into those categories. In this classification essay, the writer hopes to show readers a different way of considering the province. Each body paragraph of a classification essay is dedicated to fully illustrating each of the subcategories. In the previous example, then, each of the 7 regions of British Columbia would have its own paragraph. The conclusion should bring all the categories and subcategories together again to show the reader the big picture. In the previous example, the conclusion might explain how the various sites and activities of each region of British Columbia add to its diversity and complexity. Tip: to avoid settling for an overly simplistic classification, make sure you break down any given topic at least 3 different ways. This will help you think outside the box and perhaps even learn something entirely new about a subject. Self-practice exercise 4.4. On a sheet of paper, break the following categories into smaller classifications: vehicles, colleges and universities, beverages, fashion. 109. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Choose one of the classifications and write a brief paragraph explaining why you chose to organize each main category in the way that you did. Writing a classification essay. Start with an engaging opening that will adequately introduce the general topic that you will be dividing into smaller subcategories. Your thesis should come near the end of your introduction. It should include the topic, your subtopics, and the reason you are choosing to break down the topic in the way that you are. Use the following classification thesis equation. Topic plus subtopics plus rationale for the subtopics equal to thesis. The organizing strategy of a classification essay is dictated by the initial topic and the subsequent subtopics. Each body paragraph is dedicated to fully illustrating each of the subtopics. In a way, coming up with a strong topic pays double rewards in a classification essay. Not only do you have a good topic, but you also have a solid organizational structure within which to write. Be sure you use strong details and explanations for each subcategory paragraph that help explain and support your thesis. Also, be sure to give examples to illustrate your points. Finally, write a conclusion that links all the subgroups together again. The conclusion should successfully wrap up your essay by connecting it to your topic initially discussed in the introduction. See Appendix, Readings, Examples of Essays to read a sample classification essay. Key takeaways. The purpose of classification is to break a subject into smaller, more manageable, more specific parts. Smaller subcategories and the way in which they are created help us make sense of the world. A classification essay is organized by its subcategories. 4.6 Process analysis. Learning objectives. Determine the purpose and structure of the process analysis essay. Understand how to write a process analysis essay. Writing for Success, 110. The purpose of process analysis in writing. The purpose of a process analysis essay is to explain how to do something or how something works. In either case, the formula for a process analysis essay is the same. The process is articulated into clear, definitive steps. Almost everything we do involves following a step-by-step process. From riding a bike as children to learning various jobs as adults, we initially need instructions to effectively execute the task. Likewise, we have likely had to instruct others, so we know how important good directions are, and how frustrating it is when they are poorly put together. Writing at work. The next time you have to explain a process to someone at work, be mindful of how clearly you articulate each step. Strong communication skills are critical for workplace satisfaction and advancement. Effective process analysis plays a critical role in developing that skill set. The structure of a process analysis essay. The process analysis essay opens with a discussion of the process and a thesis statement that states the goal of the process. The organization of a process analysis essay is typically chronological. That is, the steps of the process are conveyed in the order in which they usually occur. Body paragraphs will be constructed based on these steps. If a particular step is complicated and needs a lot of explaining, then it will likely take up a paragraph on its own. But if a series of simple steps is easier to understand, then the steps can be grouped into a single paragraph. The time transitional phrases provided earlier are also helpful in organizing process analysis essays. See Table 4.1 Transitional Words and Phrases for expressing time and Table 4.2 Phrases of illustration. Words such as first, second, third, next, and finally are helpful cues to orient reader and organize the content of essay. Tip: always have someone else read your process analysis to make sure it makes sense. When a writer becomes very close to a subject, it is difficult to determine how clearly an idea is coming across. Having a friend or coworker read it over will help identify any confusing spots. Self-practice, exercise 4.5. On a separate sheet of paper, make a bulleted list of all the steps that you feel would be required to clearly illustrate one of the following processes: tying a shoelace parallel parking, planning a successful first date, being an effective communicator. 111. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Start creating a rough outline of the possible information to include in each of your steps. Consider that you will construct paragraphs based on the complexity of each step. For complicated steps, dedicate an entire paragraph. If less complicated steps fall in succession, group them into a single paragraph. Writing a process analysis essay. Choose a topic that is interesting, is relatively complex, and can be explained in a series of steps. As with other rhetorical writing modes, you should choose something you know well so that you can more easily describe the finer details about each step in the process. Your thesis statement should come at the end of your introduction, and it should state the final outcome of the process you are describing. Body paragraphs are composed of the steps in the process. Each step should be expressed using strong details and clear examples. Use time transitional phrases to help organize steps in the process and to orient readers. The conclusion should thoroughly describe the results of the process described in the body paragraphs. See appendix, readings, examples of essays to read an example of a process analysis essay. Key takeaways. A process analysis essay explains how to do something, how something works, or both. The process analysis essay opens with the discussion of the process and a thesis statement that states the outcome of the process. The organization of a process analysis essay typically follows a chronological sequence. Time transitional phrases are particularly helpful in process analysis essays to organize steps and orient reader. 4.7 Definition. Learning objectives. Determine the purpose and structure of the definition essay. Understand how to write a definition essay. Writing for Success 112. The purpose of definition in writing. The purpose of a definition essay may seem self-explanatory, to simply define something, but defining terms in writing is often more complicated than just consulting a dictionary. In fact, the way we define terms can have far-reaching consequences for individuals as well as groups. Take, for example, a word like alcoholism. The way in which one defines alcoholism depends on its legal, moral, and medical context. Lawyers may define alcoholism in terms of laws governing drinking alcohol, parents may define alcoholism in terms of morality, and doctors may define alcoholism in terms of symptoms and diagnostic criteria. Think also of terms that people tend to debate in our broader culture. How we define words, such as marriage and climate change, has enormous impact on policy decisions and even on daily decisions. Think about conversations couples may have in which words like commitment, respect, or love need clarification. Defining terms within a relationship or any other context can at first be difficult, but once a definition is established between two people or in a group of people, it is easier to have productive dialogues. Definitions, then, establish the way in which people communicate ideas. They set parameters for a given discourse, which is why they are so important. Tip: when writing definition essays, avoid terms that are too simple, that lack complexity. Think in terms of concepts such as heroism, immigration, or loyalty, rather than physical objects. Definitions of concepts, rather than objects, are often fluid and contentious, making for a more effective definition essay. Writing at work. Definitions play a critical role in all workplace environments. Take the term sexual harassment, for example. Sexual harassment is broadly defined on the federal level, but individual companies may have additional criteria that define it further for a particular work setting. Knowing how your workplace defines and treats all sexual harassment allegations is important. Think too about how your company defines lateness, productivity, or contributions. The structure of a definition essay. The definition essay opens with a general discussion of the term to be defined. You then state as your thesis your definition of the term. The rest of the essay should explain the rationale for your definition. Remember that a dictionary's definition is limiting, and you should not rely strictly on the dictionary entry. Instead, consider the context in which you are using the word. Context identifies the circumstances, conditions, or setting in which something exists or occurs. Often words take on different meanings depending on the context in which they are used. For example, the ideal leader in a battlefield setting could likely be very different than a leader in an elementary school setting. If context is missing from the essay may be too short, or the main points could be confusing or misunderstood. The remainder of the essay should explain different aspects of the term's definition. For example, if you were defining a good leader in an elementary classroom setting, you might define the person according to personality traits, patience, consistency, and flexibility. Each attribute would be explained in its own paragraph. 113. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Tip: for definition essays, try to think of concepts that you have a personal stake in. You are more likely to write a more engaging definition essay if you are writing about an idea that has personal value and importance. Writing at work. It is a good idea to occasionally assess your role in the workplace. You can do this through the process of definition. Identify your role at work by defining not only the routine tasks, but also those gray areas where your responsibilities might overlap with those of others. Coming up with a clear definition of roles and responsibilities can add value to your resume and even increase productivity in the workplace. Self-practice exercise 4.6. On a sheet of paper, write about a time in your own life in which the definition of a word or the lack of a definition caused an argument. Your term could be something as simple as the category of an all-star in sports or how to define a good movie. Or it could be something with higher stakes and wider impact, such as a political argument. Explain how the conversation began, how the argument hinged on the definition of the word, and how the incident was finally resolved. Make a rough outline of how you would organize your points. Collaboration, please share with a classmate and compare your responses. Writing a definition essay. Choose a topic that will be complex enough to be discussed at length. Choosing a word or phrase of personal relevance often leads to a more interesting and engaging essay. After you have chosen your word or phrase, start your essay with an introduction that establishes the relevance of the term in the chosen specific context. Your thesis comes at the end of the introduction, and it should clearly state your definition of the term in the specific context. Establishing a functional context from the beginning will orient readers and minimize misunderstandings. The body paragraph should each be dedicated to explaining a different facet of your definition. Make sure to use clear examples and strong details to illustrate your points. Your concluding paragraph should pull together all the different elements of your definition to ultimately reinforce your thesis. See appendix, readings, examples of essays to read a sample definition essay. Key takeaways. Definitions establish the way in which people communicate ideas. They set parameters for a given discourse. Writing for Success 114. Context affects the meaning and usage of words. The thesis of a definition essay should clearly state the writer's definition of the term in the specific context. Body paragraphs should explain the various facets of the definition stated in the thesis. The conclusion should pull all the elements of the definition together at the end and reinforce the thesis. 4.8. Comparison and contrast. Learning objectives. Determine the purpose and structure of comparison and contrast in writing. Explain organizational methods used when comparing and contrasting. Understand how to write a compare and contrast essay. The purpose of comparison and contrast in writing. Comparison in writing discusses elements that are similar, while contrast in writing discusses elements that are different. A compare and contrast essay, then, analyzes two subjects by comparing them, contrasting them, or doing both. The key to a good compare and contrast essay is to choose two or more subjects that connect in a meaningful way. The purpose of conducting the comparison or contrast is not to state the obvious, but rather to illuminate subtle differences or unexpected similarities. For example, if you wanted to focus on contrasting two subjects, you would not pick apples and oranges. Rather, you might choose to contrast two types of oranges or two types of apples to highlight subtle differences. Red delicious apples are sweet, while Granny Smiths are tart and acidic. Drawing distinctions between elements in a similar category will increase the audience's understanding of that category, which is the purpose of the compare and contrast essay. Similarly, to focus on comparison, choose two subjects that seem at first to be unrelated. For a comparison essay, you likely would not choose two different types of apples as in the example above because they share so many of the same properties already. Rather, you might try to compare apples and oranges. The more divergent the two subjects initially seem, the more interesting a comparison essay will be. Writing at work. Comparing and contrasting is also an evaluative tool. In order to make accurate evaluations about a given topic, you must first know the critical points of similarity and difference. Comparing and contrasting is a primary tool for many workplace assessments. You have likely compared and contrasted yourself to 115, an author removed at the request of the original publisher. Other colleagues. Employee advancements, pay raises, hiring, and firing are typically conducted using comparison and contrast. Comparison and contrast could be used to evaluate companies, departments, or individuals. Self-practice exercise 4.7. Brainstorm an essay that leans toward contrast. Choose one of the following 3 categories. Pick 2 examples from each. Then come up with 1 similarity and 3 differences between the examples. Romantic comedies, internet search engines, cell phones. Brainstorm an essay that leans toward comparison. Choose one of the following 3 items. Then come up with 1 difference and 3 similarities. Department stores and discount retail stores, fast food chains and fine dining restaurants, dogs and cats. Create an outline for each of the items you chose. Use the point-by-point organizing strategy for one of them, and use the subject organizing strategy for the other. Collaboration. Please share with a classmate and compare your responses. The structure of a comparison and contrast essay. The compare and contrast essay starts with a thesis that clearly states the 2 subjects being compared, contrasted, or both, and the reason for doing so. The thesis could lean more toward either comparing or contrasting, or balance both. Remember, the point of comparing and contrasting is to provide useful knowledge to the reader. Take the following thesis as an example that leans more toward contrasting. Thesis statement. Organic vegetables may cost more than those that are conventionally grown, but when put to the test, they are definitely worth every extra penny. Here the thesis sets up the 2 subjects to be compared and contrasted: organic versus conventionally grown vegetables, and it makes a claim about the results that might prove useful to the reader. You may organize compare and contrast essays in one of the following 2 ways, according to the subjects themselves, discussing one, then the other according to individual points. Discussing each subject in relation to each point, see Figure 4.1. Planning a comparison and contrast essay, which illustrates the ways to organize the organic versus conventional vegetables thesis. Organize by subject. Writing for Success, 116. 1. Thesis: organic vegetables may cost more than those that are conventionally grown, but when put to the test, they are definitely worth every extra penny. 2. Subject 1, organic vegetables. 3. Subject 2, conventional vegetables. Point 1, chemicals, pesticides. Point 2, nutrition. Point 3, taste. Point 1, chemicals, pesticides. Point 2, nutrition. Point 3, taste. 4. Conclusion: organized by point. 1. Thesis: organic vegetables may cost more than those that are conventionally grown, but when put to the test, they are definitely worth every extra penny. 2. Point 1. Chemicals, pesticides. 3. Point 2. Nutrition. 4. Point 3. Taste. Subject: tone, organic. Subject 2. Conventional. Subject 1. Organic. Subject 2. Conventional. Subject 1. Organic. Subject 2. Conventional. 117. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Figure 4.1. Planning a comparison and contrast essay. The organizational structure you choose depends on the nature of the topic, your purpose, and your audience. Given that compare and contrast essays analyze the relationship between two subjects, it is helpful to have some phrases on hand that will cue the reader to such analysis. See Table 4.3, Phrases of Comparison and Contrast for examples. Table 4.3, Phrases of Comparison and Contrast. Comparison, contrast. One similarity, one difference. Another similarity, another difference. Both, like, conversely, in contrast, likewise, unlike, similarly, while, in a similar fashion, whereas. Writing a comparison and contrast essay. First, choose whether you want to compare seemingly disparate subjects, contrast seemingly similar subjects, or compare and contrast subjects. Once you have decided on a topic, introduce it with an engaging opening paragraph. Your thesis should come at the end of the introduction, and it should establish the subjects you will compare, contrast, or both, as well as state what can be learned from doing so. The body of the essay can be organized in one of two ways, by subject or by individual points. The organizing strategy that you choose will depend on, as always, your audience and your purpose. You may also consider your particular approach to the subjects, as well as the nature of the subjects themselves. Some subjects might better lend themselves to one structure or the other. Be sure to use comparison and contrast phrases to cue the reader to the ways in which you are analyzing the relationship between the subjects. After you finish analyzing the subjects, write a conclusion that summarizes the main points of the essay and reinforces your thesis. See Appendix. Readings. Examples of essays to read a sample compare and contrast essay. Writing at work. Many business presentations are conducted using comparison and contrast. The organizing strategies, by subject or individual points, could also be used for organizing a presentation. Keep this in mind as a way of organizing your content the next time you or a colleague has to present something at work. Writing for Success, 118. Key takeaways. A compare and contrast essay analyzes two subjects by either comparing them, contrasting them, or both. The purpose of writing a comparison or contrast essay is not to state the obvious, but rather to illuminate subtle differences or unexpected similarities between two subjects. The thesis should clearly state the subjects that are to be compared, contrasted, or both, and it should state what is to be learned from doing so. There are two main organizing strategies for compare and contrast essays. Organized by the subjects themselves, one then the other. Organized by individual points, in which you discuss each subject in relation to each point. Use phrases of comparison or phrases of contrast to signal to readers how exactly the two subjects are being analyzed. 4.9 Cause and Effect. Learning objectives. Determine the purpose and structure of cause and effect in writing. Understand how to write a cause and effect essay. The purpose of cause and effect in writing. It is often considered human nature to ask why and how. We may want to know how our child got sick, so we can better prevent it from happening in the future, or why our colleague received a pay raise because we want one as well. We want to know how much money we will save over the long term if we buy a hybrid car. These examples identify only a few of the relationships we think about in our lives, but each shows the importance of understanding cause and effect. A cause is something that produces an event or condition. An effect is what results from an event or condition. The purpose of the cause and effect essay is to determine how various phenomena relate in terms of origins and results. Sometimes the connection between cause and effect is clear, but often determining the exact relationship between the two is very difficult. For example, the following effects of a cold may be easily identifiable: a sore throat, runny nose, and a cough. But determining the cause of the sickness can be far more difficult. A number of causes are possible, and to complicate matters, these possible causes could have combined to cause the sickness. That is, more than one cause may be responsible for any given effect. Therefore, cause and effect discussions are often complicated and frequently lead to debates and arguments. 119. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Tip: use the complex nature of cause and effect to your advantage. Often, it is not necessary or even possible to find the exact cause of an event or to name the exact effect. So, when formulating a thesis, you can claim one of a number of causes or effects to be the primary, or main, cause or effect. As soon as you claim that one cause or one effect is more crucial than the others, you have developed a thesis. The structure of a cause and effect essay. The cause and effect essay opens with a general introduction to the topic, which then leads to a thesis that states the main cause, main effect, or various causes and effects of a condition or event. The cause and effect essay can be organized in one of the following two primary ways. Start with the cause and then talk about the effects. Start with the effect and then talk about the causes. For example, if your essay is on childhood obesity, you could start by talking about the effect of childhood obesity and then discuss the cause. Or you could start the same essay by talking about the cause of childhood obesity and then move to the effect. Regardless of which structure you choose, be sure to explain each element of the essay completely. Explaining complex relationships requires the full use of evidence, such as scientific studies, expert testimony, statistics, and anecdotes. Because cause and effect essays determine how phenomena are linked, they make frequent use of words and phrases that denote such linkage. See Table 4.4, Phrases of Causation, for examples of such terms. Table 4.4, Phrases of Causation. As a result, because, consequently, due to, hence, since, therefore, thus. The conclusion should wrap up the discussion and reinforce the thesis, leaving the reader with a clear understanding of the relationship that was analyzed. Tip: be careful of resorting to empty speculation. In writing, speculation amounts to unsubstantiated guessing. Writers are particularly prone to this trap in cause and effect arguments due to the complex nature of finding links between phenomena. Be sure to have clear evidence to support the claims that you make. Self-practice exercise 4.8, free write for 5 minutes on one of the following broad topics below. Focus on a narrower issue about that topic and its effects. Health and nutrition, sports. Writing for success 120. Media, politics, history. Writing a cause and effect essay. Choose an event or condition that you think has an interesting cause and effect relationship. Introduce your topic in an engaging way. End your introduction with a thesis that states the main cause, the main effect, or both. Organize your essay by starting with either the cause then effect structure or the effect then cause structure. Within each section, you should clearly explain and support the causes and effects using a full range of evidence. If you are writing about multiple causes or multiple effects, you may choose to sequence either in order of importance. In other words, order the causes from least to most important, or vice versa, or order the effects from least important to most important, or vice versa. Use the phrases of causation when trying to forge connections between various events or conditions. This will help organize your ideas and orient the reader. End your essay with a conclusion that summarizes your main points and reinforces your thesis. See Appendix, Readings, Examples of Essays to read a sample cause and effect essay. Key takeaways. The purpose of the cause and effect essay is to determine how various phenomena are related. The thesis states what the writer sees as the main cause, main effect, or various causes and effects of a condition or event. The cause and effect essay can be organized in one of these two primary ways. Start with the cause and then talk about the effect. Start with the effect and then talk about the cause. Strong evidence is particularly important in the cause and effect essay due to the complexity of determining connections between phenomena. Phrases of causation are helpful to signal links between various elements in the essay. Essay 1. Expository. Essay. 15% in week 7. You will need to submit an expository essay on one of the following topics. Consider these topics as you work through the rest of this chapter and the next. You will need to choose one topic from one of the rhetorical modes below and write a 750 to 900 word essay. You will need to produce a logically organized essay with a thesis statement, well-developed and logically organized paragraphs with topic sentences, and an introduction and conclusion. You will need to support your ideas using 1 to 3 sources and include an APA reference list and citations as outlined in the GIBC APA style 121. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Guide. You need to also demonstrate appropriate use of grammar and correct spelling. Remember, your essay should not just be a story. It should demonstrate logical organization and idea development. Narrative. Choose one of the topics below and relate your ideas in a clearly organized narrative essay. A moment of success or failure, an experience that helped you mature. Illustration. Choose one of the topics below and relate your ideas in a clearly organized illustration essay. The media and the framing of crime child obesity. The effect of violent video games on behavior description. Choose one of the topics below and relate your ideas in a clearly organized description essay. How to reduce weight. How to remain relevant in your workplace. How to get a good night's sleep classification. Choose one of the topics below and relate your ideas in a clearly organized classification essay. Ways of boring people. Methods of studying for a final exam. Extreme weather process analysis. Choose one of the topics below and relate your ideas in a clearly organized process analysis essay. How to complain effectively. How to apply the Heimlich maneuver or other life-saving technique. How a particular accident occurred. Definition. Choose one of the topics below and relate your ideas in a clearly organized definition essay. Right to privacy, integrity, heroism, compare and contrast. Choose one of the topics below and relate your ideas in a clearly organized compare and contrast essay. 2 ways of losing weight. 1 healthy, 1 dangerous 2 ways to break a bad habit, an active and a passive student cause and effect. Choose one of the topics below and relate your ideas in a clearly organized cause and effect essay. Plagiarism and cheating in school. Give its effects. Bullying. Give its effects. A personal, unreasonable fear or irritation. Give its causes. You need to submit this assignment to your instructor for marking. 15% writing for success. 122. 4.9 purpose, audience, tone, and content. Learning objectives. Identify the 4 common academic purposes. Identify audience, tone, and content. Apply. Purpose, audience, tone, and content to a specific assignment. We have examined different types or modes of composing expository essays. As each essay has a different purpose, we now need to look further at how to construct paragraphs according to the purpose, audience, and tone of writing. It is important to keep the big picture thesis in mind when writing, and to question whether the information supports that thesis. As well, while thinking of how each supporting idea links back to that thesis, it is necessary to consider the purpose of the paragraphs. Should a paragraph be summary, analysis, synthesis, or evaluation to best support the thesis and essay mode? How will that purpose affect paragraph construction? 3 elements shape the content of each paragraph. Purpose. The reason the writer composes the paragraph. Tone. The attitude the writer conveys about the paragraph's subject. Audience. The individual or group whom the writer intends to address. Figure 4.2, purpose, audience, tone, and content triangle illustrates this concept. Figure 4.2, purpose, audience, tone, and content triangle. The assignment's purpose, audience, and tone dictate what the paragraph covers and how it will support one main point. This section covers how purpose, audience, and tone affect reading and writing paragraphs, identifying common academic purposes. The purpose is simply the reason you are writing a particular document. Basically, the purpose of a piece. 123, an author removed at the request of the original publisher. Of writing answers the question why. For example, why write a play? To entertain a packed theater. Why write instructions to the babysitter? To inform him or her of your schedule and rules. Why write a letter to your member of parliament? To persuade him or her to address your community's needs. In academic settings, the reasons for writing fulfill four main purposes: to summarize, to analyze, to synthesize, and to evaluate. You will encounter these four purposes, not only as you read for your classes, but also as you read for work or pleasure. Because reading and writing work together, your writing skills will improve as you read. Eventually, your instructors will ask you to complete assignments specifically designed to meet one of the four purposes. As you will see, the purpose for writing will guide you through each part of the paper, helping you make decisions about content and style. For now, identifying these purposes by reading paragraphs will prepare you to write individual paragraphs and to build longer assignments, summary paragraphs. We have already seen a sample of a summary paragraph in section 3.2, summarizing. Take a look back at the summary paragraph in that section to refresh your memory on what this type of paragraph should contain. Analysis paragraphs. An analysis separates complex materials into their different parts and studies how the parts relate to one another. The analysis of simple table salt, for example, would require a deconstruction of its parts, the elements sodium, and chlorine. Then, scientists would study how the two elements interact to create the compound NaCl, or sodium chloride, which is also called simple table salt. Analysis is not limited to the sciences, of course. An analysis paragraph in academic writing fulfills the same purpose. Instead of deconstructing chemical compounds, academic analysis paragraphs typically deconstruct documents. An analysis takes apart a primary source, an essay, a book, an article, etc., point by point. It communicates the main points of the document by examining individual points and identifying how they relate to one another. Take a look at a student's analysis of the journal report. Notice how the analysis does not simply repeat information from the original report, but considers Writing for Success 124, how the points within the report relate to one another. By doing this, the student uncovers a discrepancy between the points that are backed up by statistics and those that require additional information. Analyzing a document involves a close examination of each of the individual parts and how they work together. Synthesis paragraphs. A synthesis combines two or more items to create an entirely new item. Consider the electronic musical instrument aptly named the synthesizer. It looks like a simple keyboard, but displays a dashboard of switches, buttons, and levers. With the flip of a few switches, a musician may combine the distinct sounds of a piano, a flute, or a guitar, or any other combination of instruments to create a new sound. The purpose of the synthesizer is to blend together the notes from individual instruments to form new, unique notes. The purpose of an academic synthesis is to blend individual documents into a new document. An academic synthesis paragraph considers the main points from one or more pieces of writing and links the main points together to create a new point, one not replicated in either document. Take a look at a student's synthesis of several sources about underage drinking. 125. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Notice how the synthesis paragraphs consider each source and use information from each to create a new thesis. A good synthesis does not repeat information. The writer uses a variety of sources to create a new idea. Evaluation paragraphs. An evaluation judges the value of something and determines its worth. Evaluations in everyday experiences are often not only dictated by set standards, but are also influenced by opinion and prior knowledge. For example, at work, a supervisor may complete an employee evaluation by judging his subordinate's performance based on the company's goals. If the company focuses on improving communication, the supervisor will rate the employee's customer service according to a standard scale. However, the evaluation still depends on the supervisor's opinion and prior experience with the employee. The purpose of the evaluation is to determine how well the employee performs on the job. Writing for Success 126. An academic evaluation communicates your opinion and its justifications about a document or a topic of discussion. Evaluations are influenced by your reading of the document, your prior knowledge, and your prior experience with the topic or issue. Because an evaluation incorporates your point of view and the reasons for your point of view, it typically requires more critical thinking and a combination of summary, analysis, and synthesis skills. Thus, evaluation paragraphs often follow summary, analysis, and synthesis paragraphs. Read a student's evaluation paragraph. Notice how the paragraph incorporates the student's personal judgment within the evaluation. Evaluating a document requires prior knowledge that is often based on additional research. Tip: when reviewing directions for assignments, look for the verbs summarize, analyze, synthesize, or evaluate. Instructors often use these words to clearly indicate the assignment's purpose. These words will cue you on how to complete the assignment because you will know its exact purpose. Self-practice exercise 4.9. Read the following paragraphs about 4 films and then identify the purpose of each paragraph. This film could easily have been cut down to less than 2 hours. By the final scene, I noticed that most of my fellow moviegoers were snoozing in their seats and were barely paying attention to what was happening on screen. Although the director sticks diligently to the book, he tries too hard to cram in all the action, which is just too ambitious for such a detail-oriented story. If you want my advice, read the book and give the movie a miss. During the opening scene, we learn that the character Laura is adopted and that she has spent the past 3 years desperately trying to track down her real parents. Having exhausted all the usual options, adoption agencies, online searches, family trees, and so on, she is on the verge of giving up when she meets a stranger on a bus. The chance encounter leads to a complicated chain of events that ultimately result in Laura getting her lifelong wish. But is it really what she wants? Throughout the rest of the film, Laura discovers that sometimes the past is best left where it belongs. 127. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. To create the feeling of being gripped in a vice, the director, Mei Lee, uses a variety of elements to gradually increase the tension. The creepy, haunting melody that subtly enhances the earlier scenes becomes ever more insistent, rising to a disturbing crescendo toward the end of the movie. The desperation of the actors, combined with the claustrophobic atmosphere and tight camera angles, create a realistic firestorm, from which there is little hope of escape. Walking out of the theater at the end feels like staggering out of a Roman dungeon. The scene in which Campbell and his fellow prisoners assist the guards in shutting down the riot immediately strikes the viewer as unrealistic. Based on the recent reports on prison riots in both Detroit and California, it seems highly unlikely that a posse of hardened criminals would intentionally help their captors at the risk of inciting future revenge from other inmates. Instead, both news reports and psychological studies indicate that prisoners who do not actively participate in a riot will go back to their cells and avoid conflict altogether. Examples of this lack of attention to detail occur throughout the film, making it almost unbearable to watch. Collaboration, share with a classmate, and compare your answers. Writing at work. Thinking about the purpose of writing a report in the workplace can help focus and structure the document. A summary should provide colleagues with a factual overview of your findings without going into too much detail. In contrast, an evaluation should include your personal opinion, along with supporting evidence, research, or examples to back it up. Listen for words such as summarize, analyze, synthesize, or evaluate when your boss asks you to complete a report to help determine a purpose for writing. Self-practice exercise 4.10. Consider the expository essay you will soon have to write. Identify the most effective academic purpose for the assignment. My assignment and my purpose, identifying the audience. Imagine you must give a presentation to a group of executives in an office. Weeks before the big day, you spend time creating and rehearsing the presentation. You must make important, careful decisions not only about the content, but also about your delivery. Will the presentation require technology to project figures and charts? Should the presentation define important words, or will the executives already know the terms? Should you wear your suit and dress shirt? The answers to these questions will help you develop an appropriate relationship with your audience, making them more receptive to your message. Writing for Success 128. Now imagine you must explain the same business concepts from your presentation to a group of high school students. Those important questions you previously answered may now require different answers. The figures and charts may be too sophisticated, and the terms will certainly require definitions. You may even reconsider your outfit and sport a more casual look. Because the audience has shifted, your presentation and delivery will shift as well to create a new relationship with the new audience. In these two situations, the audience, the individuals who will watch and listen to the presentation, plays a role in the development of presentation. As you prepare the presentation, you visualize the audience to anticipate their expectations and reactions. What you imagine affects the information you choose to present and how you will present it. Then, during the presentation, you meet the audience in person and discover immediately how well you perform. Although the audience for writing assignments, your readers, may not appear in person, they play an equally vital role. Even in everyday writing activities, you identify your readers' characteristics, interests, and expectations before making decisions about what you write. In fact, thinking about audience has become so common that you may not even detect the audience-driven decisions. For example, you update your status on a social networking site with the awareness of who will digitally follow the post. If you want to brag about a good grade, you may write the post to please family members. If you want to describe a funny moment, you may write with your friend's sense of humor in mind. Even at work, you send emails with an awareness of an unintended receiver who could intercept the message. In other words, being aware of invisible readers is a skill you most likely already possess and one you rely on every day. Consider the following paragraphs. Which one would the author send to her parents? Which one would she send to her best friend? Example, last Saturday, I volunteered at a local hospital. The visit was fun and rewarding. I even learned how to do cardiopulmonary resuscitation, or CPR. Unfortunately, I think caught a cold from one of the patients. This week, I will rest in bed and drink plenty of clear fluids. I hope I am well by next Saturday to volunteer again. Example BOMG. You won't believe this. My advisor forced me to do my community service hours at this hospital all weekend. We learned CPR, but we did it on dummies, not even real peeps. And some kids sneezed on me and got me sick. I was so bored and sniffling all weekend. I hope I don't have to go back next week. I do not want to miss the basketball tournament. Most likely, you match each paragraph to its intended audience with little hesitation. Because each paragraph reveals the author's relationship with her intended readers, you can identify the audience fairly quickly. When writing your own paragraphs, you must engage with your audience to build an appropriate relationship given your subject. Imagining your readers during each stage of the writing process will help you make decisions about your writing. Ultimately, the people you visualize will affect what and how you write. Tip: while giving a speech, you may articulate an inspiring or critical message. But if you left your hair a mess and laced up mismatched shoes, your audience would not take you seriously. They may be too distracted by your appearance to listen to your words. Similarly, grammar and sentence structure serve as the appearance of a piece of writing. Polishing your work using correct grammar will impress your readers and allow them to focus on what you have to say. 129. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Because focusing on audience will enhance your writing, your process, and your finished product, you must consider the specific traits of your audience members. Use your imagination to anticipate the reader's demographics, education, prior knowledge, and expectations. Demographics. These measure important data about a group of people, such as their age range, ethnicity, religious beliefs, or gender. Certain topics and assignments will require you to consider these factors, as they relate to your audience. For other topics and assignments, these measurements may not influence your writing. Regardless, it is important to consider demographics when you begin to think about your purpose for writing. Education considers the audience's level of schooling. If audience members have earned a doctorate degree, for example, you may need to elevate your style and use more formal language. Or if audience members are still in college, you could write in a more relaxed style. An audience member's major or emphasis may also dictate your writing. Prior knowledge is what the audience already knows about your topic. If your readers have studied certain topics, they may already know some terms and concepts related to the topic. You may decide whether to define terms and explain concepts based on your audience's prior knowledge. Although you cannot peer inside the brains of your readers to discover their knowledge, you can make reasonable assumptions. For instance, a nursing major would presumably know more about health-related topics than a business major would. Expectations. These indicate what readers will look for while reading your assignment. Readers may expect consistencies in the assignment's appearance, such as correct grammar and traditional formatting like double-spaced lines and a legible font. Readers may also have content-based expectations given the assignment's purpose and organization. In an essay titled The Economics of Enlightenment, The Effects of Rising Tuition, for example, audience members may expect to read about the economic repercussions of post-secondary tuition costs. Self-practice. Exercise. 4.11. On a sheet of paper, generate a list of characteristics under each category for each audience. This list will help you later when you read about tone and content. Your classmates' demographics and times education and prior knowledge and expectations and demographics, education and prior knowledge and expectations and head of your academic department demographics and education and prior knowledge expectations and prior content. Your next writing assignment. Identify the purpose. You may use the same purpose, Writing for Success 130, listed in Self-Practice. Exercise 4.10, and then identify the audience. Create a list of characteristics under each category. My assignment, my purpose, and my audience, demographics, education, and prior knowledge and expectations. Collaboration, please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Keep in mind that as your topic shifts in the writing process, your audience may also shift. Also, remember that decisions about style depend on audience, purpose, and content. Identifying your audience's demographics, education, prior knowledge, and expectations will affect how you write, but purpose and content play an equally important role. The next subsection covers how to select an appropriate tone to match the audience and purpose. Selecting an appropriate tone. Tone identifies a speaker's attitude toward a subject or another person. You may pick up a person's tone of voice fairly easily in conversation. A friend who tells you about her weekend may speak excitedly about a fun skiing trip. An instructor who means business may speak in a low, slow voice to emphasize her serious mood. Or, a CO worker who needs to let off some steam after a long meeting may crack a sarcastic joke. Just as speakers transmit emotion through voice, writers can transmit through writing a range of attitudes, from excited and humorous to somber and critical. These emotions create connections among the audience, the author, and the subject, ultimately building a relationship between the audience and the text. To stimulate these connections, writers intimate their attitudes and feelings with useful devices, such as sentence structure, word choice, punctuation, and formal or informal language. Keep in mind that the writer's attitude should always appropriately match the audience and the purpose. Read the following paragraph and consider the writer's tone. How would you describe the writer's attitude toward wildlife conservation? Many species of plants and animals are disappearing right before our eyes. If we do not act fast, it might be too late to save them. Human activities, including pollution, deforestation, hunting, and overpopulation, are devastating the natural environment. Without our help, many species will not survive long enough for our children to see them in the wild. Take the tiger, for example. Today, tigers occupy just 7% of their historical range, and many local populations are already extinct, hunted for their beautiful pelt and other body parts, The tiger population has plummeted from 100,000 in 1920 to just a few thousand Smith, 2013. Contact your local wildlife conservation society today to find out how you can stop this terrible destruction. 131, an author removed at the request of the original publisher. Self-practice exercise 4.12. Think about the assignment and purpose you selected in self-practice exercise 4.10 and the audience you selected in self-practice exercise 4.11. Now, identify the tone you would use in the assignment. My assignment, my purpose, my audience, my tone. Choosing appropriate, interesting content. Content refers to all the written substance in a document. After selecting an audience and a purpose, you must choose what information will make it to the page. Content may consist of examples, statistics, facts, anecdotes, testimonies, and observations, but no matter the type, the information must be appropriate and interesting for the audience and purpose. An essay written for grade 3 students that summarizes the legislative process, for example, would have to contain succinct and simple content. Content is also shaped by tone. When the tone matches the content, the audience will be more engaged and you will build a stronger relationship with your readers. Consider that audience of grade 3 students. You would choose simple content that the audience will easily understand, and you would express that content through an enthusiastic tone. The same considerations apply to all audiences and purposes. Self-practice exercise 4.13. Using the assignment, purpose, audience, and tone from self-practice exercise 4.12, generate a list of content ideas. Remember that content consists of examples, statistics, facts, anecdotes, testimonies, and observations. My assignment, my purpose, my audience, my tone, my content ideas. In the next 2 chapters, you will complete more exercises to further develop your expository essays. Key takeaways. Paragraphs separate ideas into logical, manageable chunks of information. Writing for Success 132. The content of each paragraph and document is shaped by purpose, audience, and tone. The 4 common academic purposes are to summarize, to analyze, to synthesize, and to evaluate. Identifying the audience's demographics, education, prior knowledge, and expectations will affect how and what you write. Devices such as sentence structure, word choice, punctuation, and formal or informal language communicate tone and create a relationship between the writer and his or her audience. Content may consist of examples, statistics, facts, anecdotes, testimonies, and observations. All content must be appropriate and interesting for the audience, purpose, and tone. Journal entry 4th. Write a paragraph or 2 responding to the following. Thinking back to each of the expository essay modes you learned this week, which did you find easier and which did you find more difficult? Why? What challenges did you face when assessing your purpose, audience, and tone? How do you think you can address these challenges? Reflect on the goals you set previously. Is there anything you would like to add or already feel more confident with doing? Remember, as mentioned in the assessment descriptions in your syllabus, you will be expected to respond to the questions by reflecting on and discussing your experiences with the week's material. When writing your journals, you should focus on free writing, writing without overly considering formal writing structures, but you want to remember that it will be read by the instructor, who needs to be able to understand your ideas. Your instructor will be able to see if you have completed this entry by the end of the week, but will not read all of the journals until week 6. Chapter 5. Putting the pieces together with a thesis statement. 5.1. Apply pre-writing models. Learning objectives. Use pre-writing strategies to choose a topic and narrow the focus. If you think that a blank sheet of paper or a blinking cursor on the computer screen is a scary sight, you are not alone. Many writers, students, and employees find that beginning to write can be intimidating. When faced with a blank page, however, experienced writers remind themselves that writing, like other everyday activities, is a process. Every process, from writing to cooking to bike riding to learning to use a new cell phone, will get significantly easier with practice. Just as you need a recipe, ingredients, and proper tools to cook a delicious meal, You also need a plan, resources, and adequate time to create a good written composition. In other words, writing is a process that requires steps and strategies to accomplish your goals. These are the 5 steps in the writing process. Pre-writing. Outlining the structure of ideas, writing a rough draft, revising, editing. Effective writing can be simply described as good ideas that are expressed well and arranged in the proper order. This chapter will give you the chance to work on all these important aspects of writing. Although many more pre-writing strategies exist, this chapter covers 6. Using experience and observations, free writing, asking questions, brainstorming, mapping, and searching the internet. Using the strategies in this chapter can help you overcome the fear of the blank page and confidently begin the writing process. Pre-writing. Pre-writing is the stage of the writing process during which you transfer your abstract thoughts into more concrete ideas in ink on paper or in type on a computer screen. Although pre-writing techniques can be helpful in all stages of the writing process, the following 4 strategies are best used when initially deciding on a topic. Using experience and observations. 133. Writing for success. 134. Reading free writing, asking questions at this stage in the writing process. It is okay if you choose a general topic. Later, you will learn more pre-writing strategies that will narrow the focus of the topic. Choosing a topic. In addition to understanding that writing is a process, writers also understand that choosing a good general topic for an assignment is an essential step. Sometimes your instructor will give you an idea to begin an assignment, and other times your instructor will ask you to come up with a topic on your own. A good topic not only covers what an assignment will be about, but also fits the assignment's purpose and its audience. In this chapter, you will follow a writer named Mariah as she prepares a piece of writing. You will also be planning one of your own. The first important step is for you to tell yourself why you are writing, to inform, to explain, or some other purpose, and for whom you are writing. Write your purpose and your audience on your own sheet of paper, and keep the paper close by as you read and complete exercises in this chapter. My purpose and my audience, and using experience and observations. When selecting a topic, you may want to consider something that interests you or something based on your own life and personal experiences. Even everyday observations can lead to interesting topics. After writers think about their experiences and observations, they often take notes on paper to better develop their thoughts. These notes help writers discover what they have to say about their topic. Tip: have you seen an attention-grabbing story on your local news channel? Many current issues appear on television, in magazines, and on the internet. These can all provide inspiration for your writing. Reading. Reading plays a vital role in all the stages of the writing process, but it first figures in the development of ideas and topics. Different kinds of documents can help you choose a topic and also develop that topic. For example, a magazine advertising the latest research on the threat of global warming may catch your eye in the supermarket. The cover may interest you, and you may consider global warming as a topic. Or maybe a novel's courtroom drama sparks your curiosity of a particular lawsuit or legal controversy. After you choose a topic, critical reading is essential to the development of a topic. While reading almost any document, you evaluate the author's point of view by thinking about the main idea and the support. When you judge the author's argument, you discover more about not only the author's opinion, but also your own. If this step already seems daunting, remember that even the best writers need to use pre-writing strategies to generate ideas. 135, an author removed at the request of the original publisher. Tip: the steps in the writing process may seem time-consuming at first, but following these steps will save you time in the future. The more you plan in the beginning by reading and using pre-writing strategies, the less time you may spend writing and editing later because your ideas will develop more swiftly. Pre-writing strategies depend on your critical reading skills. Reading pre-writing exercises and outlines and drafts later in the writing process will further develop your topic and ideas. As you continue to follow the writing process, you will see how Mariah uses critical reading skills to assess her own pre-writing exercises. Free writing. Free writing is an exercise in which you write freely about any topic for a set amount of time, usually 3 to 5 minutes. During the time limit, you may jot down any thoughts that come to mind. Try not to worry about grammar, spelling, or punctuation. Instead, write as quickly as you can without stopping. If you get stuck, just copy the same word or phrase over and over until you come up with a new thought. Writing often comes easier when you have a personal connection with the topic you have chosen. Remember, to generate ideas in your free writing, you may also think about readings that you have enjoyed or that have challenged your thinking. Doing this may lead your thoughts in interesting directions. Quickly recording your thoughts on paper will help you discover what you have to say about a topic. When writing quickly, try not to doubt or question your ideas. Allow yourself to write freely and unselfconsciously. Once you start writing with few limitations, you may find you have more to say than you first realized. Your flow of thoughts can lead you to discover even more ideas about the topic. Free writing may even lead you to discover another topic that excites you even more. Look at Mariah's example. The instructor allowed the members of the class to choose their own topics, and Mariah thought about her experiences as a communications major. She used this free writing exercise to help her generate more concrete ideas from her own experience. Tip: some pre-writing strategies can be used together. For example, you could use experience and observations to come up with a topic related to your core studies. Then you could use free writing to describe your topic in more detail and figure out what you have to say about it. Writing for Success 136. Self-Practice Exercise 5.1. Take another look at the possible topics for your expository essay assignment, then free write about that topic. Write without stopping for 5 minutes. After you finish, read over what you wrote. How well do you think you will be able to develop this topic? Possible expository essay questions. Narrative: choose one of the topics below and relate your ideas in a clearly organized narrative essay. Your first day of post-secondary school, a moment of success or failure, an experience that helped you mature. Illustration: choose one of the topics below and relate your ideas in a clearly organized illustration essay. The media and the framing of crime. Child obesity. The effect of violent video games on behavior. Description: choose one of the topics below and relate your ideas in a clearly organized description essay. How to reduce weight. How to remain relevant in your workplace. How to get a good night's sleep. 137. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Classification: choose one of the topics below and relate your ideas in a clearly organized classification essay. Ways of boring people. Methods of studying for a final exam. Extreme weather. Process analysis. Choose one of the topics below and relate your ideas in a clearly organized process analysis essay. How to complain effectively. How to apply the Heimlich maneuver or other life-saving technique. How a particular accident occurred. Definition: choose one of the topics below and relate your ideas in a clearly organized definition essay. Right to privacy. Integrity. Heroism. Compare and contrast. Choose one of the topics below and relate your ideas in a clearly organized compare and contrast essay. 2 ways of losing weight. 1 healthy, 1 dangerous. 2 ways to break a bad habit. An active and a passive student. Cause and effect. Choose one of the topics below and relate your ideas in a clearly organized cause and effect essay. Plagiarism and cheating in school. Give its effects. Bullying. Give its effects. A personal, unreasonable fear or irritation. Give its causes. Asking questions. Who, what, where, when, why, how. In everyday situations, you pose these kinds of questions to get information. Who will be my partner for the project? When is the next meeting? Why is my car making that odd noise? You seek the answers to these questions to gain knowledge, to better understand your daily experiences, and to plan for the future. Asking these types of questions will also help you with the writing process. As you choose your topic, answering these questions can help you revisit the ideas you already have and generate new ways to think about your topic. You may also discover aspects of the topic that are unfamiliar to you and that you would like to learn more about. All these idea-gathering techniques will help you plan for future work on your assignment. When Mariah reread her free writing notes, she found she had rambled and her thoughts were disjointed. She realized that the topic that interested her most was the one she started with, the media. She then decided to explore that topic by asking herself questions about it. Her purpose was to refine. Writing for Success 138. Media into a topic she felt comfortable writing about. To see how asking questions can help you choose a topic, take a look at the following chart in Figure 5.1, Asking Questions, that Mariah completed to record her questions and answers. She asked herself the questions that reporters and journalists use to gather information for their stories. The questions are often called the 5 WH questions, after their initial letters. Figure 5.1, Asking Questions. Tip: pre-writing is very purpose-driven. It does not follow a set of hard and fast rules. The purpose of pre-writing is to find and explore ideas so that you will be prepared to write. A pre-writing technique like asking questions can help you both find a topic and explore it. The key to effective pre-writing is to use the techniques that work best for your thinking process. Free writing may not seem to fit your thinking process, but keep an open mind. It may work better than you think. Perhaps brainstorming a list of topics might better fit your personal style. Mariah found free writing and asking questions to be fruitful strategies to use. In your own pre-writing, use the 5 WH questions in any way that benefits your planning. 139. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Self-practice exercise 5.2. Using the pre-writing you completed in self-practice exercise 5.1, read each question and use your own paper to answer the 5 WH questions. As with Mariah when she explored her writing topic for more detail, it is okay if you do not know all the answers. If you do not know an answer, use your own opinion to speculate or guess. You may also use factual information from books or articles you previously read on your topic. Later in the chapter, you will read about additional ways like searching the internet to answer your questions and explore your guesses. 5 what questions: who, what, where, when, why, how. Now that you have completed some of the pre-writing exercises, you may feel less anxious about starting a paper from scratch. With some ideas down on paper or saved on a computer, writers are often more comfortable continuing the writing process. After identifying a good general topic, you too are ready to continue the process. Tip: you may find that you need to adjust your topic as you move through the writing stages and as you complete the exercises in this chapter. If the topic you have chosen is not working, you can repeat the pre-writing activities until you find a better one. More pre-writing techniques: narrowing the focus. The pre-writing techniques of free writing and asking questions help Mariah think more about her topic. The following additional pre-writing strategies would help her and you narrow the focus of the topic: brainstorming, idea mapping, searching the internet. Writing for Success 140. Narrowing the focus means breaking up the topic into subtopics or more specific points. Generating a lot of subtopics helps in selecting the ones that fit the assignment and appeal to the writer and the audience. After rereading her syllabus, Mariah realized her general topic, mass media, was too broad for her class's short paper requirement. 3 pages would not be enough to cover all the concerns in mass media today. Mariah also realized that although her readers are other communications majors who are interested in the topic, they may want to read a paper about a particular issue in mass media. Brainstorming. Brainstorming is similar to list making. You can make a list on your own or in a group with your classmates. Start with a blank sheet of paper or a blank computer document and write your general topic across the top. Underneath your topic, make a list of more specific ideas. Think of your general topic as a broad category and the list items as things that fit into that category. Often you will find that one item can lead to the next, creating a flow of ideas that can help you narrow your focus to a more specific paper topic. The following is Mariah's brainstorming list. From this list, Mariah could narrow her focus to a particular technology under the broad category of mass media. Writing at work. Imagine you have to write an email to your current boss explaining your prior work experience, but you do not know where to start. Before you begin the email, you can use the brainstorming technique to generate a list of employers, duties, and responsibilities that fall under the general topic of work experience. 141. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Idea mapping. Idea mapping allows you to visualize your ideas on paper using circles, lines, and arrows. This technique is also known as clustering because ideas are broken down and clustered or grouped together. Many writers like this method because the shapes show how the ideas relate or connect, and writers can find a focused topic from the connections mapped. Using idea mapping, you might discover interesting connections between topics that you had not thought of before. To create an idea map, start with your general topic in a circle in the center of a blank sheet of paper. Then write specific ideas around it and use lines or arrows to connect them together. Add and cluster as many ideas as you can think of. Mariah tried idea mapping in addition to brainstorming. Figure 5.2 Idea map shows what she created. Figure 5.2 Idea map. High definition, cable, digital recording, TV, DVDs, Blu-ray, mass media, radio, music, downloads versus CDs, piracy. Notice Mariah's largest circle contains her general topic, mass media. Then the general topic branches into two subtopics, written in two smaller circles, television and radio. The subtopic television branches into even more specific topics, cable and DVDs. From there, Mariah drew more circles and wrote more specific ideas, high definition and digital recording from cable and Blu-ray from DVDs. The radio topic led Mariah to draw connections between music, downloads versus CDs, and, finally, piracy. From this idea map, Mariah saw she could consider narrowing the focus of her mass media topic to the more specific topic of music piracy. Writing for Success 142. Searching the internet. Using search engines on the internet is a good way to see what kinds of websites are available on your topic. Writers use search engines not only to understand more about the topic's specific issues, but also to get better acquainted with their audience. Tip: look back at the chart you completed in Self-Practice Exercise 502. Did you guess at any of the answers? Searching the internet may help you find answers to your questions and confirm your guesses. Be choosy about the websites you use. Make sure they are reliable sources for the kind of information you seek. When you search the internet, type some keywords from your broad topic or words from your narrowed focus into your browser's search engine. Many good general and specialized search engines are available for you to try. Then look over the results for relevant and interesting articles. Results from an internet search show writers the following information: who is talking about the topic, how the topic is being discussed, what specific points are currently being discussed about the topic. Tip: if the search engine results are not what you are looking for, revise your keywords and search again. Some search engines also offer suggestions for related searches that may give you better results. Mariah typed the words music piracy from her idea map into the search engine Google. See Figure 5.3 Useful Search Engine Results. Figure 5.3 Useful Search Engine Results. Note: not all the results online search engines return will be useful or reliable. Carefully consider the reliability of an online source before selecting a topic based on it. Remember that factual information. 143 An author removed at the request of the original publisher can be verified in other sources, both online and in print. If you have doubts about any information you find, either do not use it or identify it as potentially unreliable. The results from Mariah's search included websites from university publications, personal blogs, online news sources, and a lot of legal cases sponsored by the recording industry. Reading legal jargon made Mariah uncomfortable with the results, so she decided to look further. Reviewing her map, she realized that she was more interested in consumer aspects of mass media, so she refocused her search to media technology and the sometimes confusing array of expensive products that fill electronic stores. Now, Mariah considers a topic on the products that have fed the mass media boom in everyday lives. Self-Practice Exercise 5.3. In Self-Practice Exercise 5.2, You chose a possible topic and explored it by answering questions about it using the 5WH questions. However, this topic may still be too broad. Here, in this exercise, choose and complete one of the pre-writing strategies to narrow the focus. Use brainstorming, idea mapping, or searching the internet. Collaboration. Please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Share what you found and what interests you about the possible topics. Pre-writing strategies are a vital first step in the writing process. First, they help you first choose a broad topic, and then they help you narrow the focus of the topic to a more specific idea. Use Checklist 5.1 Topic Checklist to help you with this step. Checklist 5.1 Developing a good topic using this checklist can help you decide if your narrowed topic is a good topic for your assignment. Am I interested in this topic? Would my audience be interested? Do I have prior knowledge or experience with this topic? If so, would I be comfortable exploring this topic and sharing my experiences? Do I want to learn more about this topic? Is this topic specific? Does it fit the length of the assignment? An effective topic ensures that you are ready for the next step. With your narrowed focus in mind, answer the bulleted questions in the checklist for developing a good topic. If you can answer yes to all the questions, write your topic on the line below. If you answer no to any of the questions, think about another topic or adjust the one you have, and try the pre-writing strategies again. My narrowed topic and key takeaways. All writers rely on steps and strategies to begin the writing process. The steps in the writing process are pre-writing, outlining, writing a rough draft, revising, and writing for success 144, editing. Pre-writing is the transfer of ideas from abstract thoughts into words, phrases, and sentences on paper. A good topic interests the writer, appeals to the audience, and fits the purpose of the assignment. Writers often choose a general topic first and then narrow the focus to a more specific topic. 5.2. Developing a strong, clear thesis statement. Learning objectives. Develop a strong, clear thesis statement with the proper elements. Revise your thesis statement. Have you ever known someone who was not very good at telling stories? You probably had trouble following the train of thought as the storyteller jumped from point to point, either being too brief in places that needed further explanation, or providing too many details on a meaningless element. Maybe the person told the end of the story first, then moved to the beginning, and later added details to the middle. The ideas were probably scattered, and the story did not flow very well. When the story was over, you probably had many questions. Just as a personal anecdote can be a disorganized mess, an essay can fall into the same trap of being out of order and confusing. That is why writers need a thesis statement to provide a specific focus for their essay and to organize what they are about to discuss in the body. Just like a topic sentence summarizes a single paragraph, the thesis statement summarizes an entire essay. It tells the reader the point you want to make in your essay, while the essay itself supports that point. It is like a signpost that signals the essay's destination. You should form your thesis before you begin to organize an essay, but you may find that it needs revision as the essay develops. Elements of a thesis statement. For every essay you write, you must focus on a central idea. This idea stems from a topic you have chosen or been assigned, or from a question your teacher has asked. It is not enough merely to discuss a general topic, or simply answer a question with a yes or no. You have to form a specific opinion, and then articulate that into a controlling idea, the main idea upon which you build your thesis. Remember that a thesis is not the topic itself, but rather your interpretation of the question or subject. For whatever topic your instructor gives you, you must ask yourself, what do I want to say about? 145. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. It? Asking and then answering this question is vital to forming a thesis that is precise, forceful, and confident. A thesis is one sentence long and appears toward the end of your introduction. It is specific and focuses on 1 to 3 points of a single idea, points that are able to be demonstrated in the body. It forecasts the content of the essay and suggests how you will organize your information. Remember that a thesis statement does not summarize an issue, but rather dissects it. A strong thesis statement. A strong thesis statement contains the following qualities: Specificity. A thesis statement must concentrate on a specific area of a general topic. As you may recall, the creation of a thesis statement begins when you choose a broad subject and then narrow down its parts until you pinpoint a specific aspect of that topic. For example, healthcare is a broad topic, but a proper thesis statement would focus on a specific area of that topic, such as options for individuals without healthcare coverage. Precision. A strong thesis statement must be precise enough to allow for a coherent argument and to remain focused on the topic. If the specific topic is options for individuals without healthcare coverage, then your precise thesis statement must make an exact claim about it, such as that limited options exist for those who are uninsured by their employers. You must further pinpoint what you are going to discuss regarding these limited effects, such as whom they affect and what the cause is. Arguability. A thesis statement must present a relevant and specific argument. A factual statement often is not considered arguable. Be sure your thesis statement contains a point of view that can be supported with evidence. Demonstrability. For any claim you make in your thesis, you must be able to provide reasons and examples for your opinion. You can rely on personal observations in order to do this, or you can consult outside sources to demonstrate that what you assert is valid. A worthy argument is backed by examples and details. Forcefulness, assertiveness. A thesis statement that is forceful shows readers that you are in fact making an argument. The tone is assertive and takes a stance that others might oppose. Confidence. In addition to using force in your thesis statement, you must also use confidence in your claim. Phrases such as "I feel" or "I believe" actually weaken the reader's sense of your confidence, because these phrases imply that you are the only person who feels the way you do. In other words, your stance has insufficient backing. Taking an authoritative stance on the matter persuades your readers to have faith in your argument and open their minds to what you have to say. Tip: even in a personal essay that allows the use of first person, your thesis should not contain phrases such as "in my opinion" or "I believe." These statements reduce your credibility and weaken your argument. Your opinion is more convincing when you use a firm attitude. Writing for Success 146. Self-Practice Exercise 5.4. On a sheet of paper, write a thesis statement for each of the following topics. Remember to make each statement specific, precise, demonstrable, forceful, and confident. Topics: texting while driving, the legal drinking age in different provinces of Canada, steroid use among professional athletes, abortion, racism, examples of appropriate thesis statements. Each of the following thesis statements meets several of the qualities discussed above: specificity, precision, arguability, demonstrability, forcefulness, assertiveness, and confidence. The Societal and Personal Struggles of Floyd in the Play Where the Blood Mixes by Kevin Loring symbolize the challenge of First Nations people of Canada, who lived through segregation and placement into residential schools. Closing all American borders for a period of 5 years is one solution that will tackle illegal immigration. Shakespeare's use of dramatic irony in Romeo and Juliet spoils the outcome for the audience and weakens the plot. J.D. Salinger's character in Catcher in the Rye, Holden Caulfield, is a confused rebel who voices his disgust with phonies, yet in an effort to protect himself, he acts like a phony on many occasions. Compared to an absolute divorce, no-fault divorce is less expensive, promotes fairer settlements, and reflects a more realistic view of the causes for marital breakdown. Exposing children from an early age to the dangers of drug abuse is a sure method of preventing future drug addicts. In today's crumbling job market, a high school diploma is not significant enough education to land a stable, lucrative job. Tip: you can find thesis statements in many places, such as in the news, in the opinions of friends, co-workers, or teachers, and even in songs you hear on the radio. Become aware of thesis statements in everyday life by paying attention to people's opinions and their reasons for those opinions. Pay attention to your own everyday thesis statements as well, as these can become material for future essays. Now that you have read about the contents of a good thesis statement and have seen examples, take a look for pitfalls to avoid when composing your own thesis. A thesis is weak when it is simply a declaration of your subject, or a description of what you will. 147. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Discuss in your essay. Weak thesis statement. My paper will explain why imagination is more important than knowledge. A thesis is weak when it makes an unreasonable or outrageous claim or insults the opposing side. Weak thesis statement. Religious radicals across the country are trying to legislate their puritanical beliefs by banning required high school books. A thesis is weak when it contains an obvious fact or something that no one can disagree with or provides a dead end. Weak thesis statement. Advertising companies use sex to sell their products. A thesis is weak when the statement is too broad. Weak thesis statement. The life of Pierre Trudeau was long and accomplished. Self-practice exercise 5.5. Read the following thesis statements. On a piece of paper, identify each as weak or strong. For those that are weak, list the reasons why. Then revise the weak statements so that they conform to the requirements of a strong thesis. The subject of this paper is my experience with ferrets as pets. The government must expand its funding for research on renewable energy resources in order to prepare for the impending end of oil. Edgar Allan Poe was a poet who lived in Baltimore during the 19th century. In this essay, I will give you a lot of reasons why marijuana should not be legalized in British Columbia. Because many children's toys have potential safety hazards that could lead to injury, it is clear that not all children's toys are safe. My experience with young children has taught me that I want to be a disciplinary parent because I believe that a child without discipline can be a parent's worst nightmare. Collaboration. Please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Writing at work. Often in your career, you will need to ask your boss for something through an email. Just as a thesis statement organizes an essay, it can also organize your email request. While your email will be shorter than an essay, using a thesis statement in your first paragraph quickly lets your boss know what you are asking for, why it is necessary, and what the benefits are. In short body paragraphs, you can provide the essential information needed to expand upon your request. Writing a thesis statement. One legitimate question readers always ask about a piece of writing is, what is the big idea? You may even ask this question when you are the reader, critically reading an assignment or another document. Every nonfiction writing task, from the short essay to the 10-page term paper to the lengthy senior thesis, needs a big idea, or a controlling idea, as the spine for the work. The controlling idea is the main idea that you want to present and develop. Writing for Success 148. Tip: for a longer piece of writing, the main idea should be broader than the main idea for a shorter piece of writing. Be sure to frame a main idea that is appropriate for the length of the assignment. Ask yourself how many pages it will take to explain and explore the main idea in detail. Be reasonable with your estimate, then expand or trim it to fit the required length. The big idea, or controlling idea, you want to present in an essay is expressed in your thesis statement. Remember that a thesis statement is often one sentence long, and it states your point of view. The thesis statement is not the topic of the piece of writing, but rather what you have to say about that topic, and what is important to tell readers. Look at Table 5.1, Topics and Thesis Statements for a comparison of topics and thesis statements. Table 5.1 Topics and Thesis Statements, a comparison. Topic Thesis Statement. Music piracy. The recording industry fears that so-called music piracy will diminish profits and destroy markets, but it cannot be more wrong. The number of consumer choices available in media gear. Everyone wants the newest and the best digital technology, but the choices are extensive, and the specifications are often confusing. Ebooks and online newspapers increasing their share of the market. Ebooks and online newspapers will bring an end to print media as we know it. Online education and the new media. Someday, students and teachers will send avatars to their online classrooms. The first thesis statement you write will be a preliminary thesis statement or a working thesis statement. You will need it when you begin to outline your assignment as a way to organize it. As you continue to develop the arrangement, you can limit your working thesis statement if it is too broad or expand it if it proves too narrow for what you want to say. Self-practice exercise 5.6. Using the topic you selected in self-practice exercise 5.3. Develop a working thesis statement that states your controlling idea for the piece of writing you are doing. On a sheet of paper, write your working thesis statement. Collaboration, please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Tip, you will make several attempts before you devise a working thesis statement that you think is effective. Each draft of the thesis statement will bring you closer to the wording that expresses your meaning exactly. 149. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Revising a thesis statement. Your thesis will probably change as you write, so you will need to modify it to reflect exactly what you have discussed in your essay. Remember, you begin with a working thesis statement, an indefinite statement that you make about your topic early in the writing process for the purpose of planning and guiding your writing. Working thesis statements often become stronger as you gather information and form new opinions and reasons for those opinions. Revision helps you strengthen your thesis so that it matches what you have expressed in the body of the paper. Tip: the best way to revise your thesis statement is to ask questions about it and then examine the answers to those questions. By challenging your own ideas and forming definite reasons for those ideas, you grow closer to a more precise point of view, which you can then incorporate into your thesis statement. You can cut down on irrelevant aspects and revise your thesis by taking the following steps. Pinpoint and replace all non-specific words, such as people, everything, society, or life, with more precise words in order to reduce any vagueness. Working thesis: young people have to work hard to succeed in life. Revised thesis: recent college graduates must have discipline and persistence in order to find and maintain a stable job in which they can use and be appreciated for their talents. The revised thesis makes a more specific statement about success and what it means to work hard. The original includes too broad a range of people and does not define exactly what success entails. By replacing the general words like people and work hard, the writer can better focus his or her research and gain more direction in his or her writing. Clarify ideas that need explanation by asking yourself questions that narrow your thesis. Working thesis: the welfare system is a joke. Revised thesis: the welfare system keeps a socioeconomic class from gaining employment by alluring members of that class with unearned income, instead of programs to improve their education and skill sets. Joke means many things to many people. Readers bring all sorts of backgrounds and perspectives to the reading process and would need clarification for a word so vague. This expression may also be too informal for the selected audience. By asking questions, the writer can devise a more precise and appropriate explanation for joke. The writer should ask questions similar to the 5 WH questions. By incorporating the answers to these questions into a thesis statement, the writer more accurately defines his or her stance, which will better guide the writing of the essay. Replace any linking verbs with action verbs. Linking verbs gives information about the subject, such as a condition or relationship: is, appear, smell, sound, but they do not show any action. The most common linking verb is any forms of the verb to be, a verb that simply states that a situation exists. Working thesis: British Columbian school teachers are not paid enough. Revised thesis: the legislature of British Columbia cannot afford to pay its educators, resulting in job cuts and resignations, in a district that sorely needs highly qualified and dedicated teachers. The linking verb in this working thesis statement is the word are. Linking verbs often make thesis statements weak because they do not express action. Reading the original thesis statement above, readers might wonder why teachers are not paid enough, but the statement does not compel them to ask many more questions. The writer should ask him or herself questions in order to replace the linking verb with writing for success 150, an action verb, thus forming a stronger thesis statement, one that takes a more definitive stance on the issue. For example, the writer could ask, who is not paying the teachers enough? What is considered enough? What is the problem? What are the results? 4. Omit any general claims that are hard to support. Working thesis: today's teenage girls are too sexualized. Revised thesis: teenage girls who are captivated by the sexual images on MTV are conditioned to believe that a woman's worth depends on her sensuality, a feeling that harms their self-esteem and behavior. It is true that some young women in today's society are more sexualized than in the past, but that is not true for all girls. Many girls have strict parents, dress appropriately, and do not engage in sexual activity while in middle school and high school. The writer of this thesis should ask the following questions. Which teenage girls? What constitutes too sexualized? Why are they behaving that way? Where does this behavior show up? What are the repercussions? Self-practice exercise 5.7. In section 5.1, you determined your purpose for writing and your audience. You then completed a free writing exercise on one of the topics presented to you. Using that topic, you then narrowed it down by answering the 5 WH questions. After you answered these questions, you chose one of the 3 methods of pre-writing and gathered possible supporting points for your working thesis statement. Now, on a sheet of paper, write your working thesis statement. Identify any weaknesses in this sentence and revise the statement to reflect the elements of a strong thesis statement. Make sure it is specific, precise, arguable, demonstrable, forceful, and confident. Collaboration. Please share with a classmate and compare your answers. Writing at work. In your career, you may have to write a project proposal that focuses on a particular problem in your company, such as reinforcing the tardiness policy. The proposal would aim to fix the problem. Using a thesis statement would clearly state the boundaries of the problem and the goals of the project. After writing the proposal, you may find that the thesis needs revising to reflect exactly what is expressed in the body. The techniques from this chapter would apply to revising that thesis. 151, an author removed at the request of the original publisher. Key takeaways. Proper essays require a thesis statement to provide a specific focus and suggest how the essay will be organized. A thesis statement is your interpretation of the subject, not the topic itself. A strong thesis is specific, precise, forceful, confident, and is able to be demonstrated. A strong thesis challenges readers with a point of view that can be debated and supported with evidence. A weak thesis is simply a declaration of your topic or contains an obvious fact that cannot be argued. Depending on your topic, it may or may not be appropriate to use first-person point of view. Revise your thesis by ensuring all words are specific, all ideas are exact, and all verbs express action. 5.3 Outlining. Learning objectives. Identify the steps in constructing an outline. Construct a topic outline and a sentence outline. Your pre-writing activities and readings have helped you gather information for your assignment. The more you sort through the pieces of information you found, the more you will begin to see the connections between them. Patterns and gaps may begin to stand out. But only when you start to organize your ideas will you be able to translate your raw insights into a form that will communicate meaning to your audience. Tip. Longer papers require more reading and planning than shorter papers do. Most writers discover that the more they know about a topic, the more they can write about it with intelligence and interest. Organizing ideas. When you write, you need to organize your ideas in an order that makes sense. The writing you complete in all your courses exposes how analytically and critically your mind works. In some courses, the only. Writing for Success 152. Direct contact you may have with your instructor is through the assignments you write for the course. You can make a good impression by spending time ordering your ideas. Order refers to your choice of what to present first, second, third, and so on in your writing. The order you pick closely relates to your purpose for writing that particular assignment. For example, when telling a story, it may be important to first describe the background for the action, or you may need to first describe a 3D movie projector or a television studio to help readers visualize the setting and scene. You may want to group your supporting ideas effectively to convince readers that your point of view on an issue is well-reasoned and worthy of belief. In longer pieces of writing, you may organize different parts in different ways so that your purpose stands out clearly and all parts of the essay work together to consistently develop your main point. Methods of organizing writing. The 3 common methods of organizing writing are chronological order, spatial order, and order of importance, which you learned about in Chapter 4. What are you writing, to whom, and how? You need to keep these methods of organization in mind as you plan how to arrange the information you have gathered in an outline. An outline is a written plan that serves as a skeleton for the paragraphs you write. Later, When you draft paragraphs in the next stage of the writing process, you will add support to create flesh and muscle for your assignment. When you write, your goal is not only to complete an assignment, but also to write for a specific purpose, perhaps to inform, to explain, to persuade, or a combination of these purposes. Your purpose for writing should always be in the back of your mind, because it will help you decide which pieces of information belong together and how you will order them. In other words, choose the order that will most effectively fit your purpose and support your main point. Table 502, Order versus Purpose, shows the connection between order and purpose. Table 5.2, Order versus Purpose. Order purpose, to explain the history of an event or a topic, to tell a story or relate an experience. Chronological order, to explain how to do or make something, to explain the steps in a process, to help readers visualize something as you want them to see it. Spatial order, to create a main impression using the senses sight, touch, taste, smell, and sound. To persuade or convince. Order of importance, to rank items by their importance, benefit, or significance. Writing an outline. For an essay question on a test or a brief oral presentation in class, all you may need to prepare is A153, an author removed at the request of the original publisher. Short, informal outline in which you jot down key ideas in the order you will present them. This kind of outline reminds you to stay focused in a stressful situation and to include all the good ideas that help you explain or prove your point. For a longer assignment, like an essay or a research paper, many instructors will require you to submit a formal outline before writing a major paper as a way of making sure you are on the right track and are working in an organized manner. The expectation is you will build your paper based on the framework created by the outline. When creating outlines, writers generally go through 3 stages: a scratch outline, an informal or topic outline, and a formal or sentence outline. The scratch outline is basically generated by taking what you have come up with in your free writing process and organizing the information into a structure that is easy for you to understand and follow. For example, a mind map or hierarchical outline. An informal outline goes a step further and adds topic sentences, a thesis, and some preliminary information you have found through research. A formal outline is a detailed guide that shows how all your supporting ideas relate to each other. It helps you distinguish between ideas that are of equal importance and ones that are of lesser importance. If your instructor asks you to submit an outline for approval, you will want to hand in one that is more formal and structured. The more information you provide for your instructor, the better he or she will be able to see the direction in which you plan to go for your discussion and give you better feedback. Tip: instructors may also require you to submit an outline with your final draft to check the direction and logic of the assignment. If you are required to submit an outline with the final draft of a paper, remember to revise it to reflect any changes you made while writing the paper. There are 2 types of formal outlines: the topic outline and the sentence outline. You format both types of formal outlines in the same way. Place your introduction and thesis statement at the beginning under Roman numeral I. Use Roman numerals 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. to identify main points that develop the thesis statement. Use capital letters A, B, C, D, etc. to divide your main points into parts. Use Arabic numerals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. if you need to subdivide any as, BS, or CS into smaller parts. End with the final Roman numeral expressing your idea for your conclusion. Here's what the skeleton of a traditional formal outline looks like. The indentation helps clarify how the ideas are related. 1. Introduction thesis statement. 2. Main point 1 becomes the topic sentence of body paragraph 1. Supporting detail becomes a support sentence of body paragraph 1. And subpoint. Supporting detail. Subpoint. Supporting detail. Writing for Success 154. Main point 2 becomes the topic sentence of body paragraph 2. Supporting detail. 4. Main point 3 becomes the topic sentence of body paragraph 3, same use of subpoints as with main points 1 and 2. Supporting detail. 5. Conclusion. Tip: in an outline, any supporting detail can be developed with subpoints. For simplicity, the model shows subpoints only under the first main point. Tip: formal outlines are often quite rigid in their organization. As many instructors will specify, you cannot subdivide one point if it is only one part. For example, for every Roman numeral I, there needs to be an A. For every A, there must be a B. For every Arabic numeral 1, there must be a 2. See for yourself on the sample outlines that follow. Constructing informal or topic outlines. An informal topic outline is the same as a sentence outline, except you use words or phrases instead of complete sentences. Words and phrases keep the outline short and easier to comprehend. All the headings, however, must be written in parallel structure. Here is the informal topic outline that Mariah constructed for the essay she is developing. Her purpose is to inform, and her audience is a general audience of her fellow college students. Notice how Mariah begins with her thesis statement. She then arranges her main points and supporting details in outline form, using short phrases in parallel grammatical structure. 155. An author removed at the request of the original publisher. Checklist 5.2. Writing an effective topic outline. This checklist can help you write an effective topic outline for your assignment. It will also help you discover where you may need to do additional reading or pre-writing. Do I have a controlling idea that guides the development of the entire piece of writing? Do I have 3 or more main points that I want to make in this piece of writing? Does each main point connect to my controlling idea? Is my outline in the best order, chronological order, spatial order, or order of importance for me to present my main point?